games and playing them online with viewers. These are dead games, but thanks to the technologies I talked about, he's able to play these experiences with his friends and his viewers. And again, these are experiences that are fucking, what, 10, 15, sometimes over 20 years old. And you can still play together because the community has banded and created solutions that have kept these games alive. And again, that comment that I read from Thor earlier just really drove me like up the wall, because in the end, it's not we all understand that games that are old are dead, and you're never going to get that experience that happened as those games were live. But is it worth losing those experiences at all, or just preventing people from getting access to them down the roads? You know how many games get life literally 5-10 years down the road? You know, games like Among Us, which were like the talk of the town years ago, were out for literally years, until of course the community picked up and those servers went from like 10 active players to millions overnight. How many games like that do you think exist that just die over the course? Games that are even innovative, games that actually have, you know, a reason to be played, games that can be fun if they were just discovered. If we lose access to these video games and down the road we maybe watch a video that ends up getting into the algorithm and we think, wow, I wish I could play that game, but now I can't because it's gone forever. That is the world we want to change. And I think that's why this initiative is so fucking important. You know, if you look at things like why the EU matters here, is that in terms of economies, you're looking at the third largest economy after China and the United States. Meaning that if companies are pressured by EU law to think of end-of-life plans, because you're not going to ignore 15% of the world's GDP, you are going to think of this as an important market. If you're designing your games with an end-of-life plan, what happens in the EU ripples to all of these other countries. And that's how we all benefit. Unfortunately, me not being from the EU or being a Brit, I can't fucking like actually sign any of these things. But I do know that I have to have a community of people that can sign this. In the amount of time I was yapping here, this number was at 511,000. If I refresh this page, it's up to 512. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is actual change. We're at 51%. We've got roughly a month. Can we make it to the finish line? If you really care about preserving your video games, I think you will do what you can to get this across the finish. And let's say that you're not let's say that you're not from this country, you're not from the EU. You can still share this message. You can still share StopKillingGames.com across all of your gaming communities. And hopefully, if the government of Europe can look at this and start maybe taking this like actual like case seriously, it could actually be something that changes gaming going forward forever.
Let's go there.
At least that's
first.
what I think. But if you want to be a defeatist about it, no, that's your choice to make. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Ambush! Stage is mine.
Found your weakness. It's not over. Let's beat him again.
Oh, for Lord's sake!
Hit him where it hurts. No escape. Business as usual.
Notice me. Lord did that.
Found your weakness.
Yeah. All right.
I had a plan. I thought it would be fun after dumping on the guy so much, after seeing him get dumped on so much, to make a video being nice to Pirate Software, or Thor, as he prefers to be called above all else it seems. Step 1, I'll call him Thor for this video, instead of Pirate Software. Doing much more than that is very, very hard though, because the guy can continues to chirp. I'll do my best, but being nice to him has to come later in the video because there are some things to address first. Now, this is very cringe, and the odds of him ever hearing this are very low, but I'll make this video as if I'm talking to you, so that I understand you're a human being. Make it human to human, not human to mob, as Upper Echelon suggested. I understand, Thor, that you have problems with the initiative as it is, as it stands alone, in a bubble. With that portion of the things you've said, I have disagreements and a very, very different perspective. But none of that little portion in a vacuum is why I've said mean things about you, why I've called you a liar. The problem is, as I explained in my video called I Hate Pirate Software, you did more than that. You didn't just explain why you thought the initiative was bad, you pretended, when we have every reason to believe you know otherwise, that it doesn't align with Stop Killing Games' actual goal. You have told over 1 million viewers at this point that the initiative doesn't line up with what they're supposedly trying to do. Let me make this distinction crystal clear.
Specifically, the initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers before providing reasonable means to continue functioning
Here's
said
a
video
taste
games
of the
without the
abyss.
involvement from the side of the public. This isn't always possible in all video games.
Now, this is shallow analysis that doesn't take into consideration the function of the word reasonably, but it's just a take to be agreed or disagreed with and argued about. The concrete problem is demonstrated in what you say immediately afterwards.
And it doesn't call out the specific practice that this is supposedly trying to defeat.
That's
I'll make
not
it painless.
true, and I know you know that's not true. I've seen you talking about this before you made that video. I know what video you watched before making this video because you quote it in this video, and there is zero chance that you don't know that isn't true. You tried to convince people that SKG made a mistake. They actually want something much narrower than what's laid out in the initiative. Not because you think they actually do, but because you want people to repeat that and push them to change on that basis. You present it as constructive critique, you helping them get in line with their goals, something that was actually you fundamentally disagreeing with Stop Killing Games, and this confused a lot of people. You also convinced a lot of people that they're wrong because they made this mistake that they didn't actually make. They've asked for exactly what they want. As far as I'm aware, you have never even come close to addressing this. This mischaracterization has now been pointed out by the figurehead himself, Ross Scott. He showed you in a video claiming that their real aim was something it was never claimed to be.
What is he doing?
It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem.
No, that's not it at all.
It could not be any clearer at this point. And yet, today, you're still running with this story. With respect, I hope the initiative gets everything it asked for, but none of what it wanted. You have committed to continuing to spread this narrative you know is false. That is a lot more than just disagreeing with the initiative and Stop Killing Games. You are perpetuating the very lie that Ross Scott, gentlest, most conflict-averse man on the internet, felt he had to make a call-out video to counter. It is not true that the initiative is one thing and they're trying to do something else. But it's beneficial to your side that people think that. Who's gonna side with the bumbling idiots, dangerously pushing for something they don't actually want? Now, one might say, over 1 million people, actually, but they didn't until this misrepresentation was addressed. Did they? Which brings us to a narrative you don't like. The most interesting narrative is that my videos somehow killed the initiative. This graph shows that the initiative already had a downward trend in interest when my videos dropped. My videos do not seem to have had any impact on the movement at all. Making me the villain did though. Best of luck with your next steps. I am sure, Thor, that you have heard the phrase lies, damn lies, and statistics. Sometimes numbers lie or don't show the whole story, like how some people thought Rivals of Aether 2 had been mass review bombed because its recent average was low. Let's look at that graph again. Yeah, it's true, it was tapering off in interest, and then it spikes up when you were made the villain. But Thor, I must ask, why were you made the villain? See, there's another way of reading this graph. Initiative drops. Within a week, the guy who's positioned himself as the expert game dev authority says it's dangerous, disagrees with it, and not only that, misrepresents it, and then no big slugger touches it until your video is directly addressed, and boom, floodgates open. Now I think Ross messed up. He should have hit you directly and much harder than he did sooner, instead of releasing an indirect, tepid FAQ that reached a fraction of the viewers your misrepresentations did. And I don't have a time machine, but I think if he'd done this earlier, we would have seen a spike earlier. Now doing it when he did, the hate against you has certainly helped. You being the internet's villain has been a boon, but it's not his fault. You've acted villainously. And another thing about the graph. Charlie weighing in is marked on there. His support was significant. The video itself got a lot of views and people will talk about what he talks about. And he did specifically cover what I talked about earlier.
Ross is correct. This has nothing to do with just single player only games that require an online connection, that when the online connection is severed, you lose access to the game. Like, yeah, that is included in all of this, but that's not like what the whole movement is about. And for some reason, Pirate Software is stun-locked on that, like fixated, as if that is the actual like meat and potatoes of Stop Killing Games. They need to be more specific in their language about it being single player, always online connectivity games. When that's just not what it's about. Like, they're not being specific about that because that is not what they are specifically targeting.
He was much nicer about this than I was. And Thor, I would suggest if Charlie completely, fully understands something,
You mean? Why do I smell ramen? Yay! Exclamation mark. Soba. Wait. Oh? Those are so appealing. Come on, that's the vision event, isn't it? It isn't quality time. What am I doing wrong?
Good evening. How about winding down with some games after a busy day? flies when you're having
Okay,
fun,
I'll
right?
have to do
Looking
it
forward to
here.
your next visit.
Looks like play a game at the Godfinger arcade. I don't have to play the specific
Looking
game
to
that
relax
is
after a busy day
it
at
takes
work?
way too
You're
long.
at the right place.
Okay, let's go for Snake Doll.
We won thanks to you.
170, obviously. Yay!
Time flies when you're having fun, right? Looking forward to your next visit.
I did it. I played with 170. Okay, so here's the problem. Looks like that's the first quality time with Miyaba.
And you don't? Maybe you should take some time to look at yourself, because if you don't, this might happen. A follow-up that I must mention garnered more views than the original video. Why'd this video happen, Thor? Could it have something to do with the tweet used as a thumbnail? The one where you saw fit to name drop him, but not to address the one reason he was talking to you for?
I'm not going to leak DMs or really go in depth on our private conversation, but the point of me reaching out to him was to talk about his refusal to acknowledge that he did, maybe unintentionally, misrepresent Stop Killing Games, and it led to a just shy of 2 hours, like, circular argument that ultimately got us nowhere. He was more focused on his qualms with Stop Killing Games and really liked to challenge me to prove him wrong about some of his hang-ups with it. And when I would mention, like, the behavior aspect, like, hey, you did misrepresent it, and I'd give him a timestamp, he'd then instead say how I'm wrong for thinking that he misrepresented it. We got nowhere.
You saw fit to name drop him and then talk about everything except the one thing he wanted you to address. You didn't even bring it up and say he's wrong. You saw fit to use his name like that. But if he talks about that, that's you being victimized. That's him weaponizing his audience against you. Why, Thor? When you retell this story to your fans in your Discord, do not mention that tweet. It's kind of important. Because you emphasized the speed with which he put that video up, you left your fans with a very interesting impression. One suspected that the video was ready to go in case you didn't change your opinion. You don't make a video like that in 30 minutes, he said. See how leaving details out can really mislead people? That theory's possible with what you were telling them, but in reality it's impossible because a big chunk of the video is about the conversation. Pirate's tweet about the conversation is in the video, and just like me, I don't think Charlie has a time machine. You did end up correcting the time frame, but only to emphasize that there was an hour and a half of silence after letting everyone know you told him. High school behavior, making this public instead of just talking privately. Again, no mention of that tweet where you used his name and the fact you had a conversation. Do not pretend for 1 second, Thor, that if someone tweeted that they had a conversation with you and then spewed a bunch of stuff in support of themselves without addressing what you'd been trying to get through to them with, that you wouldn't be pissed too.
And then he uses our conversation at the start of this for something that was not even the focus. I was not there to try and convince him to be part of Stop Killing Games.
That's about as hard as Charlie goes in on you for using the conversation. I don't think you would have been as gentle, and do not pretend that you didn't make it into a public matter first. He was not just making a call-out video after a private conversation only. Funny little extra nugget. You remembered that tweet when it was useful in a different context later, didn't you? People were talking about insults and you jumped in to say, yeah, I did insult Ross, but I apologized. See, I said, if you're mad at me for being a dick, I get it, and I'm sorry for that. I shouldn't have done it. Okay, Mr. Precision, you honestly don't get why that ticked people off? Now with that out of the way, I'm going to be nice. I'm willing to believe that horrible things have been done to you, and you seem to want that acknowledged and condemned. I know that I'm nobody and I'm not the guy you want doing it, but you can take this as a little consolation prize, a little comfort blankie to hold on to. On Tuesday, you were swatted. That's no good. People shouldn't be doing it. Whoever's doing that should go to jail. There you go. Feel safer now. You get constant calls to your cell phone. Sorry to hear that, man. Sounds real annoying. You receive tens of thousands of death threats a day. Okay, calm down there, Zoe Quinn. I'm trying to be nice. Stop pushing it. I'm sure you've received some. I'm much smaller and I've received one or two. But may I see 1 day's worth, please? Like, people call things death threats all the time that really, really aren't. For instance, people tend to call someone saying kill yourself a death threat. People say nasty, crazy things about content creators all the time. Here's a guy talking about me.
We can just send the cops to his house because he threatened to kill harmful opinions. Yeah, I threatened to kill him and I would fucking kill him. Yes, I would kill him. It will not happen because I'm not going to the UK. But if we were ever put in the same room, you know, and yeah, again, I'm not killing him because that would be too easy. That would be actually releasing him from pain. No, I would break his spine. I would cut his eyes out. I would fucking hit him in the ears until he's deaf. And I would leave him like that. He would die soon, but I would leave him in that state of complete fucking blindness and agony. I would do this to him. I would, you know, and I would make sure that whoever his so-called girlfriend is, I would make sure that she's watching and she would get the same treatment for even being associated with him.
Mostly nuts on the internet are just really, really funny. I had a guy once send me the entirety of Twitter's TOS and then say like, I know where you live, watch out, at the end. Something like that. Just goofy shit. But here's my advice if this stuff really bothers you. If you've been sent something credible, someone demonstrates that they have the intent, the means, and the knowledge necessary to hurt you, police. Otherwise, take comfort in this. This is how I look at it. If a crazy person on the internet has genuinely dedicated themselves to killing you, you're dead. No use worrying about it. If they're genuinely dedicated, they can get you. I feel like accepting that is the only way to not go insane if like more than 500 people online know you exist. Easier said than done to just start thinking like that, but try it, Thor. Like, maybe you'll chill. Like, depending on the perspective you have now, might sound scary or rough, but it's genuinely how I think about it. People called the county saying your rescue is an animal horde. Yeah, if they don't have evidence or credibly believe that, they shouldn't be doing that. You're being called a pedophile, zoophile, rapist, corporate plant, degenerate, narcissist, nepo baby, and many others. I'm gonna go ahead and say some of those aren't like the others. But yeah, welcome to the club, man. They attacked all of the accomplishments over my life despite physical evidence to prove the contrary. People did this on the internet? Really? They also went after every job you ever held, trying to say you never worked them or never deserved them if you did. Went after? You mean they're bothering your previous employers? Or just saying, didn't happen, didn't deserve it? Saying didn't happen? They can be wrong about that. Didn't deserve it? That's an opinion. I have little respect for the initiative's supporters due to this. Rarely do I find an actual argument that isn't just flinging insults. That sucks, Thor. But I have good news. There's a guy you could have talked to who would absolutely never ever do any of that, and he's a really big supporter of Stop Killing Games. You might have heard of him. He's called Ross Scott. But of course you couldn't talk to him because politicians like easy wins is a dangerous line of thinking. So it's a line of thinking now. It's thoughts about how things are. You understand now it's not a tactic like you said in your video, but a line of thinking that would apply to literally anything they were trying to present. And even that, you know, forget the swatting and stuff, even that's too dangerous a line of thought to engage with such a person. Do you see why your gamer gatification of Stop Killing Games isn't going so well? And one last thing you should understand about the nature of the internet and its many commenters. If you build your presence online on how you look, people are gonna call you ugly. If you build your presence on authority and credentials, people are gonna attack that. It's gonna happen, consumer advocacy movement or not. And because what you're putting online is media, I don't think commentary on it should be restricted. If you don't want people hitting you, don't make you the thing you're projecting onto the internet, because then it's fair game. Hit them back, by all means. But you don't get to use...
Да, вас слышно?
human shields, even if that human shield is you. The alternative is content creators as untouchable gods. Maybe you'd like that.
Alright guys, this could be the greatest example of cause and effect that we have ever seen. This is what happens when a massive YouTuber with a huge audience across social media decides to take on the entire gaming community. He F's around and finds out in real time, and it is absolutely glorious to see. And I'm not going to bury the lead anymore. What we're talking about is the Stop Killing Games initiative passing 1 million signatures this morning, an absolutely amazing accomplishment. Seeing as this thing was dead in the water, it was treading water, it was not going to hit the mark that it needed to by the end of this month, and it seemingly has done that, although there is a caveat to that, and I'll let Ross Scott address this because he made a video talking about this earlier today.
Okay, the breaking news. The European Citizens Initiative has crossed 1 million signatures. Except it hasn't. This is going to kill morale, but there are two things going on here. The first we knew was coming. Every time somebody makes a mistake when they sign the initiative, their signature gets invalidated. So that means we need more signatures to make up for everybody's mistakes. I've heard 10% minimum, 20% is better, 40% should be really safe. Or it would be, but we have a second problem. I've received several reports of people claiming to spoof signatures on the initiative site. But the problem here is I am now in a complete fog as to how much this affects the initiative. Now don't worry, none of this will invalidate the initiative. All legitimate signatures will still count.
That being said, this is still an incredible accomplishment. Nobody should feel down about this. You guys have done an incredible job spreading the word, encouraging your friends to sign this. Keep it up. You guys are doing amazing things. And it is absolutely pertinent given that we are now seeing the announcement that Anthem is finally shutting down the servers after all these years. And when this game shuts down, there is no offline mode. It is gone. It is dead. No matter how much money you spent on this game, you will never get your money back. And that's why this initiative is so important. And that's why when Pirate Studios decided to push back against it, to say it's a terrible idea, to say how stupid he thought it was, that is why this situation has got as ugly as it has. If you don't remember what he said specifically about the initiative, I'll play this little supercut for you, just so you can refresh your memory.
Oh shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. Now, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
So, of course, Pirate Studios has essentially made himself the villain in this entire...
Pirate Studios, Pirate Software, come on. Pirate Studios. What are you even talking about?
Need a
Foo-foo's here.
Do you want me to fight? Or cook?
Today's reading is Be a Hero.
Situation. You've even seen memes, I'm sure, about this with the Stop Killing Games initiative, where it says hero makes a last-ditch attempt to save the world with his friends. The villain betrays the hero. Public realizes that the villain is evil. Using this newfound power of friendship and public adoration, the hero comes back stronger than ever and saves the world. What's your favorite video game with this trope? Mine's Persona 5. I don't know, I couldn't pick one personally, but I do find it funny that essentially that's what's happened with Pirate Software. Even the Act Man, who I know a lot of people no longer respect, said, what if Pirate Software is pulling a 4D chess move and being a huge dick in order to draw more attention to Stop Killing Games? Sometimes you need a villain to inspire change. I think he's giving him a little too much credit, to be honest. Nuxtaku says, shout out to Pirate Software, we couldn't have done it without him. And this was after it crossed the threshold first thing this morning. But again, this has been a situation that's been ongoing where Pirate Software has seemingly tried to act like the sensible centrist who knows everything, and if you don't understand it, that's on you. And again, this is the problem people have had with him. It's not that he has a differing opinion. It's the fact that he was so vehemently antagonistic about it to the point where he said he was going to actively try to kill it, and then he tried to misrepresent and mischaracterize exactly what the initiative was about in order to prove himself right. This is a textbook narcissist, guys. This is somebody who cannot be wrong, cannot accept that he's wrong, and will lie rather than tell the truth if he thinks it'll somehow allow him to save face. So now we see Pirate Software, in reaction to all of this negative attention that he's gotten, saying, I am no longer working in off-brand games. People were attacking all of the games we were publishing and trying to mass review bomb them. You can dislike the things I say, but this kind of behavior is unhinged. Learned a lot there, accomplished a lot, hope they succeed regardless. Love those dudes and loved working with them, hope they keep cooking. Now, a lot of people have pushed back about the whole review bombing thing, and we'll get to that in a minute. But then you see some other people who have suffered from review bombing due to, again, activist-minded people responding saying, excellent work, man. You fed the trolls for the next 6 months by showing them that any indie developer can be seriously harmed by review bombing. People will get what they want. You could have ended this by showing some humility or humor, but you chose weakness. You're a leader of a community. You wanted to lead the indies, enjoy their recognition, and teach them how to succeed. That also comes with responsibility, and you have to show some backbone when it's needed. I've been dealing with this shit for a year to show developers to stop acting like pussies, contribute their point of view for a healthy debate, and stop making everything shittier only to cater to narcissists. You go on and crash over an opinion that isn't harmful or even politically divisive. You are, in fact, more responsible for everyone getting what they want. Why on earth are you self-flagellating over that? I hope you learn from this and set a better example next time. Now again, Archer is a little sensitive because his game Soul Ash 2 was actually review bombed by people who didn't like the fact that he chose not to add homosexual relationships into his game because it didn't make any sense. In his own mind, he's like, there's no point in adding that because the only reason you have relationships is to continue your lineage in the game. You can't do that with two dudes. I mean, it makes perfect sense to me. But again, he's a little sensitive to this because he has seen review bombs actually have effect on games. But again, we'll talk about the review bombs in a minute here. Legendary Drop says, how many games flop because a dev pops off on social media, risking their game in studio? Tell me you haven't stopped using a product or left a bad review because you disagree with the views of one of their leaders. You're a public figure. You are every product you touch. And then you have people down here, like Carl, CJ Bogart, saying, I don't understand why the internet likes to hyper-focus hate when someone has an opinion they disagree with. Of course, most people point out, anything people hate him for is not about his opinion, it's about his demeanor and behavior. He tried to shut down the movement because he didn't understand it, doubled down 5 times. Because his opinion is stupid, it's not about the opinion, it's about the misrepresentation of the movement. Again, people don't understand that it's not about hate, it's about the fact that this guy is so self-absorbed that he thought it was better off to try and prove that he was right, or to convince people he was right, than ever admit that he was wrong. Pirate Software would then follow this up by saying, for those trying to say this is now somehow a lie, the abuse was across socials, people on Discord, Twitter, Reddit, and some reviews on Steam. Indie games are fragile things, and attacks like that hit hard. Overall sentiment was to bash the games and the developers working on them to try to get back at me. Not worth bringing them down for my opinion. Also stop it, get some help. And personally, look, I understand that it doesn't make sense if you don't like someone's opinion to attack a product that they're associated with. Like, how does it affect his opinion or change his opinion if you review his game negatively? But at the same time, we have seen time and time again that sometimes the ability to leave a negative review, even if it's not associated with the product that you've purchased, for example, Helldivers 2 over the PSN account requirement, right? People use the review feature, the review bombing, if you will, to send a message to the developer that they were not happy with their decisions. It's just, unfortunately, it's the nature of how things operate on the internet. Sid Alpha says, you yourself stated people were attempting a mass review bomb where none has occurred on any games off-brand or associated with. The same cannot be said of your self-published game that you're reportedly not even working on. Indies can be fragile, but in my experience with indie devs, which have been rather extensive, they're only fragile in certain ways. Ethereal review bombs that have not materialized are not a manner in which they are. With quote-unquote hate mobs, a properly worded statement is usually all that is needed. A reasoned and reasonable response in the face of observable and provable mindless hatred has historically been more than enough, unless it is culture war nonsense in which the terminally online will never not persecute and are best ignored. Again, Archer from Solash2 responded and said, review bombing is harmful to public debate. We will have stopped killing games because Pirate Software had a bad take. That sparked everyone else to act. If you go on and harm one side to the point of losing business opportunities or jobs, then you silence people who have something of worth to say but are afraid. Allow all people to share their opinions for a healthy debate and let the best ideas win on merit. Stop killing games by review bombing them for things unrelated to the game. The problem is, nobody can actually seem to find the review bombing. Frittata says, I just checked the reviews and I don't even see these review bombs. Of course, we've also got Kilted Cajun saying, is someone talking at their ass, showing that both the games that he was associated with here both have mostly positive reviews. Pirate Nation ironically calling him out, saying Pirate Software is lying again, playing the victim and blaming everyone but himself. And you can see again these charts right here showing one negative review out of many positives several days apart. Again, mostly massively positive reviews on this Rivals of Aether 2 on the beginning of July, end of June, where it has like a massive amount of positive reviews. So if you go to his one game that he was working on himself, I guess it's been in early access for like 7 years now. This one is the example of actual review bombing. You can see on the chart here, this thing has gotten beat to hell just in the last couple of weeks alone. You can make the argument that this absolutely is a review bomb right here. But in regards to the other games he was associated with, for example, this For Bonnie Bear Saves Frog Time demo, you've got one negative review. One. In the past 6 months. And the funniest thing is it says, I came here after Pirate Software said people were review bombing off-brand games titles. I'm disappointed both in the lack of review bombing and in the game. So again, criticizing the game itself while also saying, yeah, there's no review bombing going on here. Pirate Software then, of course, an hour or two ago, says the most interesting narrative is that my videos somehow, quote, killed the initiative. This graph shows that the initiative already had a downward trend in interest when my videos dropped. My videos do not seem to have had any impact on the movement at all. Making me the villain did, though. Best of luck with your next steps. And of course, Ross over at Accursed Farms in his video also addressed the, harassment.
Something else to cover quick is I've heard a couple reports of people harassing Pirate Software. I feel like this goes without saying, but if it doesn't, no. Of course we do not endorse harassing him. I mean, I said in my response video, I wished him no ill will, and I meant that. You know why? When people's lives are better, they tend to be less inclined to foment some sort of revenge, and I'm taking on enough heat already without adding to the pile. I mean, I'm getting some crazies heading my way too, though I can believe it's not as many. I also pointed out last time, whatever damage Thor did to the campaign has been neutralized. So whatever happens is not on him anymore. I'll also say, I don't know what the hell everyone is up to either. This is a lot bigger than me. I can barely keep up with the campaign, let alone him or all the supporters.
And I'm not going to sit over here and condone harassment. I'm not going to be okay with you guys sending him DMs, telling him to, do all those gamer words and do things in Minecraft that you shouldn't be telling people to do. But at the end of the day, I'm sick and tired of listening to this man make himself the victim, whine, complain, lie, and try to manipulate people simply because he had a horrible opinion and he refuses to actually admit it. So he's just going to continue to double and triple down on it. And at this point, I think he's probably a lost cause. But anyways, guys, keep spreading the message. Keep sharing this around. If you're in the EU, try to get your signature on it. Make sure you do it the correct way. And I will catch you guys on the next one. Alright, and if you made it this far, thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you for being here. I do have 2 channels, minimal.
It's useless. After you release the light to copy me, you won't be able to move for a few seconds. Do you think I'll waste those few seconds the moment you try to copy me? I'm going to kill you, for sure this time.
Is this plan B? Huh? You're running away now? Get back here!
Get the hell off me, you disgusting rat.
That's enough. You can let go, Shinpei. It can't move an inch from here on out. It becomes a hell of a lot easier to capture it.
You say capture? Wait, so that was your plan from the start?
That's right.
Well, I didn't know that.
Because I didn't tell you. I didn't expect you to be useful.
It's a big deal. We actually captured Yuri. It will change the future.
It's useless. After you release the light to copy me, you won't be able to move.
I'm gonna stream tomorrow. Tomorrow! I don't know what I want to do yet. It's so exciting. I have so many ideas, but yeah, it could be karaoke. Or it could be a game. I have a couple games that I want to play. I'm so excited. Sabay, sababay, sabanara. Okay, goodbye.
How weird. I don't see a raid happening from YouTube side. How totemo okashi desu ne. Manual raid.
I'm gonna stream tomorrow. Tomorrow. I don't know what I want to do yet.
Всем привет! Это Ирина Якутенко. Я биолог и научный журналист. У себя на канале.
What if I told you that all of your complaints, the broken promises, even the games that you...
Don't say we won yet.
Game preservation is a cause that is dear to my heart, as I'm somebody who is all about consumer advocacy. I've been that way for the last decade or so on this channel, but also I do collect a lot of these older games from the PlayStation 2 era that are now considered classic experiences. And ultimately, though, a lot of those games from that generation and beforehand, of course, are being wiped out, and preservation is not happening. This is a report that came about a year, or well, actually now 2 years ago, and it was that almost 87% of retro games are being lost to time. And yes, that now includes the PlayStation 2 era, because we're older now, people. The big thing about game preservation, and one of the big obstacles in the way, is organizations like the Entertainment Software Association. This is pretty much a company that just represents the interest on a legal basis of all of the AAA games industry. Microsoft and the companies under them, Disney, PlayStation, Roblox, Riot, Ubisoft, Warner Brothers, Wizards, 2K, and Rockstar under Take-Two Interactive, Tencent, Nintendo, Epic, Bandai Namco, EA. They have been a thorn in the side of progress on a number of issues over the last couple of years. And ESA, ultimately, on the subject of game preservation, have not exactly shown their happiness about this subject. This is a report that came just last year. The ESA says members won't support any plan for libraries to preserve games online. So the ESA has said that they are in favor of game preservation, but again, just on a number of other subjects, they've shown that what their members' interests are really at heart. And the fact is, they care about making money, and that is going to get in the way of all of these movements, and that's why there is going to be legal challenges, because lobbyism is what they are known for. And sometimes it does make sense when you have politicians going after video games for being too violent, or when apparently too many people are posting Pepe the Frog memes and US senators use that as evidence of an extremism problem on a platform like Steam. And yeah, that was a real ordeal in which they're demanding Valve to take action, or they're threatening to intervene themselves. and that's why having an organization like the ESA is an important thing. But like Rights for Repair is a great example. Other YouTubers like Louis Ruman has talked about this. I believe that's his channel name. But yeah, the video game industry has made themselves into clowns on the subject, but they have also shown that they don't have to show up to any of these conferences or any of these town halls and actually make a competent case. All they have to do is slide the right amount of money onto the table.
It's not just politicians, the industry lobbyists that are lobbying on behalf of the video game developers against stuff like this don't understand anything.
Of the game console to protect their safeguards against sophisticated theft or piracy, to help the piracy video game software.
The piracy video game software?
Security features that are built into them, and they're known as technical protection measures or digital locks. These locks prevent the play of any unauthorized game. Put simply, if a video game console's firmware runs a verification check on a game and it is not a legitimate copy, the video game won't play the console.
Right to Repair mandates present unique security and piracy risks to the video game ecosystem. This is one reason why the gaming industry is against Right to Repair, but ultimately it takes money from console makers and various other figures in this industry that are making hardware. Of course, the video game industry would be against an effort like this, but in the past, I've talked extensively, this was a major part of my channel in the early days, but it was the Star Wars Battlefront 2 loot box debacle, which ultimately led to many organizations around the world, or governments I should say, looking into legal action to making some sort of rule against loot boxes moving forward. We've obviously seen movement in Europe from countries like Belgium and Netherlands that actually did outlaw it, at least on some level. But in other countries, we have seen that legal action happen, but it went absolutely nowhere. And again, that is because of this organization right here, the ESA. They fought tooth and nail to stop it. And say what you will about it and your opinion on it, but yes, the loot boxes on every single study that has come out has linked it to problem gambling and saying that it is psychologically akin to gambling. This is science that the video game industry rejects because there's money to be made. And this was one of the examples of the legal efforts, at least in the United States, that took off, and it was a state representative from Hawaii, and they tried making a loot box law, and again, the ESA came out and they defeated it. And the ESA and other companies under the ESA, like Electronic Arts, they showed up to these town halls or these meetings with lawmakers, and they said mumbo jumbo pretty much. They compared loot boxes to surprise mechanics to Kinder eggs. I think at another ESA meeting, the ESA went to one of these political town halls, and they said that no, it's like baseball cards, trading them. All of that makes no sense, and the science does not back it up, but that's all that needed to be said. All of this was ultimately defeated. Fortunately, a lot of AAA publishers have backed up on this, but loot boxes still are prevalent in the mobile industry, and it has creeped a little bit more back into console and AAA games, and it really went nowhere with sports franchises. But still, this is a massive subject that is relevant to what is going to be happening with the game preservation case of Stop Killing Games, because the ESA is about to fight tooth and nail to stop it. And I do think that it is important for a movement like Stop Killing Games to be taking off, especially at a time when you have this. This was just announced today, and this is why I'm going to have Anthem gameplay in the background. It is the fact that Electronic Arts announced that just after 7 years, Anthem servers are going offline, and this game will no longer be functional. For those who have played Anthem, it is a messy experience. I did not personally like it myself, but there are parts of the game that have potential. The Iron Man flying mechanics are really fun, and it's one of those games that I would love to be able to boot up years from now and be like, hey, this is a game that I didn't really like back in the day, but the potential was there, and I just like the idea of being able to boot it up, especially for a game that I spent my hard-earned money on. But Electronic Arts is taking that away because we don't own our games, especially these online games like this. We own a license, something that has not been necessarily translated all that well by the video game industry to players, for good reason, because they don't want people to know that. Because if they did, that may make them a little bit hesitant to, pass out cash and try a game like this, especially when it did release. But yes, they are shutting it down on January 12th, 2026, and there is a single player component here. And unfortunately, BioWare and Electronic Arts, they never made like an offline only component to this, so this game is completely dead. And even in their frequently asked questions section here on their website, they said that on January 12th, the game will no longer be playable. Why can't I play Anthem in offline mode? Because they never made an offline mode. They should have, but they didn't. Anthem was designed designed to be an online-only title, so once the servers go offline, the game will no longer be playable. This question right here is the real reason why Stop Killing Games is taking off, because in the eyes of a lot of gamers, this is unacceptable and this should not be the status quo moving forward. And they give massive props to Ross of Accursed Farms for taking this movement and making it what it was. And it really started with The Crew a couple years ago. And if you're unfamiliar, Ubisoft was widely criticized for shutting down The Crew's servers a couple years ago. Since the original game requires an online connection and Ubisoft hasn't released an offline patch, The Crew is completely unplayable. So to make matters worse, Ubisoft deleted the game from players' libraries, preventing the original game from being downloaded or booted up. And this article rightfully points out that Ubisoft is clearly trying to force players to abandon the original game and move on to The Crew 2 or The Crew Motorfest. That is the status, that's the status quo of all these companies. That's the reason why they're taking these games offline. Obviously, it's probably due to low activity, but there's definitely a financial incentive to make sure that players move from that to their new product, or wait for a remaster in the future, or a remake, or a sequel, or something. And that is something that for the AAA games industry is going to fight. The ESA will take that fight on. And that's definitely something that gets me a little concerned about this movement once it finally gets into the legal courts, and once you actually start having politicians having to have a say in this conversation, because I've seen how this blows up and goes in a completely different direction than intended and ends up just with zero progress at all. So that's why, you know, massive amounts of outrage and people talking about this subject is very much important, because the loot box topic, it ended up dying out as the months and years went by. This one, I hope it is different. And yeah, this was a step too far at the time for The Crew, and that's actually what originally really sparked this Stop Killing Games campaign from Ross. And with The Crew effectively wiped from existence, fans who originally bought the game can no longer access a game they prayed for, even if they own the disc. That sets a worrying precedent for the future of game preservation. Don't buy this game. As you don't actually own it. And players at the time did react accordingly by review bombing on Steam The Crew Motorfest and The Crew 2. And it does need to be said that Ubisoft was sued. They were sued for taking The Crew offline by players who own the game, saying that they duped players. The plaintiffs alleged that terminating The Crew means Ubisoft violated California law and that it intentionally misled players about the game being playable offline. Ubisoft reacted accordingly by saying that you cannot complain it shut down The Crew because you never actually owned it. And that really does get to the crux of this problem, the fact that game ownership versus license ownership. And Ubisoft is pretty much just arguing that you weren't deceived by the lack of an offline version to access a decade discontinued video game. The Crew players received the benefit of their bargain and cannot complain now that they were deceived. Ubisoft, that's what they've argued in the courts of law. And for what it's worth, there was another game that I just love this. Imagine just loading up a game like Dark and Darker. You're like, well, I wonder what today's coming on, and then you find out immediately, oh yeah, Epic Games had to remove Dark and Darker from sale on the Epic Games Store because of a court ruling that nobody, I guess, knew about at the time in Korea between the publisher. And yeah, on November 1st, we'll be removing the game from your library. Yeah, they're removing it from people's libraries, effective immediately. Players lose access in the game, they don't get a refund entirely on everything, and that's that. This is kind of why game preservation, the conversation, is definitely sparking up, and it isn't just like on online only experiences, it's on the history of the gaming industry, retro games, and also rulings like this, which is absolutely ridiculous, and the fact that this is just going to be removed from people's libraries and the game's just gone for good until maybe this legal action changes or something. I will give props to Steam because I think there was some legal action that happened in California and they just got ahead of it and they finally admit to people, the game that you're buying is really just a license. This is a massive step in people understanding that the digital age, we really do not own anything, at least in the physical age with, you know, game discs and copies, and this is more relevant just to single player entries, but you had an ownership. You could load up that game and you can still do that to this day if you own a console. That is not going to be something that can be guaranteed in the future, especially with the explosion in online-only titles. So all of these notable incidents, especially The Crew, brought upon Stop Killing Games, and as it says on its own website, it's a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games that have been sold to consumers. An increasing number of video games are sold effectively as goods with no stated expiration date, but designed to be completely unplayable as soon as support from the publisher ends. This practice is a form of planned obsolescence and is not only detrimental to customers, but making preservation effectively impossible. Furthermore, the legality of this practice is largely untested in many countries. And this movement has been launching legal action in a number of territories. We've seen in the UK, we've seen it in the EU, and there's been some past efforts in other territories as well. And it is finally starting to take off now after Ross of Cursed Farms made a video, a last plea, because yes, the countdown is quickly approaching. I believe it is the end of this month in which the EU petition, which is the big one, is ending. And hopefully this will be in lawmakers' hands, and we'll see what happens once it finally gets to that step. But this petition for the longest time hadn't really amounted to too many signatures. It had a couple of 100,000, and Ross of Accursed Farms put the blame specifically at the hands of the person that really muddied the waters with this entire situation and has not backed down at all. And even as of recording this video, he's made some other remarks that we're going to get into just literally tonight about Stop Killing Games and his contribution to this movement. But this guy has muddied the waters. He's been the main one that has made it out to be that this is horrifically bad and it's bad for everybody, and there's just so many different problems with this movement that could ruin the video game industry and make games unplayable, or many publishers won't even take that chance into the future.
And there are some people that'll say, well, just make it all single player.
Like
well,
you?
I've explained that doesn't make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all single player, you have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money. These are two different ideologies, and that's okay to have two different ideologies. I just won't agree with you.
But those aren't the ideologies. Nothing in the initiative is asking to convert games to single player.
And because of this, it really has given, or at least it did for a while, give people pause to supporting Stop Killing Games and what it's all about. And this thumbnail choice by Jason Thor Hall of Pirate Software, just really crazy that this guy named his channel Pirate Software, and he's really against so much of these measures. That's a different topic. But yeah, this is what he thinks about this movement, and he is a former Blizzard employee, which people having fun with that one in the comment section of this video specifically. You can take the employee out of the Blizzard, but you can't take the Blizzard out of the employee. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Yeah, that checks out. And in this first video that he was critical of the Stop Killing Games movement, he at the time just basically lied about what this movement was going for, saying that it was trying to make online-only titles into single-player titles at the end of life, and that's just unreasonable for publishers or companies to do in the future. And this is a developer mindset that he has, and people just aren't caring enough about developers. And look, I think a lot of people, a lot of consumers genuinely do not give a shit about publishers, and they also do think that having a precedent where publishers just having a functional state that's very different than, you know, turning it into a single player title. Server binaries is enough for a lot of people, and that isn't like a massive thing to ask in the future to be, because this isn't saying like games that came out in 2007 or whatever have to finally, you know, appease to this potential new legislation that comes out. No, it's games that come about in the future. It sets a new precedent moving forward for the industry, and developers, publishers have to think about this type of stuff when they are developing a game. And I don't really think that's unreasonable to ask, but for Jason Hall here, a former Blizzard employee, I guess it is. And despite what people may think about Pirate Software, he does hold a lot of influence. He has a massive following on YouTube, Twitch, and his other social media pages. He also has experience in this AAA games industry that has caught the attention of a lot of viewers and a lot of the audience that look for his opinion on matters like this. And even in the comment section of this video, he was answering some of the criticisms that he was receiving months ago, such as he's not even offering solution, he's just yapping, and this is the status quo response that he gives. This is pretty much just has how things stand. He says, inform the customer at point of purchase that they will be getting a license to the game. It should never be posed as a purchase or buying the game at all, because you aren't, and that's just not enough in the eyes of a lot of people, including myself. He feels, Pirate Software, that games should just expire. Game preservation, in his eyes, doesn't entirely matter. That's what this argument tells me. And then he responded to somebody else saying, it's easy to do because the frequently asked questions section said so. It's very clear that nobody involved in writing that frequently asked question actually makes games. I've had a 20-year career in the industry spanning from QA, engineering, IT, and red team. These demands are not simple problems to solve. It cannot be done easily for newer games. And what he's responding to is this section on the website, which I actually think elegantly points out a lot of, well, deconstructs a lot of the criticism that Pirate Software specifically has said. Aren't you asking companies to support games forever? Isn't that unrealistic? No, we are not asking that at all. We are in favor of publishers ending support for a game whenever they choose. What we are asking for them is to implement an end-of-life plan to modify or patch the game so that it can run on customer systems with no further support from the company being necessary. That is a reasonable ask in the eyes of everybody, except for somebody like Pirate Software. Another question, isn't it impractical, if not impossible, to make online-only multiplayer games work without company servers? Not at all. The majority of online multiplayer games in the past functioned without any company servers and were conducted by the customers privately hosting servers. I think Star Wars Galaxies had a long reign because of stuff like this, because of players privately hosting servers. And there's a number of other examples over the years, from I think Team Fortress 2, even Titanfall 2. So just there's many examples of this working successfully and connecting to each other. Games that were designed this way are all still playable today. As to the practicality, this can vary significantly. If a company has designed a game with no thought given towards the possibility of letting users run the game without their support, then yes, this can be a challenging goal to transition to, and the hope would be that this changes moving forward. Can you really expect all features in an online-only game to work once support ends? Not necessarily. We understand some features can be impractical for an end user to attain if running a server on an end user system. That said, we also see the ability to continue playing the game in some form as a reasonable demand from companies that customers have given money to. There is a large difference between a game missing some features versus being completely unplayable in any form. And this is specifically a frequently asked question section that Jason Hall is arguing is nonsensical for anybody who has worked in the video game industry. And then he did admit that he just won't even talk to Ross of Accursed Farms. He says, correct, I think his position is disingenuous due to his comments about how this could be pushed through government. It's a bad direction, removes validity or what the initiative is trying to do, portrays the process in an incorrect manner, and just builds sensationalism. And I feel like the only person that has been disingenuous on this entire subject and is putting fingers in his ears whenever anybody points out valid criticisms to what he's saying is Jason Hall here of Pirate Software, which is a name that does not really make sense with his perspective on a subject like this, and it seems other topics over the years. He did have a follow-up video, another one which is just extremely problematic. It talks about, I'm going to call it is a silly scenario in which developer abuse could amount. He brings up a situation in which somebody who I guess wants to have a private server of said live service could use bots, exploits, and community to drive up the costs and cause this live service to fail, and then they would have to relieve the server binaries, and this other outside party could then, you know, use those server binaries to make their own server, and they could monetize it. It's just totally absurd in my mind that this is something that it's corporate sabotage, which is already not legal, and something that obviously Stop Killing Games does not back up and does not support. And this is the argument that he's using to go after Stop Killing Games, the movement, entirely, and I just find that absolutely absurd. He also tries arguing that these online-only titles, he's going to use Apex Legends as an example, but he says if they aren't played by the mass amount of players like they originally did, then is it really game preservation? And I just take considerable issue with that, because I think it is, especially when you can have LAN events, you can have community servers. That's still something that exists with many titles, many older titles, but specifically this is what he said.
Trying to fix something. So the next one is that this is about games preservation, and that it needs to happen to preserve these types of games for future generations and for everyone to always have forever. But I would argue that this isn't actually preserving these games. Social games, such as, let's say, Apex Legends, require a number of players to be in the match at the same time, so you can have an experience that is only able to be obtained through lots of players interact. Right? It's a multiplayer game. You need a bunch of people. How many of you have felt negatively?
You don't need hundreds or thousands of people to make just a match of people that want to play together and experience a game that they did back in the old day. That's something that still exists with so many games over the years. There's Halo LAN events. That should be something that's, you know, acceptable in the future, and I think that's what people are fighting for, or at least one aspect of this.
When an MMO dies, or when a live service game dies, oh, dead game, there's only 5 people online, why would I play that? So why would you want to preserve a game in that state? That doesn't make any sense to me. You want to take down these live service games, put them up on a private server, and then play it with a couple of people. You're not bringing it back at its height. You're not taking a snapshot of what the game actually is. You're making it limp on in a way that doesn't make any sense. That's not preservation.
And again, this is just his perspective, one that a lot of people disagree with, and the history of this video game industry really disagrees with him, because private and community servers have thrived in so many different instances over the years, and he's just entirely ignoring that history to, I guess, push his perspective forward. And again, there's just so many holes in this that he's just ignoring. So hopefully you get a little bit of a better understanding of Jason Hall and his perspective on this matter, and why many people, including myself, have taken issue with it, and how he indeed has muddied the waters. This is why this movement, you saw many individuals, and they still do to this day, have said, well, you know, turning online games into single player, I can't get behind that. And that's never what this movement was about. It's about turning a lot of these online titles, making sure that they're going to be in a functional state once they're over, once they're not making money for these companies, and these companies have moved on to the next product or so. And we've seen petitions like this. The European Union, it specifically says this, and Jason Hall has said that he really takes issue with this last part, or this first sentence, saying the initiative initiative calls to require publishers that sell licensed video games to consumers in the European Union to leave said video games in a functional, playable state. He absolutely disagrees with this, but he's also a little bit biased on this as he is a company director and somebody who has worked on live service games, and I do think that is a part of this that does need to be brought into this conversation. And like I said, other individuals have parroted this perspective of his. I understand gamers' sentiment around this initiative, but I must admit I agree with Thor on this, and I've spoken about it myself. Such an initiative would cripple games in the long term. We could see a reduction in variety, fewer releases, and some genres completely dying. What specifically would cripple games? A requirement for all games to eventually revert to this is never what anything Stop Killing Games has said, but people have parroted it to a single player only. Experience comes with massive restrictions on their development. Just to name one issue, this would leave studios avoiding certain features, and then this person rightfully points out this is not what Ross has at all been advocating or the Stop Killing Games movement, but individuals like this keep on bringing this stuff up, and that is because of Pirate Software. Whether he means it or he doesn't, it doesn't matter. Pirate Software has made a mess of this, and he has for a while until now, and it really needs to be said that Ross has rallied the troops and he got a lot of people talking. And fortunately, these petitions have now been taking off in recent days, and they are going to meet their goals. It's not just in the EU, it's also in the UK, in which conversation is going to meet lawmakers. We'll see what ends up happening afterwards, especially with the introduction of the ESA. I definitely question what they're going to be saying to these lawmakers and their own input, but movement is happening, and it looked like this movement was dead, but thanks to Pirate Software, it is fortunately back again, and it is thriving. And I think it is worth highlighting the fact that May 31st, this was only at 44%. 450,000.
Now.
Did you hear what happened with the sky in Natlan?
The sky in Natlan. Oh, what happened now?
Did you hear what happened with the sky in Natlan?
The sky in Natlan. Oh, what happened now?
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
The sky in Natlan.
Did you hear what happened with
1,000 signatures. Fast forward to today, it is standing at 1,000. Well, we'll actually refresh the page, and yeah, 1,059,000. And it is important to note that Ross of Accursed Farms, as he rightfully has pointed out, that it is important that these petitions are as accurate as possible. What does that entirely mean? It means the fact that there's going to be incorrect signatures and bad actors just filling this out, and if it isn't accurate signatures, they don't count. So what this means is that you're going to have this goal probably at 1.4 million, so more and more people are going to have to sign up, and of course I'm going to have a link in the description down below. Fortunately though, the UK poll has already met its goal of 100,000, and Parliament will consider this for debate, as it did meet the requirement of 100,000 signatures. We'll see what happens there. Again, loot box efforts in the past, I saw how that went absolutely nowhere, and I'd be a little bit more concerned about the UK, but the EU, definitely this was the big one. This was the big one everybody was talking about. And Pirate Software, his criticisms, his outrage, definitely, he did the impossible for Stop Killing Games. He revived this. Say what you will about him and his arguments against it. I don't know if Stop and Kill Games could have done it without him. And very much so, it cannot be understated the other massive influencers that chimed in and advocated for their audience to sign up for this EU petition. We saw the likes of PewDiePie coming out supporting the Stop Killing Games initiative. We saw Jacksepticeye, and of course Asmongold has made a number of videos telling their audiences to get in on this and help save games moving forward. And these individuals are a big part why this petition is over 1 million signatures right now and only continuing to grow. And it must be brought up that Pirate Software has responded to this EU petition, reaching its 1 million signatures. He responded on the old Twitter or X saying, "The most interesting narrative is that my video somehow killed the initiative. The graph shows that the initiative already had a downward trend in interest when my videos dropped. My videos do not seem to have had any impact on the movement at all." And again, I showed that comment a second ago, that individual right here muddying the water. This is what he did. He muddied the waters, and he definitely got a lot of people, pausing. And when you have a massive channel like he does, he has over 2 million followers and such. He had 79,000 likes on it. A lot of individuals, and they have said this in comments on Ross's own video and other comment sections, saying that they didn't understand the movement and they thought what Pirate Software was saying was fact, and it wasn't. And a lot of people are waking up to that fact. So Pirate Software is just completely ignoring this logic and saying, well, look at this, I guess this graph that shows that the movement was already dying. I didn't really do anything. But yes, he says, making me the villain did though. Best of luck with your next steps, he says sarcastically. He doesn't mean that. And for those that don't understand why I put out those videos in the first place, you might want to give this a read. And again, I guess this is a legal perspective or something, and it seems to argue, Daniel Tan, I don't know who this is, but the Stop Killing Games movement represents the worst kind of activism, well-intentioned but legally illiterate demands that ignore existing protections while asking for impossible remedies. To be clear, game preservation is a legitimate concern. Digital works can disappear forever when servers shut down, and there's real cultural value in maintaining access to gaming history, but the fact that a problem exists doesn't justify legally impossible solutions or activism built on fundamental misunderstandings of law. And he says that Ross Scott of Accursed Farms spent a year claiming laws were undefined when they're actually comprehensive and clearly opposed to his goals. The movement asked for government regulation while ignoring the extensive regulatory framework that already exists. They demanded rights that contradict fundamental legal principles while dismissing the consumer protections already available. And I guess he's trying to argue that what we have is already enough, and I just don't view it that way at all. It's important to highlight that on the Stop Killing Games website, the frequently asked section, this question is directly answered. It says that the US, yes, it kind of has been settled, but in other countries that's not the same story. Many existing laws are not written for a scenario where the seller destroys the product sold to the customer after the point of sale, since this is not something that normally happens in the real world. So that's why they're challenging so many different legal avenues. And even if this was established law, and I don't agree with that perspective, this is something that has to be challenged, and it does have to start somewhere. Why not that be the EU or the UK? That's where change really begins, once you have one of these territories or locations rule in favor of consumers, and hopefully other places will follow suit. And hopefully what's followed after that is further legal action from consumers fighting for further protections and game preservation. In this next paragraph, he makes the argument that Pirate Software was saying pretty much that if SKG supporters actually cared about consumer protection, they'd be focusing on strengthening disclosure requirements. Again, the same shit that's saying that we should be satisfied with having, I guess, a note on online title websites or copies of the game saying that it is just a license, we don't actually own the game. And then it pretty much says that we should be pushing for clear expiration date requirements. And again, that is just not enough in the eyes of a lot of us. We actually do want to see game preservation. We want to see that these games continue on in some form, some capacity into the future. And I don't think that's an unreasonable ask. But on this subject matter, Pirate Software has had a lot more to say, and he is receiving a lot of criticism and a lot of people going after him. And he decided, I mean, he can say that, oh, I'm being made the villain. You actively wanted to be the villain with this situation. He's ignoring that, but he very much so wanted to. And now he is crying victim on social media. He said that he is no longer working at Off-Brand Games, one of the companies that he worked with in the past. He was a director at that studio, I believe. People were attacking all of the games we were publishing and trying to mass review bomb them. You can dislike the things I say, but this kind of behavior is unhinged. We learned a lot there, accomplished a lot, hope they succeed regardless. For those trying to say this is somehow a lie, the abuse was across socials, people on Discord, Twitter, Reddit, and some reviews on Steam. Indie games are fragile things, and attacks like that hit hard. Overall sentiment was to bash the games and the developers working on them. And Ludwig, who I believe is also a part of this, chimed in saying, "Stop Killing Games is a good initiative, but a few bad actors review bombed, harassed developers of the games we support at Off-Brand Games. Appreciate Thor stepping down for the betterment of the devs and their games." And then he goes on to say, "Such a bummer. Rivals 2 is getting any crap for this. Few devs support their games as much as the Rivals of Aether team. They still patched the original Rivals game 10 years ago. People are now review bombing the game because what? Pirate Software, who has no personal stake in the game, works at Off-Brand Games, feels wrong." And other individuals have looked into this. Mischief points out, none of Off-Brand Games titles are getting review bombed. Ludwig and Pirate Software are both blatantly lying to seemingly further slander the Stop Killing Games movement. Incredibly weird and manipulative behavior from the both of them. And this is a recent review. There's 6 reviews compared to 89 in June. There's no review bombing happening here. And that seemed to be the main victim card that they were trying to go for. I don't understand it. Here's a full list of the titles they currently publish and the recent review graphs for them on Steam. I don't see a review bombing at all going on here, and it definitely does feel like another case of trying to throw shade and trying to throw the Stop Killing Games movement under the bus with no actual proof of this. Yeah, 2 reviews to 1. And as this individual, Mischief, points out, all these reviews actually talk about the games. There's nothing with SKG or whatever. And then he does point out that it is worth noting, however, that Pirate Software is self-published. That's not of Off-Brand Games. Very different than what both Pirate and Ludwig are going for, or what they're saying on Steam is being review bombed. That's different. That's different. People are going after Pirate Software specifically, not Off-Brand Games, which Ludwig and Pirate seem to be implying with these tweets. But look, Pirate Software has been saying a lot on social media that I do think many that are watching may be unfamiliar with, because he first put out this tweet about a week or so ago, and he said that, "Been reading through all the posts against me over my stance on Stop Killing Games initiative. Tons of people calling me a liar, that I misrepresented the initiative. Also lots of content creators dogpiling this to get their pound of the flesh. Not at all looking at the substance of the arguments that we're actually making. He just thinks that this is a dogpiling, and I find that ridiculous." He says, "I also harshly critique Ross Scott's wording in his videos because they disparage the lawmaking process and lawmakers, which doesn't benefit players or this movement in any way." So we're going with the old think about the lawmakers perspective. You're not going to get many people behind that one. Jesus. And he says, "I then explained that very few people in the game development space can actually discuss this from the other side due to fear of losing their jobs." I've seen game developers chime in on this, and they absolutely disagree with Pirate Software, and he has nothing to say with this. We'll get into this as this video goes along. The studio is much safer in silent dissent than they are discussing the drawbacks of your ideals. Of course, the AAA games industry isn't going to get fucking behind this. Come on, Thor, come on. The recent attacks on our games is obvious evidence of this, and there's no examples of that based on the review pages of Steam at the very least. I'm sure he's getting nasty remarks and people disagreeing, but again, I want to see proof of that, and there just isn't, at least right now. Another individual pointed out that Pirate Software actually deleted a tweet which really went after Accursed Farms of Ross, the leader again of the Stop Killing Games movement, saying, "I put out 2 videos disagreeing with your initiative 10 months ago and haven't talked about it since. Now your initiative has failed and you're blaming me for 33 minutes of an hour-long video covering it. Your community is out in for shitting up our streams and socials with hate messages, that, and snide comments. Since you're so set on cutting up our responses, blah, 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 blah." He says, "The only engagement I've seen that is level-headed has been from Louis Rosman, or Rossman. His video breaks down what I disliked. I'm fine talking to people that are level-headed. He already said he didn't want to talk to Ross about this and can have a conversation, but you real dude, every time you've been involved, your orbiters turn shit toxic instantly, and it sets me off. Your community is effing rabid, and it's shit to deal with for anyone on the other side of the argument. Why do you think I haven't talked about this in 10 months? Why do you think we auto-mute anyone bringing it up in chat? Because it's been rage bait and shit flinging the entire time. Your own Reddit had people openly talking about causing drama in our community to try to stir it up more support. I still disagree with your movement for all the reasons I stated. That's unlikely to change, and at this point I am more than fine with that. And he deleted his tweet, but obviously people took screenshots of this, and this was his only post really going after Accursed Farms. And I know this may sound like a crazy concept to pirate software, but maybe take some ownership over the fact that you have a shitty perspective that is at odds with consumer protections, and indeed a lot of people, and I think a lot of people outside of Ross's circles, take issue with that. Actions have consequences, people. But Pirate and Accursed Farms did have a back and forth about a week or so ago, and again, it's a very lengthy ordeal. I'll just summarize it to this because there's a funny comment that Pirate says in a second. He says, "You took clips of me on stream out of context." He says his obsession of multiplayer games into single player. That was the main premise of that first video. I don't care if he tries distancing himself from that perspective. He very much made that. He muddied the waters because of that. Again, look at those comments that I brought up earlier on. You specifically did not include most media from my videos regarding all of the issues I have with the initiative, as I read them for your actual ECI page. From there, you waited to post this attack piece with your initiative, had a single month left in order to cause as much shock value support as possible, but hey, I misrepresented the initiative, right? I don't think they were out of context at all, blah, 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 blah. And then Pirate says this, this gets me. If you create an environment that puts heavy restrictions or roadblocks on making online-only games, then you will get less online-only games and more single-player couch co-op games. This isn't hard to understand. He says that like it's a bad thing. I think a lot of people are okay with that. If AAA publishers and just publishers in general can't get behind these heavy restrictions of saying that games need to be functional when end of life approaches, then don't make these type of games. I think people are okay with that perspective. If you polled most people, I think 95% are a-okay with that happening. And again, Pirate Software keeps running around with this, I'm representing the perspective of game developers. Game developers have reached out to me. Well, here's a game developer actively disagreeing with his remarks on social media, and he says, this is a producer at Industry Devs, he says, from one dev to another, you lack the intellectual octane to maneuver this space. Many games, specifically multiplayer games, solved 90% of preservation issues decades ago. We just stopped doing it so we could push customers to the yearly reskin because that was more profitable, which is what every fucking person is saying. But Pirate's ignoring. The problem has already been solved. It's strange to see a dev so lost on this. There's a few hangups with microtransactions, but that is a design problem, not a preservation problem. Full stop. Stay clear, man, please. And he responded, if you want to build an online game in that environment, you would need to support that throughout the life cycle of development. Online only games are made or broken based on players' demand for them. If the demand goes down, then the game dies. You don't really know when, if this will happen, but you can forecast for it and give it a best guess. This means that over the life cycle of the game, you will need to be constantly updating those releasable versions. That means developer and tester times for every version of the game. Online only games evolve over time. It's generally the point of MMOs as an example of this. And again, he's muddying the waters, not understanding. People aren't asking for releasable versions of every single version of a game. They're talking end of life. And furthermore, other individuals responded to this tweet, this perspective, by deconstructing it as well, saying you could still, let's say, release the server software so people can host in private. Take Knockout City as an example. They released the tools needed for private servers. Somebody else saying very easy to simply release the tools you use to run the game to the public. Many MMOs have been successfully sunset this way and continue to have players to this day. And then somebody bringing up my point, which is, what do you mean those releasable versions, and in what environment? Isn't this the end product already a releasable version? And if it's so difficult, how are people making private servers of MMOs? All of these perspectives just basically ignored here by Jason. That adds cost and pressure to every release and likely more hiring requirements to fill the need. A lot of smaller teams will just dip out as a result. This isn't work you can quickly do at the end as your studio is collapsing. As a dev, you know that though, right? And he says we can limit restructuring with APIs. If you're an example of MMOs, even end-user communities have created their own APIs to facilitate when none existed. Sure, things may get deprecated and you need to update, adjust, but that's part of the business of running a service that requires maintenance. You're doing it anyway. Build it smarter from the onset and you'll be fine. Wait until everything crumbles in your toast. This is Dev 101 and starts before production. As a dev, you know that, right? Next question. They go on, but like I said, devs don't completely agree with this perspective. I don't know what Pirate keeps running around saying that he's just representing the developer perspective on this. And we've seen other back and forths. Joseph Strive Hayes went after DRM as well, saying one of the main reasons or issues is when you go from attacking the argument with reasoned, sourced counter arguments to attack the person with demeaning bullying insults. Even if people wanted to listen to your side and even support you, your attitude is driving people away. And he says, sure, I shouldn't have clapped back when Ross disparaged lawmakers, and he keeps on fucking bringing up lawmakers' legal process. Please stop with that, please. You're not winning anybody over with this. Nobody's thinking about lawmakers at all. If anything, I'm concerned that the lobbying efforts will get to them. I called it out and harshly responded. That being said, it doesn't refute what I said here in any way. The initiative has real issues in its goals and can serve to a lot of damage to games should those not be addressed as I have stated. And the issues that he's brought up almost sound nonsensical, and especially the examples he's brought up. Another response, somebody has pointed out that it's not alleged Pirate did actually attempt a DMCA takedown of an indie Steam game because the dev made a bait post on Reddit implying that he'd added a parody version of Pirate, shown below, into the game. Not only was his blatant abuse of DMCA to protect his bruised ego, the version of the game on Steam hadn't even been updated to include this parody. The fact that neither Pirate nor his alleged on-staff lawyer bothered to check before sending this DMCA, though.
So I filed the DMCA claim, and he has now filed a counterclaim against me. We're going to take you to court. You're going to lose. You cannot use somebody's likeness or voice in any way inside of your games without their permission.
So like I said, people have been having negative opinions about Pirate for a while now. It's not just this entire ordeal. There was also a World of Warcraft thing that happened a while ago as well, but there's incidents over the years. And with posts like this going viral, it does make clear that Pirate software is just enemy number one in the gaming sphere for right now. And he is largely responsible. He did the impossible. He is the reason why Stop Killing Games hit its goal of 1 million. He is also the reason why the UK one reached over 100,000 signatures. He is the reason why these petitions both are growing and will see the eyes of lawmakers, and that's huge. But also, please do not get it confused. Pirate Software's stance against the Stop Killing Games initiative is not just misguided, it's borderline harmful. Let's not sugarcoat it. We're at a point in the games industry where consumers are finally waking up to how little control they actually have over the products they buy, and a lot of that is thanks to the death of physical media. But here comes Pirate Software, telling us to sit down, stop complaining, and be more understanding towards the studios erasing entire games from existence. It's a weak, tone-deaf take that misses the bigger picture completely. The goal of Stop Killing Games isn't to hurt small devs, it's to push back against corporate publishers who treat software like temporary subscriptions while pretending it's a product. And very much so, the only companies that should be concerned about this entire ordeal are the
I learned to wield the spear and shield, knowing that I would one day need them. And today, I use these skills to protect the village. So perhaps this new
Oh. Pressing back off.
ones that have anti-consumer as their business model, and there are many of them, especially in the AAA sphere. But if anything, indie devs should be supporting this effort, because the more consumers get burned by digital-only AAA titles, the more they'll seek out smaller DRM-free alternatives. The tide can shift in their favor if they're on the right side of the issue. Instead, though, Pirate Software is publicly downplaying the movement, acting like it's some hyperbolic, entitled rant from clueless players. That's rich, coming from a developer who constantly appeals to players as a community while simultaneously defending
The power I harness, it grows stronger.
It does.
an industry model that erases their work, their time, and their money. If the industry ever reaches a point where all games are streamed, server dependent, and controlled by license-only contracts, the people who helped normalize that, even passively, will be partially responsible. And ultimately, I think Pirate Software, that's what he's okay with. And people are allowed to demand ownership of the things they buy. People are allowed to be angry when something they paid for is taken away, and developers should not be telling them to shut up and accept it. The Stop Killing Games initiative, and I really need to put an emphasis on that initiative part, because all this is not set in stone, the terminology, the words, and everything, it is not perfect, but it is a necessary fight for what its end goal is. It's about preserving the integrity of this medium before it becomes disposable junk like every other over-monetized service model, and Pirate Software is on the wrong side of that fight. Anyway, what is your opinion on the Stop Killing Games movement initiative, as well as your thoughts on Pirate Software's criticisms of this movement? Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below, but thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy this video, or if you found any informative value. Consider subscribing for more videos like this, and I'll see you later.
Hey, Coco.
Oh, hey, Camila, what's up?
Hey, could you look at my stream for a second?
Oh, yeah, sure. All right, let's go to Camila.com.
Quickly, hurry! Check Foxy.
Wow. It's really fucking creepy.
Best take you've seen from the drama has been Josh Strife Hayes. I agree. He was the only one that I really enjoyed talking to about the entire thing. To be completely real with you, I completely agree with the take that Josh Strife Hayes has, which is there's a number of people online that don't give a shit about the initiative whatsoever. They just want a reason to attack me because they don't like me. That's it. So they've co-opted that movement to turn it into a reason to tell me to kill myself and attack our rescue and go after our moderators and everything like this. And while I don't hold any ill will against the SKG movement because of those idiots, I refuse to talk about it because of them. And you could clip that and send it to Josh Strife Hayes, because he'd totally understand. I shit-talked Ross Scott, and I apologized for that on Twitter. I got emotional, and I attacked him as a person instead of his ideals, and I apologized for that. I was completely in the wrong for doing so. A lot of people didn't see that apology, so they still think that I'm doubling down on that in some way. But you're completely correct. I should not have done that. I should not have gone after him as a person. Yep. And they ignored it when I said, I'm sorry, but yeah, what are you going to do? It's the internet. Thanks, PatchDev. And that's totally fine. If you want to disagree with me, there's nothing wrong with that. I have no issues with that whatsoever. It's just people being dicks that I have a problem with, man. I think the best conversation...
What started off as a simple vulnerability video snowballed into Discord threatening to shut down a Discord bot called BotGhost, and it's all my fault. Or is it? Because as I dug into this more and more, I found out that Discord is misleading and hiding information from BotGhost, which I know from leaked messages, and Discord is giving BotGhost seemingly impossible tasks so that BotGhost is doomed to fail and will get banned no matter how hard they try. Discord is genuinely corrupt, and what they're doing here is disgusting. Now, in case you don't want to watch the video about the vulnerability, just to get everyone caught up to speed, if you don't know what BotGhost is, it's a no-coding platform. Basically, instead of you having to type out code like a complete nerd, instead you use these little blocks. It's a pretty good tool to introduce people to programming, to be honest. But I made a video about BotGhost where it had a vulnerability where you could get anyone's Discord bot token, and with that bot token, you can control the Discord bot, so you can nuke people's Discord servers if the bot has admin. And another thing that not a lot of people know, but you can use that bot token to get the owner of the Discord bot banned. This vulnerability was really bad. The problem, though, is that since BotGhost allows you to host your own bot, it wasn't just one Discord bot that was vulnerable, but it was hundreds, if not thousands, of Discord bots that all had the same vulnerability. Now, I must have a Discord employee as one of my super fans or something, because shortly after my video came out, everything started to go downhill for BotGhost. Because according to BotGhost's article talking about this update, they said shortly after the NTTS video, I received an email from Discord referencing the interaction token breach, and this email was sent at 7 p.m. This was on a Friday, by the way, so at this point, I'm at the club. No one's believing that, bro. I was inside all day. Discord stated in the email that BotGhost was required to respond by 11:30 a.m. on the following day. If you're going out somewhere, you're fucked. if BotGhost failed to meet the deadline, Discord said they would delete Tom's account, the owner of BotGhost, the BotGhost application, and all associated accounts. Now, it turns out this email was basically like a final exam in college, because we have 18 pretty substantial questions that Discord wanted answered in like 16 and a half hours. Now, the thing is that these 18 questions aren't just like, what's your favorite color? It's questions requesting a large amount of technical information and context. For most people, this would be extremely overwhelming. Discord gave 16 and a half hours to respond to this on a Friday night, and it genuinely feels like Discord was setting up BotGhost to fail. And don't you worry, there's more where that came from. This is actually more than you think. It gets worse. But the main takeaway in terms of information here is that Discord does not around when it comes to security. And unfortunately, there was additional vulnerabilities that were sparked by the video, which I'll get more into in a little bit. But the thing is,
Nintendo console, and it's their console, and if they don't want you to have it, they can trip this switch and ban you.
Back when I was working at Fudo, he was really engaged in wanting open source software to not suck, and he had some controversial opinions on licensing and everything else. And one of the things that I remember him saying is, you can't. How do you square the circle of wanting things to be open source and anti-cheat? Because he said, I have no solution to this. It's like you pick one. You either have good anti-cheat or you can have open source software, but you can't really have both. Is there anything that you can do about that?
Yeah, so if you remember Steam OS with the Steam Deck, a lot of popular games just dropped Steam OS because they didn't want to do anti-cheat on it, for example, right? And even though doing anti-cheat's a single checkbox, they're just kind of not really interested in that because of the Steam Deck's like a Linux version where anyone can kind of edit the kernel. So without some kind of platform security, I mean, people can, modify traces on the motherboard if they want to, right? So like trying to keep this thing secure is near impossible, and so you have to do a lot of stuff server side, right? But there's limits to the server side stuff, right? But I'm sure there's some middle ground where your console could boot into like a secure mode, or your PC could boot into a mode. But a lot of this stuff's kind of designed to be insecure by default. Like you could put a Thunderbolt card in and just write DMA over your game, for example, with direct memory access. So it's an interesting field, but it's very hard to secure, for sure.
Let's see. Do I have any good questions left before? Yeah, my headache is reaching peak, so I may finally.
We can wind it down if you want.
Let's see. So what do you got? Let's see. What have I missed? What have I not covered? What are things that? Are you?
I don't know, the chat probably has stuff, but then I noticed with your chat,
it just never stops.
As soon as there's something to react to, then it's too fast to read. So.
It's impossible. It's just impossible. It's impossible when I don't have a headache to read that. I used to do this thing with live streams where I would stay on the stream long. I would say I need to get to the end of the chat, and then it would be a 6-hour video, because the questions never end. But let me look at this. Arranged by latest. Let's see if there's any.
It's interesting. Someone made a comment about false detections. So there is also an error, a failure rate when you're detecting cheating and banning people's consoles. Is if you get it wrong and ban your console, like it's not great. So it just makes the accidental bans more severe if you're destroying people's game library as well.
Do they plan to remove proprietary code and expect original products to keep working?
Yeah, so that's a good one.
You went over that. Yeah, and one of the things, yeah, I think they are. And now there are some developers that said that's naive. You've explained why that shouldn't be naive, or why the product should. Tell me, if you seem to explain that the product should not be designed in a way where if you had to remove a specific service, then it destroys everything.
Well, so you have your own proprietary code that's the game logic, right? And you're going to be distributing that in the binary form. But if we're looking at proprietary code like, Amazon Aurora database, there's like open source alternatives, right? Like every one of these major providers has an alternative. So there's ways to ship this without it being a problem. It requires a little bit more effort on picking service and choices.
The solution for gas games is quite okay. What's a gas game? I know software is a
games is a service game.
I'm like,
It's the same thing as live service.
Okay, SAS. Yeah, that's. I have a brain worm for acronyms. And just acronyms kill me.
No, it was actually I found it kind of annoying because first the industry, there might have been something they called it before then, but they started promoting games as a service, and then once that started entering the lexicon, then they switched it to live service. I guess they decided it sounded better. I'm keep expecting them to try and switch it to something new later. You know, just kind of throw off the public, I guess.
It seems to work.
Yes, you are.
Is there...
qualified after all.
Oh, one other interesting thing about bans is they can also ban game cards and discs. So if you have like a PS4 game, for example, or a Switch card, they can ban the like certificate on that card and block that card.
Oh yeah, Lewis, you'd like this if you didn't know it. On the Crew game in the EULA, it says once they terminate it, you are required to destroy like all copies of it that you in your possession.
Are you serious?
I am serious. Here, let me pull up the actual.
It's like
language.
a copy and paste from a software URL. Please destroy all copies.
Yeah, no, here, let's get the exact wording.
This can't be real. No way.
No.
They can't. That's
the Crew. Actually, I think I have a link. 1 second.
Yeah, I'll set it on fire.
I've accessed it enough times by now. Let's see. Yeah, here, I'll post it in the chat too. Let everybody see it. All right. Okay, I put it in the chat. Let me bring it up. And
Rise with the sun.
search for terminate. Okay, well, there's a lot of term. Oh yeah, here we go. Yep, upon termination for any reason, you must immediately uninstall the product and destroy all copies of the product in your possession.
About to get dicey.
That's number 8 under termination.
Letting brave names echo.
I do not fucking believe you. There's no way. No fucking way. Plenty.
You have the link, or?
Shoo,
where
mosquito.
should I post it?
Let me see if I can get it on the screen.
Okay, here, I'll post it on the Zoom chat there, if you need a link.
There's a mosquito that's owning me. Hold on. Where are you based again? You said Poland?
Yeah. My wife's Polish, so.
Terms of you. Oh god.
This is a classic Ubisoft
Unfortunately,
terms of
you're not-
service copy and paste, huh?
Unfortunately, you're not lying. I was hoping that you were lying because in the event of termination of your account, you must immediately cease use of all services and destroy any related documentation.
Go down to number 8. Oh no, that's the.
That was 13.
Did you get the link I sent you?
Oh, let me see.
Okay, yeah, I think that one's for the Ubisoft client, but maybe they have the same thing.
You're allowed to make one backup copy, which is interesting.
Okay, there's a chat on. Oh, I forgot. GTS chat. Here we go. Copy link.
Strike a pose. Time to shine. Quietly now.
End user
Here comes
license.
the cash.
Destroy. Hey,
Hear the echoes of the
if you fail to comply with any of the terms and conditions of this EULA, excuse me, upon
Yeah, there it is.
overruled. Shower me with praise.
this EULA is effective from the You must immediately uninstall the product and destroy all copies of the product in your possession.
Yeah, so I guess I'm breaking the law over here. I still have my client. Just in case the emulator
Clinton?
resurfaces.
Bullshit, isn't it, boy? The fuck is that? Clinton? Yeah, right to repair. Yes. That is insane. So what can viewers do to help at this point other than signatures? Because the one question I get more than anything
That's the best option, honestly. That's why I started that video with this list of crap we've already done over the past year and a half to show. Yeah, this is all under. I've been getting several emails that are like from Australians who are saying, "Oh, can we do anything?" Like, "Oh, have you tried this in Australia?" And I have like a copy paste thing now. I said like, "Well, we already did," and then I show the link to the petition and then say, "Yeah, it went to the ACCC. We're waiting on a decision." You know. No, that's really your last avenue. That's why when you were saying, no, you haven't even started, it's just like, yeah, I sent Lewis email afterwards. We were talking about it. It's probably a better analogy. I was saying, I interpreted what he was saying. It's like, no, we need to go finish the fight. If this was like World War II after we dropped bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it's like, well, no, we really don't. It's just gotta play out now. You know, that's kind of how I see it. I mean, there's steps to do, but on our end, the public, I've seen basically all avenues. So. I think the only one we weren't able to pull off was in Brazil, and we needed more. We needed statistics on how many copies were sold there roughly that we couldn't find. So.
I think I've covered just about everything. Thank you for taking the time to come on, and it's been fun. I never, ever since I did that Ubisoft video and them feeling comfortable not owning games, it's been like an interesting year and a half since then. I think it seems like they're gonna have to become comfortable with something else.
Show no mercy.
No, and hey, if not, if this all crashes and burns, then we know. I mean, maybe that's not a comfort to you, but what was like you mentioned, because nobody showed up. That's what drove me insane was the uncertainty. You know, oh, we're pretending we have rights, but then we're doing this. It's like, well, which is it? If there's one thing that people get out of this, even if I fail at right to repair any of these things, it's realizing that we should always. It's worth it to take the time to show up, or to send the email, or to do the call, even if you think. Because if you think it's worthless, if you think it's useless, then you're technically correct. Because your 0.00001 chance of success is still worth infinity more than zero if you do nothing. No, I think we're way higher than that. We'll find out, I guess.
Well, good job, man. Keep going. And yeah, I'm gonna bother those other people and ask if they have some sort of Discord chat or something. The organizers from Stop Killing from the petition website. Because I'm sure I'm gonna ask people to follow up with them and make sure it doesn't turn into one of those fake non-profit victories that I shouldn't be saying that. It's like not everybody.
Yeah, don't worry. Hey, if I have any influence at all, we'll either win or we'll just fail straight up. You know, no ambiguity here.
You can't be no right to repair, but can't repair the 3D printed parts that went into my
Oh crap! That's because this field.
All right, it's been a pleasure talking with you all. Thank you so much. I closed Jesse.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Yeah. Have a good night, sir.
Thanks. See you.
Okay. Live stream. Where's my window? Where'd it go? There it is. Oh, bye. Where's my... Do you hear the banging in the background? Hear the banging in the background? So check out my week. Oh, I've had a fun fucking week. I've had a fun 2 years, actually. So first thing that occurs is there's water leaking into my house, and my windows are kind of shitty. I knew this was a fixer-upper house when I bought it. Like this was a foregone conclusion, right? I knew that I bought it, and it was a piece of shit. If it wasn't a piece of shit, I couldn't fucking afford it. There's water leaking in. I fixed the mortar. After fixing the mortar, I realized the water leaking in fucked up the windows, but the windows were already the cheapest shit windows that you could ever possibly buy to begin with. After getting the cheapest possible piece of shit windows to begin with replaced, I have to fix the floors because the water leaked into the floors and all that. And apparently the mortar work that I did by trying to fill in the holes myself was absolute garbage. I found somebody who's decent at that. So while they're going through and ripping up the floors, during the week that I have one-on-one fee for the whole week, I shit. It's like 7 in the morning, my door opened and they're gong through the floors. And pipes is fine. You probably see where this is going. So I'm doing this video on my porch because the entirety of the inside of my house is just fucking destroyed right now. Yeah, it's like water everywhere. Wood is ripped up. Yeah.
Gotcha. Game's up. Comes over.
I have my yoga mat. I'm actually going to be sleeping on my porch.
Let the mountains veins boil.
But I can't sleep on my porch right now because it's just banging all the time. It's banging. It's fine. I did a poor job of this entire stream. I felt like shit most of it. I still feel sick. I felt better, and I made the mistake of I went running, I did a speed walk, and then I did a jog, and then I did a sprint, and then the next day it's just like there's a little repertoire in my head with a giant hammer, or Jack Nicholson in my head with an axe, and just banging on everything.
Let my name echo in song.
This is the same house with all the replacements. Yes, this is the two. I'm never gonna forget in the Gamers Nexus video. This is one guy going, Louis Rossman, talking about a video fixing up his 2,000 square foot house. Must be nice. Yes, 2,000 square foot. You too. You know, the 2,000 square foot house.
Here comes the cash. Hear the echoes of the valley.
Blackberry got stuck.
Witness mine.
She was looking through one of the bars. When I tried to move the bar just a little bit, you notice this, and she got texted last time now. When I went to move the bar so that she could get out, the fucking thing just broke.
Let my name echo in song.
We do a new house.
Things are about to get dicey.
Read some comments.
Bring it. Letting crave
Yeah, I was fumbling a little bit. I wanted to give him the donation on camera. Well, he was without him noticing. That was kind of a fail. Fucking crazy. I guess I'm happy. You know, my bank has all the anti-fraud stuff. That's good. That's good.
So fucking weird.
I'm also glad that I did not match that while while you guys came in. Really good. What did you send? I sent 20,844. And right now it is. Yeah, I did not. Okay, that's good. I sent 28. You guys sent the rest. That's why. You guys beat me. Yeah, when he was saying like, oh, I haven't had time to do videos, paying rent. What pissed me off about that is, again, it just comes down to this whole thing of the people. Why is it that the people that try to fix their corner of the world are always playing by a different set of rules than the people that make their corner of the world that fuck up? It just came from frustration. The video that I did yesterday was taken very poorly, but I stand by all those comments. But they're there for a different reason than I think the reason that people thought that I had.
Quietly now. Bring it.
I think I had this in the early stages too. I thought, well, if I take money from people, then the biggest fear for me, and maybe I'm just projecting this, is my biggest fear was if I accepted people's help in the form of money, then that means that I actually have to win. Which, I mean, the scary part for me was trying to become the best version of myself that would actually have the ability to win. Because I don't know if I have the capability to be a halfway decent person. I don't know if I have the capability to change, get better, live up to the occasion. I'm not very good at it. I don't think I'm very good at most of the things that I do in life.
Soon get more.
Just looking at Lewis right now making me feel agitated and annoyed. Yeah, I could use some rest at some point. Beginning up with the Pirates Discord organized fake signatures of sabotage. Anytime something like this goes somewhat viral, I assume everything that I hear on the internet is a lie until I hear otherwise. It's usually just...
Foot first! Harder! Let's light it up!
Hear ye the word!
You two! Time to end this!
Be upon you!
Light it up! Teamwork is
Who's got
dreamwork.
fuzzy audio? Is this the house where the wind broke a door? Yes, I have a new door now. I mean, I could have easily fixed that door, I get it. It was just a meme. Like, that was actually one of the few things in the house that actually would have been easily fixed. Unlike the rest of this fucking mess.
Let's light it up!
Headache after jog. Yeah, I did the whole thing where it's like my fever's down to 98.9 instead of 98.6. I can go for a run. It's like, no. You wait 3 days. You wait 3 days. That's the smart thing to do.
Step aside!
Stop.
Harder!
Stop. Ross. Did you see that episode of The Simpsons? With Frank Grimes? Remember the episode of The Simpsons with Frank Grimes? He's like, I don't have to do that because I'm Homer Simpson. Oh, caution, high voltage. I don't have to do that because I'm Homer Simpson. I don't have to be smart.
Ow! Fulfill our pact!
I'm gonna get some more soup and then I'm going to come back and read chat because I actually don't have much else that I think to do with my day. My office is wet. My house is overflowing with water. I'm gonna go get myself some soup. Really fill it up with the shit from the floor. Be right back. Here's some nice soup.
Time to end.
Excuse me.
Let's light it up. I'm going in. Pyroclastic surge. Overruled. Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song. Things are about to get dicey.
Letting crave names echo. My turn.
Oh, come on. Instantly restores all party members.
Behold!
Quick as a flash! On my mark! Everybody stand! Fulfill our pact! Eat Laline! Eat Papa! Light of the blazing sun!
My holy prophet!
Let's light it up! Why do they never miss?
The power of revelation!
Oh no. He's taking my energy away from me.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Let's light it up!
The word joy. Grace be upon you.
Burn it down!
And hope find you. And hope.
Let's light it up! Show no mercy! Everybody stand back! Suffer the wrath of the...
is open.
Stronger! Let's... Pyroclastic surge! I'm going in! Fulfill our pact! You two! Quick as a flash! On my mark! Wrath from the skies! Transfix! Let the world collide!
Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over.
Let the mountain's veins boil! Witness my rise! Shower me with praise! Let my name
Busted. Things are about to get dicey.
Bring it. Letting crave names echo. The forge grows cold.
Time to shine.
Do you think game dev IP concerns are genuine? I think the concerns of the person I spoke to yesterday were genuine. I mean, that video came out like absolute dog shit. The entire time I was listening to it, I just think I wanted to sleep. I'm dead tired. I have to go to sleep. So I had a conversation with him earlier that went infinitely better than the actual one that I recorded. This is why being a privacy advocate sucks. I actually wish that I recorded all my calls and that I recorded the first conversation I had with him, because it literally went over everything exactly the way that I wanted it to. And then, you know, and then I had the conversation I had yesterday. But it is what it is. Oh my. I actually wish that I recorded one that I go to sleep. Do you think game dev IP concerns are genuine? I think the concerns of the person I spoke to yesterday were genuine. I mean, that video came out like absolute dog shit. The entire time I was listening to it, I'm just like, I want to go to sleep. I'm dead tired. I want to go to sleep. So I had a conversation with him earlier that went infinitely better than the actual one that I recorded. This is why being a privacy advocate sucks. I actually wish that I recorded all my calls and that I recorded the first conversation I had with him, because it literally went over everything exactly the way that I wanted it to. And then, you know, and then I had the conversation I had yesterday. But it is what it is. Oh my. Oh, that's some soup right there. That is some being sick soup. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. What if
crap, I
is
forgot.
Ross vegan? I don't know if Ross man is not.
I made
is
my
vegan
friend.
for 10 years. Not 10 years. I was vegan for 5 years.
Go and send the initiative.
You want some tofu, Blackberry? You want some tofu, my little obligate carnivore? Come here. Come get some tofu. I would have spoken to the pirate software guy a year ago. He just didn't really want to talk about any of these things. Thank you for the 5,000 Ars Technicas. Ars, wow, that's too much. Thank you. Oh, this soup is pretty horrible. I'm a bad cook. Come here. This breaks my heart. You see how Blackberry jumped up, but she kind of lost her balance a little bit? That's because she's 16 years old, and she has her and Mr. Clinton both have a degenerative spine, bone disease. Degenerative bone disease in their spine. I hate seeing that. It kills me. Little kitty. So I got one of those cat trees with the scratchers and the levels, and I put it right next to my desk so that Mr. Clinton can use it. And one of the things that happened after I did that is Mr. Clinton goes out of his way to never use it. I'm not kidding. He never uses it. He looks at it and he's like, "Fuck you, I'm still a cat." And he jumps onto my desk the hard way. He's gonna do that till the day he dies. We're doing letters to Lewis lightning round now. Oh boy. Oh dear. You're such a cool dude, man. No, I'm not. I'm just a bum. Let's see. Oh boy. Oh my, how many letters do we have here? Roman report. Idea. Oh, okay. There didn't seem to be a ton. Did he see this one? What is this one? Holy crap. If you deserve 0, then give this to Ross. Dust 514 shout out again. I know it's not coming back. 300. Thank you. Yeah, the donations on this stream go to me, not Ross Scott, but I sent over 2844. I forget why that number is a special number. I sent 2,844, but that number is in the tip of my tongue for it as mattering for something. Why? Why does 2844 matter? I know 2448 matters, but no, I just 2844 matter. Huh. Stop killing him, not over yet. He had fraudulent signatures. Yeah, that sucks. We'll see. I hope he didn't have fraudulent signatures. Have you tried getting to chiropractor to relieve some of the cat pain from the... I didn't know that they had cat chiropractors. I do know they have cat drugs. She was getting Silencia injections. Cats can get some pretty sweet drugs. Also, she's not in the shot. This is horrible. You can't have the kitty not in the shot. This is her channel. One moment. This is absolutely unacceptable. If she only knew. If the cat is in the shot. No, kitty! We just want everybody to see how pretty you are.
Legal mindset. The killing games already won. 16 hours ago, 13 minutes.
So you and I have kind of.
The Stop Killing Games movement has already won. We're going to explain to you why here on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a topic that was heavily requested by people in my audience, and I've seen it all over the internet. And finally, I've had time getting through all the other topics to get to this one, and I think it's important because we're coming to the close of a very long and hard-fought campaign, and now is a time to push it over the top, as well as to explain some basics here and how this strategy worked, why it worked, and what happened there. Of course, this is a Fast Facts premiere. If you keep liking the
My design doc is opened. Hello? Oh. Where's the fucking Discord sound coming from? The double Discord sound. It is somewhere. Control F. Yes. Oh. Here we go. Kill this window. We don't need. Anything here?
Fast Facts format, let me know in the comments below. So let's get into it without any further ado. So the Stop Killing Games movement, this largely, and this is my basic explanation, skimming over a lot of things, but giving you some background, it came out of Ubisoft and their game The Crew. And much like many other games, and I've talked about this in many other contexts, but many companies are moving towards games as a service. So no longer as a good or a product, but as a service. And insofar as that, they believe that that service can be terminated anytime they want. And The Crew was no different. The Crew is a game that was at one point supported by the company, but when they felt it wasn't, financially working out, they said, nope, we're pulling the plug. And now this game you bought is just useless. It's garbage. You can't use this anymore. There's no offline mode. There's no private servers. It's just something you have to throw away because you can no longer play this game. It is now an unplayable game. So rightly so, people were upset about this. People said, hey, wait a second. When you buy a game, you're expecting to be able to play it. And you're expecting that even regardless of what the company does, you can play it. I'm still playing games that are from companies that are now defunct on my older console, stuff like that. You got old Game Boy games, old Nintendo games. Even if those are no longer supported, even if the company that made those is out of business, you can still play those older games. And the same goes for a lot of old software, etc. Even if it's no longer supported, you can still use that. And also, companies have really allowed it for the older stuff for private individuals to have updates, patches, etc. Of course, Ubisoft having none of that, allowing for none of those exceptions and saying, nope, 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 you can't play the game. Well, The big key here, and let's get into is first the legal education side, because of course this is always educational and entertaining, is the good versus license. And a good is a tangible product being exchanged. So old school games were treated like goods, and same thing with stuff like movies, videos, old school stuff. Was mostly treated that way. And the law generally involving goods favors consumers. Now, there are certain things in there that do favor producers, that do favor the companies, but generally, laws regarding goods across the world are generally favorable towards the consumer. If you were to buy a good, let's say a car, and it did not work, well, you would be entitled to have that car either repaired or restored or get a new car that did work. You can't just sell people things that don't work, that don't function the way you expect them to function. You have an expectation as a consumer when you buy a product that it will be able to be used for its intended purpose. That's a reasonable expectation. And a game, you'd imagine, you'd be able to play. Very simple logic there. Well, as a license, switching your mind to a license is permission to do an activity. So it's saying you can do an activity, we are giving you that permission. However, the law regarding licenses favors producers, and that's how the legal distinction is relevant, because with licenses, generally they are terminable, meaning they can be stopped at any time at the discretion of the person who grants the license. So saying, essentially, hey, the company controls this, and whenever they want to stop it or whatever they want to do with it, that's up to them. They fully control this. And companies like this because, well, they like control. They like to be able to dictate what they can and can't, what they have to do, when they do it, the support, etc. And they want to control their product and how it morphs and how it goes. And they don't want to see people modding it or changing it in any way because they want you to just buy the new product. They don't want you to go and mod an old product and play that forever. No.
Okay, so
they want you to go buy the second and third and fourth version. We've even seen this now with certain companies that want to shut down your older versions of games so you can't play them. Borderlands. So that said, what is Stop Killing Games? So Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement, and this is their own terminology, that started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they've sold to consumers, to customers. An increasing number of video games are effectively sold as goods, so they're marketed as goods, so they're advertised as goods. However, they don't have no stated expiration date. They indeed are designed to be unplayable as soon as the publisher decides to stop support. So they are planning to at some point pull the plug. They're just not telling you when, and they're not advertising that up front. They're not being honest about the fact that they're going to pull the plug on this at some point, or if it becomes financially unfeasible. The practice is a form of planned obsolescence and is not only detrimental to customers, but makes preservation effectively impossible. Furthermore, the legality of the practice is largely untested in many countries, and that is very, very true. It's a huge gray area. Now, the law varies from country to country, but this is something that falls in the cracks. And this is what lawyers like, and lawyers like myself. And once again, I say this having worked as legal counsel and having drafted many sort of arrangements where we grant people licenses because we don't want to give over control. We want to give temporary permission. So we say, sure, we'll give you a license, but we know in our heart of hearts, you know, and as lawyers, it's the evil heart of hearts, that at some point we're going to rug them. We're going to pull the cord, we're going to pull the carpet out from under them, and we're going to take that permission away. It's an illusion of handing over control and handing over ownership, but without actually doing that. And Stop Killing Games wants to call that out, wants to change that. Now, what happened with this movement? Well, at first, it really didn't pick up speed. And one of the people that was blamed for this was the creator out there, Pirate Software. Now, there's a lot of drama and stuff involving him, and I'm going to try to stick to the relevant facts here, the very relevant facts. But his argument, his chief argument, appears to be summarized as don't go the regulation route. So government regulation bad. I don't like that. Now, I will say, to be sympathetic and to make a comment here, I'm no fan of government overregulation. In fact, I would say earlier in my career, I was very harsh against government regulation because there's many instances of government overregulation And that can be a problem. That can kill industries, that can kill consumers, that can take away a lot. You do need to be very careful and very narrow when you use government regulation. However, even I, who am largely opposed to broad over-regulation, understands that at certain points, there is a point at which there is a need for a larger entity, typically a government, could also be a change in the law, to step in and fix things. There needs to be a stronger power that is coming in to say, hey, you can't do this, companies, because this is wrong. You can't be doing this to consumers because this is not right. You should not be doing this to consumers. It is essentially deceiving them. It's a form of deception. So I think Pirate Software came out a little too strong and was kind of straw-manning some of the problems with this at first. And because of that, this didn't get much support. It looks like this wasn't going to get the signatures it needed. And it needed a lot of signatures, to be clear. Under the EU Citizens Initiative, it needed 1 million signatures to get attention of the EU. I believe in the UK it was 100K. Now, that's a lot, and it needed a lot of people to go. And by the way, Americans using VPNs, yeah, that's not going to work. They're going to check it. They're going to check the list. You got to be legitimate EU citizens. So it's a lot. It's a lot to get that many people to sign a petition. And it looks like that wasn't going to happen until an incident with the very same Pirate Software and World of Warcraft. Now, without going too much into details of this drama, because of course that is logged very well in the annals of the internet elsewhere, essentially there was some pushback against Pirate Software based on his behavior in a hardcore World of Warcraft guild. And after that, he caught some heat, and many of his takes caught heat. One of the takes that caught heat was stop killing games. People looked at that and said, wait a second, we have a problem with him now because of this drama, but we have a problem with a lot of his takes. We're looking at a lot of this stuff this guy's doing, and we don't like it. And stop killing games, yeah, we don't like that. And more creators got the attention of this topic and started talking about it. And one huge one was, of course, PewDiePie, one of the biggest creators out there on the internet. And he said, of course, thank you all for the amazing support on my recent videos. I love how much I can nerd out and share whatever with you guys. In the comments, I've seen some of you mention stop killing games. And I want to say I 100% support this movement. It ties in perfectly with what I've talked about in my video, ownership over software and the games we buy. Strongly encourage you to sign the petition, www.stopkillinggames.com. By the way, that is still the link today, and you should go there to look at that and to sign that if you're in the EU or UK. Or if you're outside, you should share it, just like PewDiePie says. And of course, he wasn't the only one. People like Asmongold just dropping this week. 10 months and over 800K signatures later, the Stop Killing Games initiative is almost across the finish line for 1 million. If you're from the EU and care about game preservation and consumer rights, consider signing the petition, Stop Killing Games. So with these big names coming out, of course, things turned around. The UK petition got over 100K signatures. This is to prohibit publishers irrevocably disabling video games they've already sold. So it's updating the law there. And then you have the EU, and this is as of filming, is 14,000 from the million threshold. So that's 98% as of time of filming. I guarantee you by the time this comes out, by the time this video is released, I think it's going to cross this threshold. I think it's going to go over the Rubicon here and hit that 1 million. Now, by the way, I would encourage you once again to go and sign this, because there may be some that they're going to go through and vet and say and throw out and say, no, these are no good or these aren't great. So make sure we get this way over 1 million. Let's get it to 1.1, 1.2 million. So it's a clear mandate. And why is this good? Well, why are they winning? Why have they already won despite, not getting there yet, but getting there soon? Well, they're winning because people are knowing about this and they're taking action. There's a lawsuit against Ubisoft involving the crew that was filed in the Eastern District of California. Now, this may have some procedural issues, and there may be some issues with this based on U.S. case law, but the issue is people are stepping up and taking action. And one thing I've always said on my channel is lawsuits are not always the way to win. And the way to win effectively is often through citizen movements, people's movements, because at the end of the day, both government and corporations have to listen to people when they speak up and say, we will not tolerate this, we will not put up with this, we will not buy this, we do not accept this as legitimate. That is something that brings attention. And bringing lawsuits, even if those lawsuits are dismissed, corporations, and I can say this once again, having been on the corporate side, don't like getting sued. they prefer to not get sued. And if they see that a bunch of people are going to try to sue them, even unsuccessfully, they can say, look, can't we just change this with a little bit of work and make this in a way that's going to make everybody happy? And the win comes that, well, they've already made those changes. Ubisoft themselves, with The Crew 2, has said it's getting an offline mode. So that is already a W, with literally the sequel to the series that caused this problem, saying, hey, this is getting an offline mode. This is not going to be in the same situation. You're still going to be able to play the game, even if we no longer support it. I think that's a push in the right direction. But I want to know what you guys think. Do you have any other thoughts on this topic? Any deeper questions on it? Let me know in the comments below, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Perhaps we could take a walk somewhere similarly fluid.
Stygian Onslaught.
If you've ever gone into a YouTube comment section over the last couple months, the title immediately made sense to you what this video was going to be about. If you've ever wandered into the comment section on any of my videos or plenty of others across the platform, no doubt you have seen this at the very top about Isabella, a 15-year-old from California with cancer, and how the survival rate's really low. They're very scared, and they made a video talking about the struggle, and it'll be the last one they make. That has been the top comment on every one of my new uploads for a couple of months now. And it's also the top comment on a ton of other videos I've seen across the platform. It is always at the top because the likes are botted. It's always from different accounts because the accounts keep getting banned because they're fake accounts. This is clearly a bot. I don't even think the most senile octogenarian would see that comment and start shedding tears about how it tugged on their heartstrings because they believed it. I promise you, the amount of people that have read that and actually, like, you know, responded like they just got a fucking Amber Alert, like, no, Isabella! They fucking sprint out the door to try and support this channel to the best of their ability is probably very low. You can probably count the amount of people that have fallen for it on one hand. But it's still very annoying. It's just a big headache that is also a symptom of a larger problem that the platform struggled with for years, which is bots. I've covered this at least once a year for the last 5 years because of how bad it's gotten. And it ebbs and flows. Sometimes it gets extremely bad, like where bots were sharing illegal material through the comment section, and then it seemed like YouTube kind of put the kibosh on it on the back end. But now those bots are back, and now even more bots seem to have infested the comment section with like the Isabella shit, and also the porn bots that'll just copy a real comment and paste it as their own. Like, it is a huge issue, and every single time, like clockwork, that it starts to get really bad, flares up, people blame the YouTuber. So right now, people for a while have been saying I've done nothing about the bots in the comments, talking about how I'm just letting it rot down there, even leading to people putting their words in my ass about how I'm doing it on purpose. Well, you see, Charles is doing this because it helps boost the amount of comments, which is good for the algorithm. So he's clearly okay with these bots down there because it helps the video. He's totally fine with letting it go to the birds because it helps boost the comment numbers, which is a crazy take, but it's spoken with so much authority and confidence from people that are so wrong that I almost can't help but be impressed by the hubris. This is something I literally talk about once a year, because there is only so much you can do. When these bots start getting this out of control, it's not as easy as just somehow banning all of them. There are tens of thousands of these accounts and new ones being made every second. That's just not feasible. Not even Queso could ban that many accounts. So what you do instead is you ban words and characters. So last time this was a huge issue, Matt and I did this massive repository of so many words and phrases and like characters that people use to try and get like around the like blacklist filter so they could like still spam all of the terrible shit, and we blocked those. But clearly they have now found ways around it. Thus, a new solution needs to be brought into fruition here that I have yet to find. I could ban the word Isabella, but they'll just change the name. So it'll go from Isabella to Gertrude or something, but it doesn't actually solve the bot problem. It is a very difficult problem to tackle because of how widespread the issue is. YouTube itself would have to do something on its back end to try and make it more difficult to have all of these botted accounts making millions of comments all the time. It's difficult, and it's not something that I'm just like ignoring or unaware of. I clearly see it. It's just there's not a ton of ways for me to combat it beyond what I'm already doing and what I've already done. They are always getting more and more.
Mind be purged, world be saved.
Sophisticated and finding different ways around the protocol to stop them. So it's just tough. Also, another thing very interesting about the behavior of the Isabella bot in particular is you'll notice on almost all of the top comments from it, it is edited. So another thing it does is it doesn't always bot likes. It'll sometimes copy and paste a legitimate comment that was gaining traction, post it as its own, give it some kind of boost, and then people will organically like it, thinking that it was like a real person that made it. Then they edit the comment to be Isabella. So it's not always the same every single time. Oftentimes it'll be like a bait and switch, like, you thought I was just a normal bot copy and pasting? Ah, actually Isabella. So these bots are not as simple as a lot of people make them out to be, and they are not as easy to stop as a lot of people say they are, with just like banning them or like blacklisting some of the words. That is what we have tried, and they are still finding ways around it. And you can't ban every single bot because, again, it takes less than 5 seconds for these bot farms to just make a new one and to start a new account. So it is a tricky thing to fix. And yes, despite what a couple people will lead you to believe, I am trying to do something about it, so it stops being all over the comment section on every video I post. It's just not easy. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah.
Bow your head.
Surprise baptism! Off to the freezer!
Surprise baptism. Yeah.
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind.
Has there ever been a line in one of your videos ended up really sticking with you?
I mean, that is a tough question. I don't even know where to begin with that.
Thanks. And also, we gotta voice act a brain rot copy pasta. That's up to you to decide. So you gotta find it.
There's the Vaporeon one, but the Vaporeon.
I don't even think I've read that one.
Oh, you haven't read that one?
No.
Oh, I want to
Okay.
hear you do the Vaporeon one.
Okay, I haven't read that one before, so this will be fun. Oh no, they say. Oh no, why are they saying oh no?
You know what? To not offend the Nintendo gods, you might want to be like Calliopeon. Calliopeon.
All right. Hey guys, did you know that in terms of male human and female Morimon breeding? What? Calliopeon is the most compatible Morimon for humans. Not only are they in the field egg group, which is mostly comprised of mammals, Calliopeon are an average of 3 foot 3 inches tall and 63.9 pounds.
Uh-huh.
Know of any new orchestral pieces?
What?
I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
Wait a second. Hold on, just give me a second. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, the noodles are ready. Great!
Wait!
Why are you making me do this
It's
now?
part of the donation goal!
All right. Can we restart it in 5 minutes?
Okay.
Okay, all right, I need to read this other one really quick because my manager just left. Okay. Hey guys, did you know that in terms of male and human Morimon breeding,
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce
Calliopeon is the most
astounding
compatible
flavor.
Morimon for humans?
But unlocking that
Not only
potential
are they in the
takes a
field
keen
egg
sense
group,
of smell,
which is mostly
a
comprised of
refined
mammals.
palate,
Oh, okay, makes
and an
sense.
open mind.
Calliopeon are an average of 3 foot and 3 inches tall and 63.9 pounds. This means they are large enough to be able to handle human. And with their impressive base stats for HP and access to acid armor, you can be rough with... You can be what? You can be rough with one. Due to their mostly water-based biology, there's no doubt in my mind that an... Calliopeon would be incredibly... So... that you could easily have with one for hours without getting sore. They can also learn the moves Attract, Baby Doll Eyes, Captivate, Charm, and Tail Whip, along with not having fur to hide. So it'd be incredibly easy for one to get ya in the mood. With their abilities, water absorb and hydration, they can easily recover from fatigue with enough
Know of
water.
any new orchestral
No other
pieces?
Pokemon.
I like to swap
Morimon
out the background music
comes
in the
close to
kitchen
this
once in
level
a
of
while.
compatibility.
It's a great way to
Also,
find
fun
new
fact,
inspiration.
pull enough, you can make your... Also, fun fact, if you pull enough, you can make your Calliopeon turn white. Calliopeon is literally built for human... Ungodly defense stat plus high HP pool plus acid armor means it can take all day. All shapes and sizes. Still, for more.
Even the most
you.
unassuming
Thanks, Val.
ingredients can produce astounding
Horrific.
flavor.
Horrific.
But
Poor
unlocking that
Calliopeon. She doesn't
potential
deserve
takes
this.
a keen sense of smell.
Wow, good thing
a
it's
refined
no
palate,
other
and an open mind.
being, and it's just Calliopeon.
It's just Calliopeon.
Surely she can handle it. Good battle. Thank you. Anything for the animals.
It's just for the animals.
Anything for the animals.
Sticking out your jaw for the Whistler.
Gentlemen and ladies, the few amongst you who are subscribed to the channel, I gotta say something. I am very disappointed in Ross from A Cursed Farm for his take on the pirate software situation.
Here has been the #1 voice on the campaign, and he's been lying about what it is. That's a bit loaded, though. In this case, I'm using the second definition of lie. I have no evidence it's the first.
You kind-hearted gaming wizard, you don't need to hold back punches because what Thor did was despicable. Hi everyone, your favorite physicist with a 70s copper mustache is back to talk about all that sugary spice and everything that sucks ass. I really don't like to talk about these type of things. I don't. I much prefer laughing and just covering something kind of silly and having a good time, but on occasion I will relent and cover subjects that can be considered as drama, especially when it revolves around individuals who display exceedingly awful behaviors with real-life consequences. This one is on the Stop Killing Games Initiative, much like the Avengers one, but we can all be the heroes. Yay! I covered this one on the channel last year, and I did so especially because I'm European, and the petition could actually help us enact substantial changes if done correctly. Now, I might be moving a little bit too fast here, so let's back up a little bit. For those who have not been bothered to follow along with what goes on in the gaming industry, because after all, we are being treated as consumers, so we do what consumers do. Well, the industry is cooked. I've had a look at the stats last month and made a video about it, and oh boy, the future's looking rather bleak for players and developers alike. It's not just the expanses of games, how costly they become, the lack of polish, or the layoffs that is affecting the devs. One big problem that is affecting the industry as well is one that Philippe Tremblay of Ubisoft, his director of subscription, was so very keen to stress out last year, as he told gamers to, I quote, feel comfortable not owning your games, a phenomenon that we have seen growing for years now as physical ownership becomes a bit more scarce. Games are already being delisted from platforms. I can't get my hands on Lost Planet 2 on Steam. Yes, the game is said to be bad, but it's my type of game, okay? Thank you if you dislike it. But also sticking with Ubisoft a little bit here because they are a focal point in this petition. Now there's outright the removal of games from our libraries despite us actually having bought them. So with that clarification, Ross from a Curse Farm made a petition aimed at targeting the legality of publishers destroying video games that already are sold to customers. It was pretty simple and clear-cut, actually.
As a refresher, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from effectively destroying video games they have already sold to customers.
Now, given that this is the kind of things that can actually take off pretty well out here in Europe, because we might be dealing with 27 or so different countries and their regulation on trade, but when it comes to dealing with a specific subject, you can bet your ass that we get even the big giants like Apple to use that USB-C or leave Microsoft altogether to use LibreOffice. Yes, Europe can be based sometimes. Least to say that this was something that I was fully behind. I signed it. And what I did, however, in this coverage was to actually hear out the point of Thor from Pirate Software. What? As he, being a dev and someone who, please listen to me very carefully here, once had a track record of genuine good gaming takes. Okay, don't shoot the messenger, this was what he was known for. I wanted to hear his perspective, and well, you couldn't help but notice the biases behind every single statement that he made and the thing that he stuck up to. What Thor has been saying so far, he's still focusing on the architecture part of the live services as a service and not a product. That's what we want to change.
How many of you have felt negatively when an MMO dies? Or when a live service game dies? Oh, dead game. There's only 5 people online. Why would I play that? So why would you want to preserve a game in that state? That doesn't make any sense to me. You want to take down these live service games, put them up on a private server, and then play it with a couple of people. You're not...
No, that's a terrible take, mate. And as the comment section on my coverage of that video will tell you, people did not take kindly to it, and especially his dismissal of just about most of the points that were being made in it. So now, 2 videos, a live stream, and nearly 11 months later, the movement feels slightly stagnant. Ross did make an update recently that showed that we got to the 500,000 or so signatures, so we could say that it's going strong. It's but Europe who has to do this, but obviously we want more. We could have gotten there faster and have got a lot more if it wasn't for the fact that it was basically stifled due in big parts to Thor's statement, and especially because he kept misrepresenting the overall point of this entire thing.
And that's why I think this needs to not be vague. It needs to be specific about the
Perhaps
business
we could take a
practice
walk
it's
by a
trying to
riverbank
defeat,
or-
which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements.
In my coverage of this thing, I went in further details. Well, I wanted to talk about like the EULA, yeah, the user term services and all that, but we don't even need to go that far. The explanation was rather simple, and I'll let the man himself tell you what this petition was about.
As a refresher, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from effectively destroying video games they have already sold to customers.
There. Quite simple. And what did Thor say about this?
Thor does not understand what Stop Killing Games is. Here it is in his words.
So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactivated. This is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them. And as much as they wanted to be about specifically games where it is a single-player game that has always online functionality, it would impact every live service game that exists. Instead of just targeting single-player, always online games.
No, that's not what it is. Stop Killing Games includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them. He completely made that up, and I have no idea where he got that impression. This is what I mean. It's harder for gamers to understand this because they come with so many assumptions. It's the first line on the website. Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. But the movement includes all this stuff from earlier, and he was mostly talking about the initiative. Well, the short version is the initiative is about requiring publishers to have end-of-life plans for games they've sold to customers in the future. So when they shut them down, customers can continue running them without their support. The long version depends on what kind of transaction is being made. As you can see, it's not easy to explain in a soundbite. But if you notice, we don't make a distinction between single-player and multiplayer games. That's because the law doesn't either.
He could not even get past the first line. And this goes on for months. For months, he kept this up. His discussion of this subject has not been, let's say, just plainly disagreements.
Good, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. No, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move.
Okay.
That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing.
Now, I will say this, playing slightly a bit of the devil's advocate here. There is no problem whatsoever to have certain dislikes about this. You can disagree about certain specifics in this document. That is fine, and nobody is asking Thor to champion this at all. But the condescension and the higher-than-thou attitude that you bring along with you when you're acting as if you were even discussing this thing in fairness to begin with is absolutely fucking disgusting. And I'm also kind of like making this video because I feel kind of bad that I didn't push back enough when this first thing released. Maybe because I wasn't terminally online enough to be able to watch his stream discussing this. What sucks about this the most is one, this entire attitude of dismissal that he has against this, and two, which might just be even worse, is that all type of good faith that you might have had towards Thor's actual disagreement with this just goes straight out of the window when you realize that he was feigning ignorance about this entire time. For did you know that on April 7th, by the way, my coverage of that one video of his that he posted was put out in August. Yes, he uploaded that one in August of 2024. He already was aware about this when he was asked on stream.
Check out Accursed Farms on YouTube or his website, Stop Killing Games.
So I'd be really interested in looking into this. The thing that I'm worried about at the outset is wanting to put any type of legal framework together to force studios to have a contingency plan for games that are live service games. So I want to go research it first, because everyone's been talking about this. Because I don't want, and this is the real one, I don't want the government telling indies that they have to have their live service game stay online forever. I don't want that. Nobody wants that. But when you're talking about a legal setting to force people to do this, you're generally moving in that direction. You get a whole lot of these problems where there's like smaller games, and everybody's focusing on the big juggernauts. They're like, what happens when World of Warcraft goes away? I want to play World of Warcraft. But you're not thinking about how this could impact everybody in the space. Just the big titans. Everybody wants to stick it to the man, and they forget that, well, the man is not the only man on the board.
In other words, he knew. He had formed an opinion about it. He feared that this would have some repercussion, especially for live service games. And despite him stating, as he tends to use the word verbatim here, that he was going to be doing his research on the entire thing, he focused solely on those live service games and did not discuss a single ounce of everything else that the initiative had to deal with. I know that I've been calling it a petition. I am sorry. That's the words that kind of stuck in my head. You understand, Thor, that this is very weird. So from the onset, you have formed yourself an opinion. You wanted to oppose this, and you had to disguise this entire thing as a form of a dev just trying to stick for the little man, the little person sitting on the board, the small indie developer who might be affected once in the future if his live service game is made obsolete because some people are forcing him to convert it into a single-player experience.
But he also seems to think this is about converting multiplayer games to single player. Once again, he made that up. And I have no idea why he thought that.
Transitioning an entire multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single player, rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Imagine the day that World of Warcraft shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player game for every individual that ever bought the game. That's what they're asking for.
No.
You want to take down these live service games, put them up on a private server, and then play it with a couple of people. You're not...
No, that's a terrible take, mate. I brought the example with WoW before. It's literally reverting a game to a state that is what most players, a lot of players, let's not say most, okay? What a lot of players wanted. The document that Akers Farm and the petition here is asking literally states that it doesn't require the dev to give up anything that is proprietary. Like code that they do not want to share is fine not to share, because it can be a touchy subject. Asking for devs to give infrastructure to have something moved over to a private server. But plenty of games have done that in the past. Warhammer Online is doing that. God forbid, Wildstar, EverQuest, Ultima, those are running on private servers. So you can if you want to. That is to say, of course, if the company isn't being adversarial with that. An example, for the World of Warcraft players, private servers were not doing great. The whole season desist situation that Blizzard had with Nefarious and all of those. So there can be legal issues about that. I do understand the frustration that devs can have about this, but also you need to keep in mind consumers who are likely to want to keep on making investment on a product that is good, also want to have a level of security to know that they're getting their money's worth. It's not hard to understand.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single player games.
Yeah, so why does he keep bringing it up? This is a total red herring.
If we don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms.
No, he's getting a new thing wrong now. We're not against them existing. We're against them being destroyed with no recourse for the customer. Just use logic.
Like, I'm sitting here trying to figure out what could have prompted something like this. I know that this is a little bit of a tangent here. He had an entire discussion with Dr. K at some point that kind of alluded to, if I'm remembering this correctly, to the fact that he had somewhat excessively narcissistic behavior. like tendencies at least would be the right word to use here, because he was kind of being dismissive of Dr. K's saying.
And then my guess is that you were kind of an ass with the way that you responded to it, because you're really good at being an ass.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase. Sure. This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh yeah, so you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
Dr. K spitting facts at Pirate Software.
I wouldn't even be bringing this up if it wasn't for the fact that Ross had to make an update video about how this initiative, which had good intention, did not even get across, or at least had its momentum hampered, especially due to your statements. Because in the update video that Ross made, he brought up individual...
What would I answer to this? I'd say... Well, considering your... within this sphere, I probably should reflect on that. Bow or catalyst? Yes, what does this do? Every 2 seconds for 6 seconds regenerates 2 energy for all party members. Okay, so exile or instructor, right? Scholar. Scholar exile. Not instructor. Not instructor. Scholar. Oh god. You know. Nobody is talking about this. Oh, correctly, that is. Banners are insane.
Like Moist Critical, that he would have wished that the likes of them will actually pick up the story and bring it to the forefront so that it will get more attention. More eyes will mean more signatures. And despite him thinking that nothing would happen, something actually happened. And naturally, it wasn't just the signatures that was going forward, it was also Thor's behavior that came to the forefront as well, which has gotten him a lot of backlash if he didn't have enough to deal with the entire WoW situation that is still kind of fresh in some people's minds. And so Charlie apparently had a conversation with Thor, wherein then he responded with a very lengthy tweet that, whoo, boy, rings in ways. And listen, I'm going to assume that Charles went into this with, like, the best intentions possible, even expecting him to have done all of this accidentally, right? With good faith. That's usually what he does, even when he had discussions with the likes of fucking Sneeko. People tend to call him the less radical Jesus with milquetoast approach to things. I don't see him randomly cursing a fig tree for no reason. He apparently had a discussions with Thor, Paris Software, and the tweet, I'm gonna read it to you and put in some classic music in the background, and you just tell me about the irony of it all. And it reads as follows. Just talk to Charlie and Josh Strife Hayes, oh my god, of course. He even talked to MMO Jesus for a bit in DMs. If you're mad at me for being a dick to Ross, I get it. And I'm sorry for that. I should not have lashed out, but I had an emotional response due to how important this subject is to me. On the developer side, I have been in constant battle with people online for nearly a decade trying to inform them how difficult it is to make and release video games. The idea that any of these technical hurdles are easy to overcome and would be simple to implement is the exact kind of things I've been fighting. When I bring up the issue with leaving online-only games in a functional playable state after sunsetting, I'm always met with responses diminishing the efforts needed to do that. This is not a simple hurdle to overcome, and it's exactly why I don't like this initiative. You can't leave the challenges up to a figure-it-out mentality, and you can't diminish the work of those on the dev side just because you want your way. Movements like these showcase to me how little the general public understand about game development, modern gaming architecture, and online game as a whole. That's why I put videos out poking holes in this, because it sets an entire conversation back to the Stone Age in terms of developer and player understanding. Making shit is hard. Making shit when people think it's easy is harder. If you want all games to be left in a functional, playable state, then you need to listen to people when they talk about how infeasible that will be in a lot of situations. Since this is the initiative's primary goal, as listed on the ECI page, it's kind of important to resolve that. Now that you've listened to all of that, there are more tweets, of course, about this, because people have been dogpiling on this entire response. And the thing about this is that he keeps sticking to his guns, which is fine, okay? The deal, however, is that he can't be serious when he keeps on saying that people are trying to either take him out of context or just clip farming simply to make it sound wrong. Yes, he is arguing for a big part, at least of this, the language that was used here. And that was actually a point that I somewhat kind of agreed with him, that if we need to enact a law about this, we need to be kind of specific about it, because yes, if we're dealing with especially EU laws with a studio like, let's say, Ubisoft, again, they have been on the forefront of this entire thing, who have lawyers who can dispute anything that a non-profit, who are usually going to be the ones who are going to be tackling things like this before actual lawyers get involved, we're simply going to lose. So, specific language needs to be used. Fair, if that is what he actually wants to very much stick to, certainly. But the approach, again, to how he has been responding to this has been incredibly dumb. The lashing out that he himself points out has been very, very bad. And especially again, when he has been urged to perhaps provide a better way of discussing this, which he has outright refused. He did not want to talk with Ross under the pretense that his fan base has been assaulting, I know, wrong word used here. Therefore, take your 1 point, but that Ross's rabid fanbase has been coming to his streams and harassing him and stuff. I think that where we find ourselves right now is that Ross sat down, went through each and every single point and disagreements that you may have had with it, pointed them out in his latest video. And that is what people are taking offense to right now, Thor. It is this fixation on the hypothetical. It is this fixation of the hypothetical technical hurdles of the online live service games that is kind of frustrating to people, and you not acknowledging that there are just plain and simple single player experiences that we need to deal with. Even the content example that he made use of, which was on The Crew. The fuck? Which had single player component, is something that has been removed. How do you want to argue with that? Why did you not even bring that up during that initial video? And then again, when you refuse to acknowledge that you may have misrepresented this entire thing, and just goes on to say that, oh, people just don't get it. You don't understand how bad game development... We get it, okay? We fear for devs every single time, from the good to even the bad. I even care about the bad game developers out there who put out actually bad product, because hey, I still want the games to be around, not because I want to clown on them, because they have potential and perhaps somebody can take their ideas and improve upon it. And please, for the love of holy terror, you cannot get on a stream. I know this might perhaps support his point of people actually now picking out clips. You cannot get on the stream and say that you spread misinformation, and because it wasn't refuted, it's not your fault.
I think it's really hilarious to me that that entire community is so butt mad at me for putting out a video 10 months ago about their stuff, and then not being refuted, and now it's my fault that everything is going wrong for them.
Dude, do better. Anyways, this has been my take on this entire thing. It sounds kind of a bit futile to have this discussion anymore. He is never gonna relent to the fact that he may have caused some issues to it. But yeah, maybe. That's pirate software for you. Again, I'm not saying this because I want to hate the guy. I actually kind of want to appreciate the stuff that he does. Yeah, I know I might be completely alone and sad in this bench like Keanu Reeves, just, you know, feeding the pigeons with my bad take on this. But I'm not making this video to be mean, okay? It's just stupid. It's a stupid way to act. Anyways, this has been my take. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Also, if you are European and you have the chance and this video actually got to you, this is also one of the reasons why I'm making this video. Sign that petition. It is a start for something that could be very good, okay? Do it.
to the freezer! The pinnacle of excellence! Obey! Do your master's bidding! Annihilate!
You want this one?
Actually, monocrab.
How's it going, everybody? Jack here with another video, and let me start this by putting a smile on your face. This right here is the Stop Killing Game Initiative. Yes, we've made it. I can pretty much say that we made it because we are 99% completed. And I must admit that I should be putting the cynical glasses on right now, because none of this might not have happened if Ross did not decide to bring pirate software to the forefront and expose his bad attitude.
All of this can eat shit then. I dropped the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing.
Now, while this video is likely going to have a lot of focus on the man, it is important that we note something. The Stop Killing Game Initiative is about consumer rights. We've seen the likes of Louis Rossmann, whose example I actually brought nearly a year ago when we first talked about this, and how he's been on a mission to fix rights to repair. It's about establishing the meaning of ownership. Yours and my rights to be informed. Like, yeah, video games tend to downplay the deal-breaking part, which is they never know whether or not they're going to be successful or not. And thus, unlike this beautiful nectar of joy that is Arizona that stays at the same price even during inflation, we can't exactly always pinpoint an expiration date, but there should be plans for what to do when that time comes. Plans that don't result in the termination of the bought product. Additionally, it's also about making the real definition of the digital part of ownership. And yes, again, I know that the digital world has been moving a lot faster than IRL law could ever follow. Just look at what AI has been doing for the last 3 years, and with a big beautiful bill removing the guardrails for what is going to prevent them from going absolutely nuclear, we're pretty much boned. Things might get very bad. This is why this very conversation needs to happen. There should be regulations that prevent sellers from blaming it all on something like, let's say, licensing, in the way that Unity did some times back, if you remember, when we all got mad at Emperor Palpatine and even devs themselves decided to piece the fuck out as the company was turning deal making with them into straight up just lollygagging. And lastly, of course, this is also about creating an even playing field for the buyers, let's not use the word consumer here, and the sellers. Yes, this very much is also in favor for developers. At least we can make it be so. Like, understand that if we strong arm those who are selling us the product constantly, trust me, unlike what, let's say, anti-woke grifters have a tendency of saying that, oh, they should just always bow to the demands of the gamers. That's not what's gonna happen. We will not experience capitulation to insane demands, but instead, what we'll get will be nothing. Likewise, if the product that's being sold to us comes with far too many inconveniences, buyers will not want to deal with them. It's a power play. And contrary to the weird understanding of a certain dev that we're going to be talking about today, no one should be having an upper hand over the other. And that is why we once again need this initiative going on, because we need a referee. The government becomes that referee by creating laws not meant to keep games alive, nor to prevent them from dying, but to stop killing them. And lastly, as we get into the reaction, I want people to understand that even when we get past these 1 million signatures and the 100k from the UK, which we're likely going to be doing tomorrow, we can't stop there. We need to be active when the next thing comes. This is not me asking you to be part of some revolution or participate in political activism. I'm a millennial, okay? Be it a late one, was born in 95, I'm still a millennial. And thus I am perpetually plagued by the lack of care, by apathy, and the desire to not give a shit. But understand that this initiative is like grassroots, bare-bone, minimum preventative measures that we need to have in place. Very much like we had the discussions about refunds, game access, and much more. We need to have this set, and this is actually a time for you to make a difference. Now, with Dr. Martin Luther King done with his speech of I have a dream of digital ownership, let's jump into the fun part, because as I've stated in the past, I reserved my opinion with regards to pirate software, in that I was trying to have a measured take, like everybody should, like he should with regards to this thing. But as we found out last time, he was deliberately being antagonistic to this thing, as he's misconstrued it. Just about everything that this initiative had to offer, went even out of his way to be malicious about it, and just was very, very much bad faith. Now, I will not stoop down to his level and start insulting his takes, not completely, but what I am interested in doing though is diving deeper and kind of understanding some of the vile stuff that he has done in the past, because in the last couple of weeks, the things that I've learned truly have ruined my perception of him, and thus we have a video here by a friend of the channel, the Actman, who is going to tell us more about Thor. Jason, his name is Jason, just like how my name is actually Jacques. Are you surprised? I'm a French speaker. That is my birth name. Apparently, children, when I first came to Denmark, were unable to pronounce the name Jacques, and thus I just told them to speak the English one, which inevitably was also the language that spoke to them, at least for those who could understand. But enough about me and more about what Gordon Freeman's take is about this thing.
Hi there, I'm a soulless corporate CEO. And today, I've taken a break from one of my favorite hobbies, devouring the blood of infants. And I'm here to ask a question. Is a gamer not entitled to the contents of this disc?
No.
Do you like owning things? Are you proud of the time you spend working for a paycheck to be able to afford basic comforts like entertainment? Well, that's too bad, because I'm here to steal all of that from you. You will own nothing and be happy. Yes, this includes your precious video games. We're gonna keep killing them, and there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. Soldiers, get set for a combat drop, okay? New major order just came in from command. Our mission is to stop killing games.
You fucked up my face.
This is part of the Stop Killing Games initiative, and just in the last 3 days, this initiative has gained over 100,000 new signatures.
Are we blind? Deploy the garrison!
And its entire goal is game preservation.
Well,
now,
it's almost done,
July 31st to get all of these signatures, and I think we can get it done. Stop Killing Video Games is an initiative as straightforward as those 4 words.
As a refresher, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from effectively destroying video games they have already sold to customers.
This movement was started by a channel called Accursed Farms and a creator who goes by Ross. He has been hard at work promoting something that benefits all of us. If you buy games, play them, or even if you do neither, and you only watch someone stream games, this affects you. But now is the time for any passionate gamer to throw their full support behind this. He recently posted an hour-long video detailing basically the start and the end of the entire movement. It's a really good watch. I'll have it linked in the description and pinned comment, but I'll let Ross sum up.
The quick legal argument is that the vast majority of games with an online requirement say they can be terminated at any time for any reason. Or Blizzard likes to say any or no reason. That might be a violation of Directive 9313 EEC, which protects consumers against unfair terms and consumer contracts. So if that term is unfair, that means that part of the contract is null and void. And if it's null and void, then what does the law say about how long your purchase lasts? Well, it doesn't. That's the whole mess.
What a horrible, evil man. Can you believe the nerve of this guy wanting to save all of us some money? Has this guy even considered the various multi-billion-dollar corporations? We're lucky enough to just be able to buy their products, don't you see? And they should be allowed the freedom to destroy our products whenever they want for any reason at any time.
The worst part is, of course, when the game isn't even optimized and it isn't even in a functional state. You cannot do that, Ubisoft. It's a... boy. I always say this about Ubisoft because it's so infuriating. the more I look back, the more there are good things about the games that have so much potential. Some of the most hated ones are being polished by the modding community, from Unity to Watch Dogs. Have you played Watch Dogs 1 in 2025? That game is banging. It's so fucking awesome. But it took the work of so many people to get it there. And so like I look at Ubisoft game, I see conceptually and even to a certain degree the execution working properly. But if they could just spend that time in polish, then perhaps they could justify some of their horrendous pricing. But no, what they end up doing is just asking people to spend more money for things that they inevitably will not own.
Can take away your purchase for no reason. Our problem is those terms are so hostile to consumers and the medium that they should be taken off the table entirely.
And I need to point out a thing specifically about The Crew, which was that the game was delisted, when was it? In December 2023, right? Like the 14th or something like that. So people had a bit of a 3-month period who still owned the game to play it. And within that 3-month period, you could still buy it. It was delisted, yeah, but you could get access codes elsewhere and still buy the game. So you can only play that game for 3 months. For which they were aware, of course, of the licensing of it, that it was going to shut down, so they could have announced it way earlier. So that's again that thing about the communication that I talked about in the start of the video, that it's important to know. And when companies especially are making deals like licensing, they know when the license is going to run out.
It is something so uncontroversial, normal. It's surprising how few people are open critics of this movement. But there is at least one.
Oh shit, no, this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit.
But like the creator of Stop Killing Games, I don't want this video to just be a drama video, especially when something much more important is at stake. Just be patient. We'll be pirating some software soon. But before we get into that, all you need is One Punch Man, a series that just collabed with the sponsor of today's video.
I got to see that during
a Magic Punk MMO ARPG.
the Summer Games
Embark
Fest.
on the path of a hero. During this limited time event, which runs until July 26th, you can download and play Crystal of Atlan for free on iOS, Google Play, PC, and PS5. And now's the time to play because you'll earn some exclusive One Punch Man themed rewards. And if you become a class hero after you've done 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run,
hey, squats, 100 squats.
Like,
train your legs, people. Train your legs.
You can even team up with Tornado or get a mount. Genos' Sky Knight. What do you think of that, Genos? I'd say it looks pretty fire. Incinerate! Download and play Crystal of Atlan for free using the links below. And thank you, Crystal of Atlan, for sponsoring this video.
And now for something completely different.
What this really is.
And now for something completely different.
What this really is a battle for consumer rights. Do you consume? Do you love consuming? Obviously, this is one of the least controversial things that has ever happened in the worldwide gaming community. And I truly mean that. You could not come up with a more inoffensive movement if you tried. Let's see if we can try. Are you in favor of the Stop Slaughtering Baby Seals with Machetes movement? Are you against that?
This is shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
And I encourage everyone who lives in the UK and is watching this to sign the initiative. That will also be linked down below. Let's get it done. Looking at you, France and Germany.
This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill.
well, at least he could do what a vast majority of Americans were unable to do. Name actual European countries and not just say,
oh my fucking god, is the whole thing Sweden? Your training is fight. Put together, troopers. We're still in this.
I must commend and congratulate Ross. Getting over 600,000 people to click a document and sign it is no easy feat. Least of all, getting 600,000 gamers to agree on something. The last time that many gamers agreed on anything It became the most downvoted Reddit comment of all time. So, Ross, I think you are well within your right to enjoy this moment of pride and accomplishment. The reason this initiative is being pushed forward in the European Union is so it can open negotiations for companies to become legally obligated to preserve their games in some way, or at the very least, allowing consumers to preserve the games. The point is, this movement is very pro-publisher. It leaves that choice up to the publisher. They have multiple options. It's really such a convincing argument, even if you are on the side of like game publisher, corporate executive type guy. As seen with The Crew, publishers like Ubisoft are fine with abruptly shutting down their games, eliminating all online functionality, and offering no recourse for people who want to play that game, maybe now, maybe somewhere down the line, and then offering no recourse for the player.
Is this good for the player?
And here's the...
Which is so odd, because The Crew had single player components. It's like, make the comparison of, let's say, a good popular title. Actually, let's take two. One that is just straight up live service, Helldivers, and the other one, let's say, Call of Duty. If Call of Duty is put in this picture, you will still have the ability to play the single player campaign, go slaughter some zombies, do whatever you have. And if the modding community wants to gather behind it and pull a, let's say, a Just Cause 2, 3, or be it 4, right? We can also turn that into multiplayer. Do that. Include, once again, the multiplayer component that was originally not present or was taken away from the game. Helldivers 2 will be a completely different question, and for that reason, there might be a different recourse to take. Which one it might be, we don't know. But the thought is not to force the people at Arrowhead to keep the game alive in the state that it was when people purchased it. That has never been stated.
A phrase that really scares corporations, okay? Make sure you don't repeat this anywhere, okay? It's very offensive, all right? If buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing. It's important to note that Stop Killing Games is not retroactive. It is not unreasonable. It would not force every developer to turn on the servers for every dead game and keep them running indefinitely. Who's gonna do that for our boy Concord? Is the team that made MAG... Do I have MAG? I fucking do. Is the team that made MAG gonna have a high school reunion? This might actually be like a completely dead game. Is this playable in any way? Let me know in the comments. PlayStation Move? What the fuck? And you could make a whole ass video on why video game preservation is important. But let me just give you a personal example. There's a game called Command & Conquer Renegade, which, as far as I'm aware, nothing even comes close to its concept. It mixes RTS mechanics with first and third person shooter fundamentals. It would have been an utter tragedy if, when the GameSpy servers shut down, the game went with it. And here's where things are getting weird, because now I'm gonna give EA some props too. In a rare example of EA doing something good, they have allowed a team of passionate fans to resurrect Command & Conquer Renegade with their own free-to-play mod, Renegade X. You know, video games are a great escape for people, and there's something comforting knowing that one day, you know, you can go back and play something that you did years ago. Game preservation is important. And
like you would have seen if you've checked my reactions to the Summer Games Fest events, every single time that they brought up like a collector's edition of an old game, Mortal Kombat was one. We got Final Fantasy Tactics, like Resident Evil. When those things are brought back, I'm like, holy shit, I did not have access to these things. Like, how did you do that? Recently, okay, I played Fear for the very first time in my life. I spent 11 hours playing Fear, and this version isn't even good enough. I had to get another one from GOG to be able to have full access to some of the content that were missing and make sure that the game wasn't bugging all the time. And now I'm going to be playing through Fear 2 and 3 and also Trepang to understand what the entire hype is about that. Both preserving like a cultural thing that had such a huge impact in gaming and so much more. Monolith was well known for that. It's not just Shadow of Mordor. They kickstarted this. Like, if movies and books can do it, why can't we do it with games as well?
It's not just for random niche games.
Here's a list of some popular games that are all at risk of being destroyed at some time in the future. The Stop Killing Games movement sees any of these being destroyed as a problem, and they're exactly the kinds of games that would start being protected if the initiative passed.
There's no way to be against the Stop Killing Games movement in a way that is pro-consumer or pro-gamer. No. And if it ain't pro-gamer, then I'm a big hater. Stop Killing Games was stuck around 400,000 signatures for months, and it seemed all hope was lost.
Oh,
Who deserves credit for this sudden resurgence? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about Mr. Software. Now, unfortunately, Ross had done just about everything he could think of to push to get those 1 million signatures. And this guy is one hell of a diplomat. Very nice demeanor, passionate about games, doesn't really show any malice, hatred, contempt towards publishers or anyone. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that could actively dislike a guy like Ross.
The universe is vast beyond measure, with stars stretching out into infinity. With that perspective in mind, my pursuit of strength seems like an equally endless journey. So, while I will never stop moving forward, I do try to set milestones for myself along the way. And I've reached a new milestone while journeying with you, because I've grown stronger during this time. That means it's now my turn to train you. The only question is, are you ready?
No, I'm not. If this goes out of times into retreat, then I guess everything's fine. But it feels like it fucking isn't. Trepang 2. Crit damage. Good amount of crit damage, HP percent. So your charges. Oh, there is no injured charge here. There isn't here. Crit rate, sure.
Let alone publicly.
Okay, I really don't want to do this next part, but it's become a liability for the campaign for me not to. Our biggest critic by far is YouTuber and streamer Pirate Software. If your only exposure to Stop Killing Games has been this video, then you've been misinformed. This video is by someone who does not understand the campaign, has been trying to stop it, and has been making up what it is about.
Let's get scurvy, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get scurvy.
Yar, yar.
Software has been the
I have a cowboy
vocal,
hat.
outspoken critic of the Stop Killing Games movement. Not only that, he has stated that he is actively seeking to convince people not to sign the initiative.
This is shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is horrible.
Pirate Software has carefully crafted this persona of being a deep-voiced pro-gamer, pro-hacker, former developer, the everyday Cyberman. But most recently, some cracks have started.
Jesus Christ. JC, sorry, I couldn't help myself.
most notoriously being his epic roach out in a hardcore WoW classic clip. In this heartbreaking moment, Pirate Software abandons his team, his sense of duty, and roaches out. Every man for himself, intentionally sabotaging his own efforts to assist his team by wasting mana on max level spells, not utilizing his toolkit. He fucked up.
In all fairness, okay? This is truly classic WoW behavior. I'm gonna give it to him. He truly channels the energy of a classic WoW player. That toxic behavior, that's it. But while I say, perhaps exclusively to me, I can understand a behavior like that, one thing is to act like that once, another thing is to continuing acting like that. Being mad at other people who act that way.
God damn it, guys. So one of you hold the ocular. Why?
Blaming them for failing in raid encounters.
Now half the raid is dead. Oh, I swear to God, I'm gonna go back in the video and find out who pulled that damn thing, kick him out of the raid. That is insane shit.
When you are to blame.
I'm not at fault there. I'm correct there for doing that. 100%. That is not on me.
Misplay. That's okay. It happens. Just say you're sorry, admit you fucked up, and help them grind back up the ladder. This is when the masks started to fall for people. My personal favorite quote from this.
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
If you were writing a narcissistic character, this is the perfect catchphrase.
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
They animated that?
Help me!
What am I supposed to do for you?
Hey, Dad, can you pass the salt?
What am I supposed to do for you?
So this kind of turned him into a lolcow because he made obvious mistakes and then pretended like he didn't. It's kind of weird, dude. But then it started to get weirder. You see, Pirate had been up to some other shenanigans, including filing a DMCA takedown on an indie game that he thought used his voice and likeness. It's
Wait. Oh, no. Is this one of those situations where he has a friend of a friend of a friend who get involved in it, threaten people with legal actions, and then has to back away from it because actual lawyers got involved? This has happened before. I have it to the tip of my tongue. Other cases when this has applied before on YouTube. I cannot picture who it is who did something similar to this, but no. No.
Fucking meme game called Idle Streaming Bonanza. It's a game that includes many streamers and basically just pokes fun at all of them. The thing of it is, there was no active build of the game with Pirate Software's voice. So when he filed a DMCA, he filed it maliciously and incorrectly.
I'm pretty certain they already do. Steam, this is a Steam game, explicitly states that if you are going to file something, make fucking damn sure that you read through everything. It's like, listen, I got hacked not too long ago. And it took the effort of actually the Act Man here. I gotta thank the man for actually reaching out to YouTube and others who tried to help me to get in my channel back. And people on my Discord were joking that if that had been my Steam account instead that had been hacked, Steam would have reached out pretty freaking quickly to get it back. Because Steam doesn't fuck around. So him filing a fake claim is, oh boy.
The first time we've dealt with someone who did that. Luckily, the act attorney is on vacation. Pirate was completely in the wrong, and I think it says something about a guy whose first reaction to learning his voice has been used in a video game that is essentially just a shitpost is to immediately try and take it down. Like, who does that?
We're going to take you to court. You're going to lose. You cannot use somebody's likeness or voice in any way inside of your games without their permission. Welcome to the Finding Out timeline, bud. What am I supposed to do for you?
We're all on the internet. We all get made fun of on here.
As much as you're angry right now, Of course I ran.
Oh my god. Okay, listen. If you get turned into one of Asmongold's acolytes, okay, the things that roam his realm, Papa Nurgle's least favorite. Papa Nurgle's favorite insect, the roach, then I guess you made it. Jesus.
Yeah, no, he was doing it maliciously and using my voice. Gloated about it all over Reddit.
And this post
he learned about it all over Reddit. So he learned it from a Reddit post. And instead of actually reaching out to the guy, having a conversation, being like, hey, I heard about this, I just want to confirm, is my likeness actually being used in your video game? If so, please do take it down. Just like anybody who have reached out to me when I made a reaction video or did not want me to actually react to it or whatever it was. Whenever I ask, if they give me a no, I don't do it. That's how you behave. It's not that hard, Jason. Jason!
Guess how many upvotes? 27. What the creator of this game had done is just posted a clip on Reddit of what it would be like if Pirate Software was in the game.
And the only reason I'm fighting this is because he's removing my game from Steam when he's not on it. That's the issue I have with it. All the other issues I'm fine with.
Like, Pirate Software didn't even bother to check that he was actually in the game, or, I don't know, respond to this post and say, hey, can we talk? Can you take that out? Like, he just went hard straight to DMCA.
He put it up on Steam and showed that my voice was going to be in it. And that's it.
But ever since that WoW clip, people have been going back and uncovering some things. Now, Ross, in his video, highlights every YouTuber and gaming news outlet that has covered Stop Killing Games, and he determined that Pirate Software's coverage was the most viewed. And it was 2 videos full of lies, just blatant misrepresentation of the movement and its goals, even going so far as to say the complete opposite of what was literally on his screen.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters. That wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out. I admit, guys, this part hurts. To see the biggest voice on this issue get it wrong again and again and again, then put that same wrong information on blast to a far bigger audience than we can reach.
And mind you, for my last video covering this, I actually went and watched the stream that he made about this. These videos were edited. He went through that, saw what he displayed on screen. Yo, bruv, that's deranged.
It hurts.
Watch this, Lise. You can actually pinpoint the second when his heart rips in half.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what we're asking for.
Look, it's one thing to disagree with a movement for whatever reason. It's okay to ask questions and seek clarification to make sure you should throw your support behind this thing, right? Thankfully, Ross has done such a thorough job that any and all questions any reasonable people have, he has answered. Not only has Pirate taken a firm stance against Stop Killing Games, he has said he will actively try to make sure it doesn't succeed. This is generational hating.
Eat my entire ass. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass.
Actual villain type shit. But maybe that's exactly what we needed. We needed a bad guy to help galvanize us out of our fucking gaming chairs to sign something. Now, if you watch Ross's video and you listen to how Pirate Software talks, it's pretty clear who the aggressor is, who is the dick.
This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that.
I thought it was really funny when I posted this. What am I supposed to do for you? Just stop killing games? Would you believe Pirate Software blocked me after this?
Come on.
Pirate has admitted that he has been ignoring this issue and the misinformation he spread for 10 months until he posted.
If my master...
Ah, come on. What am I supposed to do?
Did one of those I ain't reading all of that type tweets. For some reason he deleted this. Let's read to see if we can find out why.
Yep, he was literally in a conversation with Charlie, with Josh Hayes, even the MMO guy.
I put out 2 videos disagreeing with your initiative 10 months ago and haven't talked about it since. Now, your initiative has failed, and you're blaming me for 33 minutes of the hour-long video covering it. You have no mana left, Accursed Farms. What was I supposed to do for you? Your community is out in force, shitting up our streams and socials with hate messages, threats, and worst of all, snide comments.
Wow.
Dear God, please, no.
Not the snide
not
comments.
the snide comments. Anything but that. Waterboard me all you want. Just don't post snide comments. Okay, but like, Pirate, you have unresolved software. You got a bunch of shit wrong, and you misinformed a ton of people on a movement that is beneficial for gamers. So just come out and correct yourself.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll give you an out right now. Say that you became the villain that Gotham needed.
Why is he running, Dad?
Because we have to chase him.
Okay, we're going in.
You secretly support this movement, but you wanted to create a persona that could galvanize people to be in opposition to you. This is your out. This is your out. Because if you don't own your mistakes will own you. I do want to point out him saying your initiative has failed, not it's failing or it's in trouble.
That's just outright evil. And this is, by the way, from a supposed game dev who has spent... I shudder at the feeling to comparing him to the likes of Grom's, okay? One of those anti-woke grifters, fucking idiot. But who has spent time developing a game that has been fully funded and was promised to release at least the first part of it done in 2023 and has yet to do anything. Hardbound, which to my knowledge is supposed to be a subpar, I'm sorry for using that, but that's how a lot of people are describing it, a subpar Undertale. And I have not played Undertale, okay? I got the game last week. I would be playing it and basking into the beauty that this game is. But Undertale, from what I remember, because I've been online quite enough, was developed between 2012 and 2015, meaning that he could have spent that much time making a better game, wherein he is not alone, okay? He's but one part of a studio, and the art style and all that I've seen, it looks gorgeous, but from what I know, the game is not functional yet. It's not full-fledged, and even worse, there is his involvement with an actual live service game for working for the company that Ludwig is part of or owns, and he, funnily enough, recently stepped down from it because some people started connecting the dots and thinking that perhaps this is one of the reasons why he was so adverse into accepting this Stop Killing Game initiative. Perhaps because he, in his position as being the guy who has to make the deals and make the company grow, sees this as a threat. Which it is not, but he stepped down from it. And he talked about the games being mass downvoted, which, again, is a lie. From what I saw, except for now him pointing it out, that might be happening very soon. For what I saw, last I checked it, there were like one or a couple of negative reviews on these games. it's weird. It's very weird that this man is just so compulsive in his lies.
Losing support? There's a lot of ways you could have said that, but you chose the definitive, your initiative has failed. It almost sounds like you want it to, like you're trying to manifest this outcome. Any assumption that Pirate simply disagrees with the Stop Killing Games initiative, we can just uninstall all of that. He maliciously wants it to fail.
Yeah.
And that is so disappointing, because how does a guy who calls himself Pirate not understand why people want to preserve their games? It's like you can't make this stuff up. The writers for this year's season of Life on Earth, they're outdoing themselves.
Oh yeah.
This season is fucking crazy. Disagreeing with this initiative is already weird enough for any self-respecting gamer, but to be like so outspoken against it is really sus. It's sussy balls. Pirate software. Look inside. Don't pirate software. Now, some people, myself included, have wondered why he is so steadfast against this. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say definitively that pirate software is an industry plant. I'm just saying this is exactly what an industry plant
would
do and say.
And in his words, this is why he refuses to have a dialogue with the movement.
How dare you even crack a joke about the reality of the legal process in the United Kingdom? What kind of hill is that to die on? Ain't no buried treasure there.
The idea of getting it to pass with an easy win instead of pass because it's good is a problem to me. Absolute problem.
That's not how politics works. Do you think things pass because they're good ideas? Tell that to people who still have lead in their water.
This is just what's so funny about like the double, the triple, the quadruple down, like someone who can't ever admit that they're wrong. This is what's so fucking funny about it, is you just have to keep burying yourself into an even more ridiculous position. You make it so easy to make fun of you. It is hereby my dubious honor to present
Full disclosure, a guy who's going to get mentioned in this video, Private Parts, sent me a key for his game on Twitter. Onto the video. In a nice change of pace, today we're not going to be talking about deceit or forms of rhetoric I find objectionable. I'm going to take a brief look at a video from a guy I think is simply wrong. And wrong in that I both disagree with his overall perspective, and I think he's messed up in his video, which I recently watched, and it is called Pirate Software Internet Villain. Hopefully you've already seen it. If you haven't, I recommend go taking a peep. It's one of those pieces where a hot topic is used as a springboard to talk about a broader issue. I've made many similar uploads, there's nothing wrong with it. I think it can be pretty interesting. Now, when you do this, you kinda have to avoid lasering in on every little thing unless you want your video to be a million years long and risk losing the focus of your overarching point. However, issues may arise when what you're skimming over is of high relevance to your overarching point, and further problems may become apparent if you then get down into the weeds again later. Allow me to illustrate my point. Early in his video, Upper Echelon lays out the case that people were thirsty for Pirate Software's blood, that after the World of Warcraft roaching incident, a narrative of him never taking accountability formed, and people wanted to beat him over the head with that at any opportunity. One such opportunity that Upper Echelon mentions is this.
Found out that he allegedly sent out DMCA strikes against an indie game that may or may not have actually deserved it for maybe using his voice, but that's not really relevant for today.
Problem 1. If you're then gonna go on and tell a story of people jumping on anything they can because of preconceived notions of a person.
You know how sometimes when you meet someone, you can't necessarily explain why, but you just immediately, viscerally, and deeply dislike them? Yeah, a lot of people feel that way about Pirate Software, myself kind of included, which led to a sort of feedback loop where thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people who already disliked him previously felt vindicated by all of these discoveries, piling onto anything that they could see that would reinforce their pre-existing opinion.
Well, then I'm gonna have to disagree with you when you say you think the DMCA debacle isn't relevant today. See, I can agree to an extent that this is what's going on with the Stop Killing Games thing. It's practically tautological. The only reason that's a thing is because he's a popular public figure saying it, right? It's only a thing because he's known, so what he's known for is inextricably linked to that. But knocking a game off Steam with a DMCA claim many view as illegitimate, that's weapons grade. He could have been a
nobody and had that blow up. As such, I actually think the details of that case are highly relevant to this narrative and shouldn't be glossed over. As I mentioned, there's a second problem as well. After zooming out for most of his video and giving more general commentary about people's behavior on the internet, how they give feedback, Upper Echelon zooms into the specifics again, and he says this.
He's also a person, and far from the likes of BitBoy or litigation trolls or previous contenders for internet villain before him, of which there were many, he hasn't really harmed people, has he? No, he hasn't. The honest answer is no, he doesn't harm people. They just don't like him, which I do think makes a difference in how the situation should be treated.
He hasn't harmed anyone. He's not like the litigation trolls. Personally, I think abusing a legal process to take a guy's game off of Steam because he was mad, and not because he had any actual evidence that what was on Steam infringed on his rights in any way, would certainly put him in that ballpark. That little thing you mentioned at the start and said wasn't relevant, I would suggest, is of extreme and direct importance to your conclusion. Not only that, but it's also of extreme relevance to the bigger picture take as well. In his video, Upper Echelon humanizes Pirate Software and relates what he's going through to his own experiences.
As soon as it's a mob screaming for you to grovel before them and apologize, at least for me. Again, I'm like 99% sure this is exactly what's happening with Pirate Software too. As soon as it's a mob, they're not getting what they want. It doesn't matter if you were wrong, and me personally, I certainly was wrong. At least in one of my most notable situations like this, the biggest one, back a number of years. But it doesn't matter anymore if you're right or wrong, because the mob doesn't deserve the satisfaction.
It's human, it's understandable, right? Personally, I'd say just do what you think is right, because otherwise you're controlled by the mob either way. But we can all understand what he's saying. A swarm is telling you you're wrong, so you double down. Screw those guys. That's all that Pirate Software does, right? It's an understandable reflex. It's just because of the mobs. Well, in the situation that was deemed irrelevant, Pirate Software hit this guy's game on Steam with a DMCA claim due to clips that were posted elsewhere. That one single guy told him, a day after the takedown, privately, that he's wrong, asked him to reverse it via a ticketing tool on Pirate Software's Discord. He explained no such content is on Steam. He reiterated to the mods that no such content is on Steam, and he filed a counterclaim. My understanding as a layperson is that after a counterclaim is filed, you've got a couple weeks before the platform puts that content back up. There was time to think about it. But what did Pirate Software do? Immediately, same day.
Hey, Kronos, we have to file a legal complaint against that dude earlier. There was a dude earlier today that went onto Reddit and said that he was using my voice in a video game, showed a bunch of videos of it, and then put that game up on Steam. A lot of people in the thread told him not to do that, that would end up being a legal problem for him. He did it anyway. So I filed a DMCA claim, and he has now filed a counterclaim against me. We're going to take you to court. You're going to lose. You cannot use somebody's likeness or voice in any way inside of your games without their permission. It's a really stupid thing to do. Incredibly so. So I'm going to send this over to Kronos now, because he is a lawyer in copyright law. That is his job. Kronos, we have 14 days to respond to this. Welcome to the Finding Out timeline, bud.
With zero actual evidence that any infringing material was on Steam, with a statement from the relevant individual that that's not the case, he decided to state his intention to pursue a lawsuit. He does not just behave like this because it would be letting the mob win. It is who he is. Luckily, a lawyer stepped in and offered pro bono aid. His name's Mario Sarami. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. The other Frost spoke with this lawyer, and this was the reason for getting involved.
Now keep in mind, I'm not a free speech defense lawyer out of Connecticut that steps in from time to time to help content creators pro bono when their freedom of speech is being impeded, but Mario is. And he says Pirate Software's false DMCA takedown notice of idle streaming bonanza was unlawful. I spoke with him. Mario happened upon Ferentino's video talking about the false claim, and did not like that someone with a large and impressionable audience was spreading free speech misinformation. He also did not appreciate the lawsuit bully tactics. I quote, "It pissed me right the fuck off."
Mario sent Pirate Software a letter acting as a representative of the developer. In it, he thoroughly explains why Pirate Software is wrong, and likely horribly, horribly misled by someone who lacks expertise. As a layman, it's a very interesting letter to read. Link to Frost's coverage in the description so you can go over it in detail. Lots of interesting nuggets, like how due to jurisdiction, a duty to engage in good faith analysis of whether fair use applies before issuing a DMCA takedown notice applies, which I think clearly didn't even cross Pirate Software's mind. Mario explains you can do another one later, but take this shit down because it's illegal. Interestingly, upper echelon, he characterizes this as a move to minimize harm to his client.
The honest answer is no. He doesn't harm people. They just don't like him.
How much do you think having a letter like this sent out by a lawyer would have cost him if Mario hadn't stepped in? I honestly don't know. Certainly wouldn't have been free.
God.
Anyway, Mario continues and warns that he believes liability will be incurred. No bullshit. I'd be pretty scared to be receiving this letter. Another great nugget is where he explains that Pirate Software is a retard. Remember when Pirate Software said this?
We're going to take you to court. You're going to lose. You cannot use somebody's likeness or voice in any way inside of your games without their permission.
In a nutshell, Mario explains that using the DMCA to deal with misappropriation of likeness is illegal and can get you screwed. One last little nugget I love, though you should read the whole thing, it's really fun, is that Mario explains he's being merciful. His original plan was to try to bulldoze Pirate Software and his council until he realized they're just LARPing dipshits. Mario is very gentle, offers to talk, says he thinks they can reach a mutually agreeable solution, and says ta-ta. January 23rd, Private Parts lets us know that his game's back up on Steam, but Pirate Software didn't make any response to anything, and the other review outlet on Substack reported that Mario sent a follow-up letter on the 30th. In it, he explained to Pirate Software that the dev is still exploring whether to incorporate his vocal likeness in a work critical of him, and that they believe in good faith that would fall under fair use. That same day, Pirate Software responds to a tweet from the day before by the other Frost. Apparently, he doesn't read his letters, because for some reason he says the DMCA was not unlawful because he read a Reddit post by the dev that made him think it was on Steam. Despite everyone who goes to file a DMCA claim on Steam being warned, you really need to check to avoid this exact dumbass fuck up. All this not even getting into the lawyer's arguments, because after all, he prefers to get his legal counsel somewhere else. He lets us know that Redditors thought it was illegal, seems to think it's very, very important that the dev said it was bait. And most importantly, in this tweet, Pirate Software explains why they dropped the DMCA claim. Did the lawyer's correspondence convince him? He says, "We took down the DMCA notice as he reached out and stated that he would be voice acting the lines instead. You're spreading misinformation in a biased form to generate views. We've handled this through the legal route as is appropriate." But this statement in itself actually misinforms the public. See, while it is true that on the 21st, the developer did say he would be voice acting lines instead of using actual clips, and while on the 22nd, Kronos, Pirate Software's law lackey but not actual legal representation, did tell the dev's lawyer that that's why they would be lifting it, alongside the claim that using someone's voice without permission is not fair use. Uh-oh, this video is in danger, apparently. I'm not personally so convinced that's why they dropped their claim. And if it was, they should have hit him with another claim immediately. See, another thing happened on the 22nd. As we saw, Mario sent Pirate Software a letter. Something I haven't shown you from it yet, but which you'll know about if you went and read it, is this little snippet. "Because any promises my client made were based on these misrepresentations of fact and law, my client withdraws any promises made on January 21st, 2025. What was that promise made on the 21st again? Oh yeah, that he'd use voice acting instead. And a letter to Pirate Software on the 30th reiterated they're still thinking about using the voice lines. So he knew on the 22nd that that promise was revoked. He was reminded of that fact on the 30th. And on the 30th, he tells us the claim was released because he promised to do the voice acting instead of using clips. But he knew from the 22nd onwards, and was reminded on the 30th, that that promise had been retracted. If the dev's statement of intent to use those voice lines was enough to hit him with a claim, and the only thing that will lead to retraction is him promising not to, why didn't you hit him again? Because Pirate Software is a bully with money. He knew he'd scared Private Parts. Even though he was still thinking about using the voice lines, Private Parts had publicly stated he was looking for voice actors. Pirate Software knew he was going to get what he wanted, so he ran with the story of, the dev promised not to use my voice lines, so we retracted the claim. End the story, that's it, everyone's happy. Even though he'd known for over a week that that promise was retracted. The decision to definitely not use voice lines was only made public a few days after that. The reason? Money.
Using Thor's voice lines could still be potential trouble, as I would have to argue fair use in a court, because it becomes a case-by-case basis. Mario's opinion was a 60% chance of winning if I were to pursue. Unfortunately, it would be a battle of wallets.
And 4 months ago, he confirmed in a YouTube comment that the reason he's not going to mess with it is no money. I get the impression that a lot of people don't know this is how it went down. Pirate Software hits this guy with what a lawyer considers to be a blatantly unlawful DMCA claim. Pirate Software's little flying monkey, his little UK lawyer friend, deceives the hell out of the dev to make him think he can't do that it would absolutely not be fair use. And as a result, the dev says he won't use the voice lines. A lawyer software steps in to help this poor guy, explains there's a good case for it being fair use, and they retract that promise. Well, Pirate Software pretends that all that happened was a lawful DMCA claim was made, the dev promised not to use the lines, they retracted it. That's it. Done. And his story looks true because ultimately the dev didn't use those lines because he wouldn't be able to afford to defend himself, despite believing he'd be a bit more likely than not to win. And I'd like to suggest that if he could get away with pulling this sort of shit for his other problems, he would. But whatever, I'm real sick of this all now. Let's relax by playing a bit of that dev's game.
And my doctor told me that in your mid-30s, sometimes your voice can drop, and you basically go through second puberty.
Oh, that? Yeah, that's not the voice actor, that's the actual line. You just dump whatever you want in the folders and it plays instead of the original clips. That's the actual line. You just dump whatever...
And my doctor told me that in your mid-30s, sometimes...
It's all now. Let's relax by playing a bit of that dev's game.
And my doctor told me that in your mid-30s, sometimes your voice can drop, and you basically go through second puberty.
Oh, that? Yeah, that's not the voice actor, that's the actual line. You just dump whatever you want in the folders and it plays instead of the original clips.
Operation Lon is an idiot. Oh god. I really appreciate. I didn't know that Operation Lon fucked up so badly.
Why, hello there. I didn't have Upper Echelon being an idiot again in my 2025 bingo card, but here we are. This guy was already engaging in massive clownery back during the Assassin's Creed Shadows launch, which I covered here, link in the top comment if you're interested, and now he's at it again trying to defend Pirate Software, sort of. It's complicated, but it'll make sense in the end. And of course it's pertaining to the recent situation with the Stop Killing Games initiative. So anyway, sit back, relax, and let's get into how stupid his video was, while also drawing some more attention for the Stop Killing Games initiative. I'll be touching on some relevant things along the way. Ever since Pirate Software's crash out, it's gained quite a bit of momentum again, and the signatures are almost at 1 million. We're very close, so fingers crossed. We should go a little bit over 1 million, so that
Emperor Echelon has a habit of reminding people he's just as dumb as anyone else every now and then. The fact that he is finding Moldavius fig tree of all people relatable says something about him. Well, have I stopped streaming on Twitch?
What happened now?
Yeah, I moved on YouTube. Yeah. Let's see. Streaming right now. 4 hours and counting. Okay. Pum 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 pum. How the fuck do I...
Did you hear what happened with the sky in Natlan?
The sky in Natlan.
Let's just press the button. Your channel. Here it is. Here's the link. Sheesh. Probably should customize my channel to make it so the live videos are on top. Because that's like really... Home tab. teams. Let's continue watching the video.
Can account for fake signatures and mistakes. So to any EU citizens watching this who have signed, remember that if you've got family members or friends around, they can sign too. And if you haven't signed yet, I hope you can find some valid reasons to do so as we go through this video. If you are a UK citizen, you have your own version of it as well. And if you're not from the UK or the EU, the best that you can do is just share the word. And the worst that you can do is fake his signature. Trust me, nothing gets through EU bureaucracy.
Just have your name, please, sir?
My name is Derek. Bit unusual, isn't it, Mr.
However, despite this, on this video we're mostly going to be focusing on the sheer stupidity of this guy's take on the matter. It's gonna get crazy as he finally starts unwrapping his nonsensical take. Links to the EU and UK initiatives will be down in the top comment, so without further ado, let's jump in.
I want to try and give some insights on what I think is really happening with the pirate software situation, and explain why nothing here actually matters, because the internet mob will probably never get what they want. For anyone who's relatively unaware, even though news about this guy has been ping-ponging around various platforms like YouTube and Twitch, TikTok for like, I don't know, 6 months straight, Pirate Software is an ex-Blizzard employee turned streamer, and lately, he's kind of a lolcow. Lolcow, for those of you who don't follow sort of deep internet lore, lolcow is a Kiwi Farms term, which means someone who can be milked for laughs. Actually, it goes even further than that, widely used to refer to someone named Chris Chan initially, but Kiwi Farms is probably the most widely recognized platform where it typically resides. It's basically someone who does stupid things, has ridiculous opinions, or gets easily goaded into various behaviors that other people find to be ridiculous, incorrect, or just plain cringeworthy. Examples of other streamers that are widely considered to be lolcows would be Darkside Phil, of course, also known as DSP, Wings of Redemption, or even maybe Boogie2988 more recently. In all honesty, it's really not a pleasant thing. These people are ridiculed, insulted, and often degraded for entertainment purposes by tens of thousands of viewers. But if we're trying to make sense of the current situation, the pirate software situation that is, we have to understand that widespread mockery and ridicule is a core component of what's happening right now.
So he starts the video with all of this lolcow lore and context, and I don't get why. Or at least I didn't at the time, but now I do after finishing his video and this script. I actually went through this point by point without watching the whole thing first, so that each reaction and response is genuine. So this made no sense as an introduction, but at some points, like right now, I'll be doing a little postscriptum sort of thing to contextualize some things. I gotta say, after the barrage of nonsense that is coming soon after this, I understand what he was trying to set up here with the lolcow stuff, but it just doesn't work. Of all the people for him to choose as lolcows, he definitely picked the wrong ones if what he was trying to do here was to get people to empathize with or humanize pirate software and his situation. In general, for the description that he gave, these were really bad choices because each and every single one of them has done a lot of bad shit, although of course DSP and Boogie take the cake. Upper Echelon is over here trying to paint these people as poor perpetual victims of the internet or something, but they aren't. These aren't random people who simply got targeted and goaded for online ridicule out of nowhere. They got there themselves all on their own via reprehensible behaviors that they uploaded themselves or made part of their online personas. Hell, we're in July right now. It has actually now been 1 year since Boogie was exposed for faking cancer. Happy birthday, Boogie, you piece of shit. And just the same way that people can become lolcows, they can redeem themselves, all based on their own actions, which is what Wings of Redemption has kind of been going through lately. So I don't know what the fuck this was all about. Anyway, let's move on.
Here's a lightning fast summary of how it all went bad for him, before I try to explain, in my opinion, why it will never end in the way that most people seem to want it to. Back about 5 or 6 months, Pirate Software was part of a classic WoW guild called OnlyFangs. The guild contained a pretty hefty number of large streamers, that was like the whole purpose of it, and as a result had millions upon millions upon millions of viewers for almost everything that they ever did. During the daily activities of the guild, Pirate Software ran into a situation where his group, or rather the group he was in, he wasn't the leader, made some mistakes. Being that the game is hardcore, if you die, there's no coming back, so after the mistakes were made, the group fractured and communication broke down. During the chaos, Pirate Software ran for his life and basically adopted a sort of every man for himself mentality, which didn't necessarily kill his teammates, but he probably could have helped save them. Basically, he just played super badly, okay, that's it. When you're talking about the hardcore online gaming communities, that's like the cardinal sin of group content. Not to mention the fact that he purports to be extremely good at the game, which resulted in a tidal wave of criticism against him. On top of nicknames, everybody called him Roach, things like that, memes, and to be completely honest with you, whether or not you think it's deserved, harassment, okay? People harassed him a lot.
What? Why is he talking about some random World of Warcraft nonsense? The primary reason people don't like Pirate Software, at least at the moment, and have had him slowly becoming a lolcow, are his bad takes when it comes to gaming, coupled together with his inability to not bring up how many years he's been working in the industry.
Hi, my name is Jason Thor Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software, by the same name, which is an indie studio, and I've been here for about 8 years.
I've been a developer since 1865. Like, he presents himself as someone who knows a lot and speaks with a great deal of experience in the games industry because he worked at Blizzard, only to then get shit preposterously wrong and never admit to it, always doubling down that he's right and being a roach in other ways, like for example mentioning in his post that he spoke to Charlie, aka Moist Critical, and another big content creator in a very roach-passing way, where it implied that everything was a-okay, when in reality it wasn't at all. Their communications did not go well, as stated by Charlie. He was just not getting it and being super stubborn. This is the major issue with him. It's his lying, his presenting as someone far more important and knowledgeable than he actually is. It's the fake shit that gets him, not a bad performance in a video game. If it is
Okay, I'm gonna switch the video to something that is more important currently too.
So the Zenless Zone Zero patch 2.1 livestream just ended, and in it they went over all of the cool new things that we can expect when the update arrives later this month on the 16th of July. Now whether you missed it, or you didn't have time to rewatch it, or maybe you were too busy celebrating America Day, I'll give you a quick rundown on everything that you missed in the stream. Firstly though, there is a free temple right now in your inbox that you can claim, and that is just a simple 1600 polychrome that the devs gave out just for free, just because they were feeling happy. But otherwise though, if you would like some more pulls, there is of course a redemption code that you can use, which is Spook Shack. So make sure that you redeem this quickly, as it does only last a day. However, there is also a Twitter event where you could win 10 master tapes. All you have to do is follow the Twitter account and quote the linked tweet in the description below, along with the corresponding hashtags, for a chance to win the 10 master tapes. Again though, this Twitter event is only available for a limited time until the 6th of July, so be sure to act fast. Moving on to the main content though that you can expect for patch 2.1, there will of course be the main story, which will feature both Alice and Yuzuha from Spook Shack, as well as some other characters such as of course Komono Monato, Damien from Tops, and also Miss Isolde, who honestly looks like she could give Sarah a run for her money. Notably though, there is not going to be an agent story for Alice, but alongside this main story, there will also be a pretty big event to celebrate summer. But before we get too much into the events, the most important thing that you need to know about patch 2.1 are the reruns. Because in the first half of patch 2.1, we will of course be having Yuzuha's banner, but also a Miyabi rerun. That's right. If you missed out on Mindscapes, or you were too late for Miyabi, or if you weren't able to get her engine, you will now finally get that second chance. And then for the second half of the patch, we will have Alice's banner as well as the Yanagi banner rerunning alongside her. So basically, patch 2.1 is quite literally going to be the most anomaly pulled patch the game has ever had. Now, you should already know plenty about Miyabi and Yanagi, so instead, let's briefly go over Yuzuha and Alice's kits that were revealed, starting with Yuzuha. Yuzuha is a physical supporter, but honestly, I would better describe her as an anomaly supporter, because her, alongside her raccoon, Kama, which I am going to lovingly call the Raccoona Bomber from now on, provide so many buffs to any anomaly team. Yuzuha's main gimmick is debuffing enemies, which will then provide an attack boost for the entire team.
No. I'm really annoyed that no one talks about those engines. Like, they don't exist. Can only occur once every 3 seconds. How much energy does that mean? Well, it doesn't scale with energy recharge, for one. Whenever what? Gaining elemental particles or orbs.
As well as a damage boost for the entire team, and when Yuzuha's own anomaly mastery reaches a certain threshold, it'll also increase the anomaly build-up rate for the team and the disorder damage for the team. But she's more than just the buff bot, she also has 6 sugar points that she can stack up to below her health bar, and whenever another agent on the field attacks, she will use one of these sugar points to do an off-field aftershock attack. But coming back to that debuff, while enemies have this debuff, they actually receive damage over time from Yuzuha that has increased anomaly buildup. But here is the wild part. Yuzuha will not contribute. Is it contribute or contribute? Either way, Yuzuha will not add to the anomaly damage calculation herself. Now, this might sound weird at first, but trust me, this is crazy. A while back I made a video about this, but basically the TLDR is that when an anomaly is triggered, the amount of damage that is dealt by that anomaly is based on how much of it was built up by the various agents. So let's say you trigger an assault with only Jane. That's gonna lead to a lot of damage because, well, it's Jane. But if 99% of the anomaly gauge was built up with, say, Caesar, who has horrible anomaly stats, even if you do finally trigger the assault with Jane, 99% of that assault damage will come from Caesar. So this aspect of Yuzuha means that you can hard focus on anomaly mastery and not have to worry about building any anomaly proficiency, because you are literally only using her for the build-up of the anomaly, not the actual damage part. But that is not all, and this is why I called her an anomaly supporter and not a physical supporter, because when the enemy is first debuffed by Yuzuha, if you then attack with a character from a different element, this damage over time that she does and the anomaly build-up effect will match that element from there on. So Yuzuha not only provides a bunch of good buffs that any anomaly agent wants, she herself can help build up said anomaly for whatever agent you want, of whatever element you want. So she's out here buffing the attack damage, she's buffing your damage, she's buffing your anomaly buildup of the agents themselves, she's buffing the disorder damage, and then she's also, like, technically speaking, buffing the anomaly buildup by contributing herself as well to said anomaly. Hopefully now you understand why I am calling her an anomaly support. But next up is Alice, a physical anomaly agent. Alice can honestly best be described by taking some of the best parts of other characters that we've already had. Firstly, like Jane, she introduces a new aspect and a new twist onto assaults, and that is that now any assault that is caused while Alice is in the team will start to deal damage over time. And furthermore, when an assault is used to trigger a disorder, the damage multiplier of that specific disorder will be increased. So in other words, assaults just get stronger with Alice in the team. More though than that is that Alice has her little gauge called Blade Etiquette. And when she has 3 bars of Blade Etiquette, she can hold down her basic attack to do a big attack that does a lot of damage and anomaly buildup. But more importantly though, is that this attack will also trigger a polarized assault, which is different from regular assaults and will proc instantly without having to build up any anomaly bars. Now, this polarized assault can also interact with other anomalies to trigger a disorder, and that includes regular assaults as well, because again, technically speaking, this is a polarized assault, which is different. So you can think of this as kind of similar to how Yanagi can trigger a special disorder on demand at will. Alice can do the same with assaults. And as a graceful fencer, pretty much all of Alice's EX specials and regular specials will trigger a perfect dodge if you time them right before getting hit. Similar again to how Evelyn's skills work. And Alice, similar to Yuzuha, wants a big focus on anomaly mastery. But since Alice is an actual anomaly agent, she does of course want anomaly proficiency to help deal damage with her assaults. But she does gain some anomaly proficiency based on her mastery, so that will help build her stats. But forget about those loser girls though. More importantly, we have a new bang boo, Miss Esme, a magical girl boo that honestly doesn't seem that great, since all it does is restore either health or energy. So unless that is a ridiculous amount of energy, you can probably just use it for style points, I suppose. Speaking of style points though, how about we move over to some summer fashion style in the other main thing happening in patch 2.1, and that is the Tales of Midsummer Dreams event, which has the Faith and siblings as well as Spook Shack head to the fantasy resort to help restore the vacation hotspot to a bustling vacation destination with its own event story and also plenty of minigames, such as surfing, which looks much better than whatever that bike ride thing was from 1.2 by the way, target practice with Yuzuha, and of course fishing with some agents. And in fact, you can even have special dates with the agents that you take out on fishing trips. Most importantly from this summer event though, you will be able to earn summer swimsuit outfits for the Faith and siblings. Do note though that the Faith and swimsuit outfits will be time limited, and if you do not get them now while this event runs, you can get them later, but you will have to buy them from the shop. But speaking of buying skins from shops though, as you could probably see already, both Yuzuha and Alice will also be receiving summer themed skins, both of which will be purchasable using monochrome from the in-game store. But those are the main events that you can expect right as the patch drops on the 16th of July. But of course throughout the patch, there will also be other events sprinkled in here and there. For example, the usual login events for tapes and boopons. But there will also be an NR Chess Legend event, which is essentially just Bang Boo Auto Chess, or I guess Teamfight Tactics for the riot-pulled gamers of you out there. But aside from the event itself, this will also feature a ranked PvP mode for you, so get ready to get your sweat up if that interests you. And then over at the HIA Club, the Tower mode is going to have another refresh, and this time around there will be a new gimmick when it comes to getting fancy scores, and that is style points. That's right, we're going DMC now. By dealing damage and using a variety of skills, you will earn technique points while you're in the tower to show how flashy your gameplay is. Now, I'm not sure how the points will work, but I'm going to assume and hope that simply spamming Miyabi's held basic attack will probably not be the flashiest thing possible in terms of points. But honestly, it's Miyabi, so they might just give you smoking sexy style just for having her on the team or something like that. Over in Hollow Zero though, there is also going to be the Phantom Paths event, which will feature some trial stages where you get to use the new agents from 2.0 2.0 and 2.1, as well as their special holo gear in various combat stages. And then there is the Ghost Ship Adventure event, which will feature several special stages for Yuzuha and Alice that resemble the old Streets of Rage style 2D combat that we have seen before with Lighter. And to get you to explore more in the Lemnian Holo, our Bangbu friends have reported that supposedly there are aliens out there in the Holo, which we will have to investigate in the JoJo's Space Mystery event. Those are the main big events that you can expect,
JoJo's
but there will
Space
also be some smaller ones, such as the Feilum Summer Puzzle event, which is a rehash of the simple jigsaw puzzles that we've seen before, and also the Legend of the Marvelous Fish Stall, which simply has you flip cards for various rewards, such as polychrome and upgrade materials, and you can earn chances to flip these cards by simply doing what you've been doing already, playing the game and spending stamina. And of course, a patch isn't complete without the eventual double drops for both routine cleanup and combat simulation. And as usual, the stream ended off with a bunch of various quality of life improvements, which for the most part boiled down to, hey, we're saving you like 1 or 2 button presses here. However, the one quality of life thing that I feel is very important is that now when you open the skin selection menu, you'll be able to zoom in and rotate the character models, which is great to help you, decide on whether or not you like the skin. Maybe there's something that you want to see if there's a deal breaker going on in there. But otherwise though, that is everything that you can expect coming with the 2.1 patch arriving on the 16th of July, in just under 2 weeks from now. Are you excited? Personally, I'm a bit concerned that similar to 1.7, there is no agent story, so I'm hoping that the second half of the patch doesn't feel super dead thanks to the actual new looking events that we can expect to see. But otherwise though, let me know down in the comments what you think. Will you be pulling for Yuzuha and Alice? Will you be pulling for one of the reruns? Will you be buying the summer skins? And as always, while you're there, leaving a like as well as clicking subscribe would also be greatly appreciated. Otherwise, until next time, bye-bye.
Wow. Sure, even that defense so close yet so far. I mean, I maybe could even use this one, but yeah, otherwise no. I'm gonna leave this one. Bullshit. Bullshit. I guess that's the only one that I probably should try out. Bye. I like this. Okay. Come on. Double crit rate. Yes. No, that is not. That is not kosher. Okay, let's continue the upper echelon discussion.
Didn't have all these issues behind him. Performing poorly in the goddamn game wouldn't mean anything. I get that upper echelon is trying to set up a narrative here of, oh, he's been hated since the Dark Ages, but it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't work. That's why his video was so goddamn confusing to begin with, because he's presenting all of this crap in the beginning and it's like, what the f does all of this matter? We all know why we're here. He had an incredibly stupid take about the initiative, an initiative that is valuable to people, and potentially a take based in dishonesty and self-interest, and now he's getting cooked for it. Simple as that. Hell, just look at Asmongold. When he's playing like shit, or worse, rating games like Veilguard and Avowed as 7 out of 10s because of how out of touch he is with single-player RPGs, and how little he admittedly cares for story and writing, preferring instead to focus on gameplay, he doesn't turn into a lolcow overnight. It's just a bad take that he himself even acknowledges later if he has to. There's no ego issue there, but for Pirate Software, ego and admitting that he's wrong is a major problem, and as we'll soon be finding out in this video, it's an even bigger problem for Upper Echelon, to meme levels honestly. If you think Pirate Software's situation and response has been bad, then you best give thanks that it didn't happen with Upper Echelon, I'm telling you right now. I don't even know how this video that he made didn't get bombarded with dislikes from his community, but I do have some theories that I'll be throwing out in the end. But anyway, let's move on for now. Overall, in this situation right here, I don't even think the lolcow thing applies. It's just much simpler than that. He's standing against and using his massive reach to sink a great cause for gaming. And the worst part about it is, he's doing it without understanding what he's talking about and doing it disrespectfully towards a guy who is genuinely just a nice chill dude, which is the leader of the initiative, Ross Scott.
Oh shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm gonna actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. No, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I dropped the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
Oh, yeah. I can see why people like him. It's like listening to Mr. Rogers.
Going out of his way to do a thing for the greater good, without even setting up donation pages to profit off of it. Thor is completely in the wrong here while continuously pretending that he's right. That's the issue here. The lolcow concept means nothing. Keep this in mind as it will be coming back.
But the reason I'm weighing in now, of all times, is because something else happened. There's this movement in video games spearheaded by a channel called Accursed Farms, and a creator named Ross who is highly intelligent, and I honestly respect him a great deal. And the movement is all about preservation of games. Well, Pirate Software was an extremely vocal and bombastically pompous voice against that movement, right? There's stuff you can criticize about it, sure, but he was like one of the main critics trying to like rip it down and demean it. He came out with a couple of videos about how stupid it is, but he just blatantly misrepresented the actual goals. Yeah, if you combine that attitude while being completely wrong on the merits of the argument, with the realization that he was more than likely faking his own accolades with regards to complicated puzzle games, and refusing to shoulder any responsibility in hardcore gaming communities, even when he objectively made mistakes, hopefully everyone can see the perfect storm that happened. Pirate Software had rapidly become one of the most popular online personalities to hate on.
Oh, wait a minute, so he does get it. Cause I'm not gonna lie guys, I just skipped ahead of a chunk of video talking about how people began hating Pirate Software because of that thing with the World of Warcraft game, and then looked up more garbage about him online, and saw that he was potentially faking his gaming accolades, and lacked accountability, and also has a natural, detestable candor and presentation and look. These are Upper Echelon's words, by the way, not mine. And so, all of this stuff had just kind of remained in the air for a long time, and now everybody has just been waiting to pounce on Pirate Software using any opportunity to do so. And I just don't care, it just doesn't matter honestly. I almost fell asleep throughout that entire thing, because while I don't discount this from existing in some random subreddit or Discord server somewhere dedicated to people who hate this guy and who know all the lore on him, just as there are people who know all the lore on Boogie 2988, I just don't care, and I don't think that that's the problem here at all. I never came across any of those tidbits of information myself. Again, that's not what's at stake here. His wrong take and malicious attack on the Stop Killing Games initiative is. His biggest controversies online come from bad takes or malicious actions, not off of some garbage like this. This doesn't matter. This shit matters. Who the fuck cares about a fucking World of Warcraft game or how he looks? You want to talk about shit that people care about? Accountability. Upper Echelon doesn't like that word either, as we'll be seeing soon when he goes completely off rails, but it's true. Pirate Software either purposely misrepresented the initiative or was literally too stupid to understand what he was reading. And then on top of that, he refused to speak to Ross, even when he came to him with no hostility whatsoever. Instead, he just kept being hostile to the guy and to the initiative, urging people to not support it while justifying it with, trust me bro, I used to work at Blizzard.
This is the part where I have to step back though, because believe it or not, I actually have a very good idea of what he's going through. And I'm pretty sure that the end result of all this is an internet mob that will never get what they want. Over the years, like 7 or 8 years of doing this at this point, there's been a number of different times where I published something that made people angry, okay? It's not exactly uncommon. I do that a lot. Typically, actually almost exclusively, the people that get the most angry and the topics that cause the most anger are about video games, go figure. Gaming communities are on a hair trigger, and absolutely not in a positive way, about anything that they ever perceive to be even slightly disrespectful or negative towards them and their friends. Well, a couple of times where that happened, one in particular comes to mind most of all, after I had given my opinion about something, whether it be drama or the quality of a product or the behavior of developers, whatever it happened to be. After I had given my opinion, other creators would chime in and do responses to that opinion.
Ah yes, this is it right here. This is the part of the video where Upper Echelon starts going off rails and making things about him, while getting mad that whenever he drops a shit take on gaming, the gaming community doesn't let him get away with it. Apparently we're too sensitive, guys. We're too hair trigger, you know, we're too on edge. Anything that may be coming across as disrespectful or whatever is immediately pounced on. When I first went through this video, I kinda glossed over this part. It sounded weird, but whatever, it just slid by. I just disagreed with it at a glance because basically there's so many other matters across the internet that people get way more heated over than gaming. And more often than not, people inject themselves into the games industry and try to make it worse, like all of the Out of Touch executives monetizing the fuck out of everything. And in other cases, Out of Touch pompous people in high positions taking our beloved franchises and changing them into garbage that nobody asks for. And then they attack us for not liking it alongside the gaming news media, which is nothing but another corporate arm for these people, pushing their products, defending their abusive and malicious decisions, and undermining gamers and our criticism on their behalf. So no shit, people in the gaming space pounce whenever they smell bullshit. This is what this industry has been honing us to become, training us to be like for over a decade of bullshit. In Thor's case, he's currently with people's rights of ownership over games, and again, he's doing so while being completely wrong, hostile, and dishonest. But on top of that, what makes the situation even more heated is that we're at a point where this initiative would really come in handy, as every other goddamn company around us is either actively pushing for price increases or preparing themselves to do so very soon. And it's in everything. It's games, it's hardware, it's even the very subscription services that are supposed to be our salvation from the price increases that they're pushing themselves. Like, we're supposed to buy into these fucking subscription services because they're hiking up the game prices, but then they're also hiking up the subscription prices. What the fuck am I, fucking Jeff Bezos? We're actively losing the meaning of ownership of our media, and I think a lot of people have been noticing this and feeling powerless to do anything about it because yeah, they're massive corporations. This initiative is coming at a time where I feel like we need it the most, and suddenly some dude with a fucking wizard hat pops up trying to tank it with false information, using his platform in the millions to do it against a dude with a fraction of that reach. A dude with zero malicious intent and who even tried to reach out to him. It's time to stop blaming this on gamers being too heated or a fucking World of Warcraft game back in whenever the fuck that happened. It's time to stop drawing parallels to his own bad takes that he's had and got heat from online, and it's time instead to look at the situation on hand and look at what's actually happening and tackle it. But do keep this in mind for later, because it's very apparent why. You see, the thing that you don't know, but I do know because I've been through this entire video already, is that this isn't about pirate software. This is actually just a massive cope video for Upper Echelon, but we'll get there in a second.
In one case, the responses that were done, there were a few, I think, but one in particular caused the bulk of the issue. The responses that were done went semi-viral. One of them was like the most popular video that the content creator had ever posted on their channel, I think. And these responses, as well as the rhetoric that they used and the type of community that these creators had kind of deliberately cultivated for themselves, resulted in a completely ridiculous amount of harassment. I was getting thousands of messages wishing that I would get cancer, telling me to end myself, ridicule, insults. They even tried to find my phone number. It went beyond YouTube far as a platform. I started getting emails, Discord DMs, and basically over the course of like 3, maybe 4 weeks, it was just a never-ending constant stream of people on the internet trying to straight up harass me into submission over critique about a video game. The people responsible for it will never admit that they're garbage or that their fans are garbage for doing it.
Because they're not responsible for what their fan bases do. Listen, I get this to an extent. I genuinely do, and I don't like it either. I hate the fact that some people can't just have their beef online, stay online, and go out of their ways to get personal, to find a person, to contact them or their families, find their addresses, to threaten them, to dox them, to swat them, or call their workplaces to get them fired, or even contact their sponsors and business partners to get them dropped and most of all, cancelled. This behavior ranges from pathetic to outright unhinged behavior, the likes of which should be fitting to land the perpetrators of these actions in an asylum, because they're definitely not well adjusted for civil society. However, unless the content creators in question are actively directing their fan bases to do this, you can't attribute the blame to them for the shit that some random unhinged person who happens to watch them might do. Content creators should be held accountable and responsible insofar as to what they're saying, doing, or putting out onto the world in their videos. I have no idea who Upper Echelon is talking about here in his video, so I can't speak for them or defend them. All I can do is speak for myself. I never direct people to harass anyone. I am explicitly against this kind of behavior. I may curse like a sailor in my videos, I may get heated when what's being talked about is batshit insane, but I don't cross that line. For me, at the end of the day, this is all content creator sphere shit. It's all online stuff, totally and completely separate from real life stuff. I would agree that, for example, if someone is making a video on someone else and they fill it with malicious lies, misrepresentations, etc., they are to some extent responsible and accountable for spreading false information and contributing to the hate wave going on online. In these cases here where someone is actually doing it maliciously, refuses to take it down and apologize or correct their information, I have no qualms with people pinning some of the blame on them depending on what the hell we're talking about here. Like, to pull an example from popular matters going on right now in the bread tuber or the drama tuber sphere, we have the whole thing with Ethan Klein, Hassan, Frogan, Denims, Casey-tron, and then of course to some extent Asmongold and Tectone, because of what's been going on with this sort of long-running battle with these Twitch streamers maligning themselves online with zero consequences, telling their fan bases that they're Austrian painters, saying Asmongold killed his mom, saying Tectone is a generational, how do I say this without getting demonetized? A generational ditty, calling CPS on Ethan Klein, etc. You know, all this garbage, this type of thing obviously has very serious ramifications because you're sort of making a response or a video on someone and purposefully lying about them, saying vile and dangerous things that can actually have very drastic real-life consequences. As far as that goes, I agree with Upper Echelon, but the goddamn problem is that none of this applies to pirate software, and none of it even applies to, for example, what happened with Upper Echelon a few months ago with Assassin's Creed Shadows. That is just someone having a dogshit take online and getting consequences from it via people making videos solely responding to the matter, even if in those responses they call him a dumbass. And depending on how you're presenting it, depending on how bad it is, depending on your tone, depending on the way you carry yourself, the way that you speak, the way that you present what you're presenting, depending on whether or not you're open to a dialogue or to change your mind, or the way that you treat oppositional information, these responses can either be pretty heavy or pretty light, just like discussions. For example, when he was defending Assassin's Creed Shadows and implying that people who were criticizing the game and calling out Ubisoft's and the Access Media's underhanded bullshit, trying to pass their 3 million player numbers as 3 million full-price sales as pointless online grifters who aren't worth a damn, naturally, he's going to incur the wrath of those people and the people who listen to them. They are inevitably going to defend themselves from your misinformation, misrepresentation, or straight-up lies and insults. And pathetic ones at that. I mean, seriously? The grifter line again? Over an opinion that is different than yours? Of course, the same was bound to happen with Pirate Software, especially when it was so easy to double-check all the information that he got wrong. This is what I hate about this guy and his own brand of bullshit. With Assassin's Creed Shadows, he wouldn't acknowledge the people out there with valid concerns and complaints about how the goddamn game was bad. His line was that if you didn't like Yasuke, it's because you were a bigot, which is crazy because if you watch his video, he himself finds plenty of things to criticize about Yasuke's character. But then, in the same breath, he says that it's all fine because, oh look, it's optional, and you can just play as a female character instead, as if that was going to erase all of the ridiculous narrative, historical, and writing problems that are attached to Yasuke and present in the main story regardless. And he did the same thing with a non-binary character as well, like what's the problem with the option to romance a non-binary character? You can choose not to do it if you don't want to. Well, the problem, and what people were mocking the game for, is that there is a non-binary character in f***saken feudal Japan to begin with, brother. Like, how do you need this explained to you? How do you need this explained to you, dude? The ridiculousness is it's self-explanatory. And
well, depends on personally, from what I understand. It really depends on what non-binary is in the context. No? Like, I suspect different gender expression was there in feudal Japan. However, it definitely wasn't the same as it is currently. And market it as, hey, non-binary, I guess that's problematic.
Now, with this matter, he's doing a similar thing where we're all supposed to just ignore what the vast majority of the criticism against Pirate Software actually is, what people are actually calling him out for, because, of course, somewhere in the middle of all this, there's bound to be, what, a few whack jobs who should be in an asylum, going after him on a personal or business level that crosses civic boundaries? And we're also supposed to attribute these unhinged individuals' actions to the content creators making videos on the matter, as if it was their responsibility, even when the matter going on right now are people calling out his lies on the initiative? This is insane, dude. Come on. This guy has hundreds of thousands of subscribers. The chances that he has a few dozen of these unhinged people in his fan base, if we can even call it that, is guaranteed. So by that logic, what now? Should Upper Echelon stop posting videos? Should he not have made that video on Yasuke, which sent hatred towards every goddamn channel and individual online, criticizing Ubisoft and the game because of that aspect? Because the concept here is the exact same. There's no shortage of these unhinged people on all sorts of sides. Doesn't matter if you're Hassan Piker or Asmongold, Frogan or Tectone, Actman or Heel versus Babyface. There's always going to be a posse of crazy people ready to justify their extremist hatred towards you. And the best thing that we can do as, you know, YouTubers or creators or streamers or whatever is call that shit out and shut it down whenever we see it. Make it clear that it's not okay. Make it clear that despite our disagreements or even heated interactions online, it's just online, and we should be civilized regardless, even if we're disagreeing with one another or roasting each other over here. I agree that there's a degree of responsibility we have to have when talking about things or people, especially the bigger that a channel gets. On that, we're on the same page. But again, I can only speak for myself here. And if some random guy who watched a video of mine criticizing corporate greed in the industry went and robbed the goddamn GameStop the next day or whatever, it's not my fault. I'm not his dad or his handler. Same if some random guy watched my video on pirate software and spazzed out, taking to Twitter to send him unhinged DMs. I didn't tell him to do it. I didn't misrepresent pirate software. I didn't even talk about the wacky rumors pertaining to nepotism or furry nonsense or the myriad of other shit that I saw on some comments, or even the pretty bad situation with the DMCA takedown that he issued on an indie developer. I focused on the problem at hand because that's what's being discussed. I am not in the business of lying or trying to destroy people, and I certainly did not and will carry on to never advocate or excuse actual harassment.
Here's the part where I have insights, and also the part where I may genuinely offend some people. It is what it is. That's kind of what this whole thing's about. Pretty much no one who watches YouTube without creating content for a large audience has any comprehension of what it's like to start getting thousands of direct messages and comments saying the exact same things over and over while insulting you. They have no idea the mental toll that something like that takes on a person. And they all think, from a solo individual perspective, that their feedback matters or has value. But it doesn't. I know, I can already picture some people's faces turning beet red as they think, yes, it does, my opinion does matter, but no, it doesn't.
No? Guys, let me know in the comments if you feel this way at all, because I don't relate to this. What he said before, yeah, it's true. There is a serious mental toll when shit is going crazy online and everyone is seemingly against you, and I can't even imagine how much worse it must be when it comes down to being misunderstood or being lied about, which happens so often these days as people immediately jump to the most extreme shit that they can say about someone just to burn down their bridges. But what he's saying here about people's individual comments not mattering and them having this thing of getting mad because they do matter is something that I can't relate with at all. I think the individual comments are actually the thing that matter most in situations like these. If you're getting swarmed by a bunch of comments that say nothing except insult you, then yeah, I agree, that doesn't really matter to me either. I used to reply to those early on, but now I just cruise right past them. But if people are writing thoughtful comments telling me why they think I'm wrong, I'm going to actually read and take them into account, and in many occasions I've even replied to them, sometimes even in video. I think in his attempt to make other people in his audience, whether they be subscribers or randoms, look and sound narcissistic and entitled, he's making himself look and sound narcissistic with this assumption. I think he should humble himself a bit here and realize that the vast majority of people commenting on his videos don't have some stupid ass childish attitude or entitlement for a response or to be taken to heart. I would say that most people watching are just getting home from work or school or whatever, or maybe in their lunch breaks or their commutes from work, looking for something to watch that they find interesting and that resonates with them. If they find you and like you, that's a W for yourself as a creator and for them as viewers. I would give him more leeway in this if his channel's demographics were more geared towards kids, like yeah, maybe some 12-year-olds would get mad about their comments not being acknowledged or whatever the fuck else, as the live
Come on, show me your courage.
Off to the freezer. Let's stir things up.
Manifest! Come on!
Nice.
Show me your
Surprise back! A dash of from.
You've earned yourself a reward.
Source of their favorite Roblox YouTuber, but his demographics are probably around the same age or even older than mine, predominantly in their 20s and 30s, and also predominantly male. By the way, for all of the ladies out there happy to be the 7% female audience of my channel, you'll be glad to know that it's now down to 6%. I have no idea if it's because of some of them leaving or if it's because I'm getting, more people as the channel grows and most of those people are men, but one way or another, this is looking more and more like a sausage fest. But anyway, yeah, this was just an aside. I have no idea why Upper Echelon is being condescending or patronizing or whatever the term is. It's out of the blue and I have no idea what point he's trying to make, but let's proceed.
Let's say you get 1,000 negative comments, where pretty much all of them say the exact same thing. They cite the same exact quotes, the moments of the video, they use the same exact arguments, and they have a similar criticism about taking accountability. For each of those 1,000 people, it's the first and the only time that they said anything. To them, it's a reasonable comment that could have value, right? Because in a vacuum, it's the only one. But in reality, the creator reading those 1,000 comments reaches a point, even after probably a couple dozen of them, they're already completely sick of it. Think about walking down the street and every single person that you pass says, "Your clothes are ugly, your clothes are ugly," over and over. What do you think happens after a couple of blocks? After the 100th time that you heard it, what about the 101st time? Does that 101st time have commensurate value? Does it make you think about something that you haven't already thought about 100 times over before it? The answer is resoundingly no. It is a worthless comment.
With all due respect, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, shit, if I'm walking down the street and individuals are coming up to me and reacting that my clothes are ugly, I'm probably going to look at myself and consider that, yeah, maybe they're right, maybe my clothes are ugly. Now, I may not rush home immediately to change my clothes, but I'm sure as shit not going to wear the same outfit again, and I'm probably going to be paying closer attention to what I wear going forward. Again, with this weird narcissistic thing, it's just not connecting at all. I know that this dude has hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and I know that when you're that big, it probably gets harder and harder to recognize names in your community the same way that I am still able to recognize some who I see popping up regularly alongside the homies who became channel members, of course. Commenters like Fierce, Vivix, Just a Quiet Peaceful Dance, Alberto WMJ or something, Ricardo Tout, Octorin, Heartech, Mark's Master, fucking Benny Jero or something.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest creators in all of creatordom has been lying about something to do with EVE Online. And I have first-hand knowledge to tell you what that lie is and what actually happened. I am talking, of course, about someone you might recognize. Yep, this is Pirate Software, also known to the EVE community as Maldavius. Okay, we're going to talk about what's happened, what actually happened, and why this kind of stuff hurts the majority of EVE players, this kind of lies being said and purported. We're going to talk about it, okay? So
we were Triglavians, Triangle, right? Aliens. And this is a faction inside of the game. We decided as players to align ourselves with this, and we moved all over the game for about 1 year, traveling around with no home, going and fighting this war that went on to turn certain areas of space into lawless land, right? And we went all over the place. We took all these different stars, and it was fun. It was super awesome, but we didn't really have a home. We never had a place to live, and having ownership over your space in EVE is kind of a big deal. So when we got...
So if you don't know what the heck he's talking about, if you're a brand new EVE player, he's talking about the founding of Pochman. He's talking about the founding of the Triglavian area in space. These star systems used to be in high sec. I think there was maybe one in low sec. I don't remember. It's been a long time. It's been a couple years. These systems were basically in flux between becoming Pochfin or not, and the players could choose which ones would go into Pochfin, roughly speaking, by fighting for the Triglavian, aligning themselves with the Triglavian collective, with that side, that reputation, okay? The star systems ended up becoming Pochfin, and that's this triangle. And we say it's a triangle because there's a lot of like triangle stuff to do with Pochfin. A lot of their reactors, their like little mini suns are housed in like a triangle matrix. What's the thing from Avengers? You know what I'm talking about? Tesseract. It's housed in like a triangle tesseract, stuff like that. The literal star system is in the shape of a triangle. That's why some of you watching are like, what's up with all the triangles, bro? You know, this is just part of the lore. That's that. So this is about the founding of Pochfin. This pirate software guy is Maldavius. That's his character name in the game, and he and many other people fought for the founding of Pochfin. Let's keep listening.
Got 27 stars. Those stars formed into a place in space, a pocket dimension called Pochfin that looked like this. And we owned a full third of this, because as we had been taking these stars, we were dropping structures in them. And when it moved into Pochfin, those structures stayed, and now they couldn't be replaced. If a structure gets destroyed in Pochfin, it never comes back. You can never...
This is unique to Pochfin. Okay, this is a unique thing to Pochfin. It's very important because this is literally why the entire thing we're about to listen to happened. They were placing structures in these star systems before they went into Pochfin, before they like regressed into this like subsystem area into Pochfin itself, right? We're placing structures, we're doing these things, and once it becomes Pochfin, you can't place any more structures. This is a rule in Pochfin. It's one of the things that makes the area unique and different from, say, nullsec or even wormhole space, because Pochfin, you can't place structures. This is a big deal. If we have non-Eve players doing this, placing structures gives you not just a foothold, it doesn't just give you staging or a foothold. It is a massive deal because it gives your entire corp a place to be. There's more stuff you can do. You can dictate tax rates. There's a lot of things you can do from a player-owned station comparatively to an NPC-owned station. Anybody can just come in. You can even set who can dock in the station if you own it, if your corp alliance owns it. So if we have non-E players watching this, a corp is a guild, and an alliance is a group of corporations, a group of guilds. An alliance is a big thing. A corp is...
I don't. I also have no clue who the menacing voice is. I'm gonna check it out. Okay, let's just... The mystery of Tecoloapan.
Smaller thing, still big depending on what we're talking about, okay? So, you know.
Anchor a new one, it's gone. So these were unique, and we were the powerhouse that owned that space. The problem was this: it didn't work. It was broken. When we got to that section of space, they had one piece of content. This was called a dread site raid. The dread sites, for the first like 2 or 3 months, did not function. Imagine going into a raid with 15 people and you kill the boss, and then afterwards the boss gives you negative reputation and negative money. That's what happened, and every week we would talk to the devs, and every week they would try to get us to test it on live servers again with our...
Okay, so first thing, this is correct. This is what happened. When
I'm just going to leave. Calm. What legend? Stealing his daughter's power. Ah, there was an evil sorcerer who disguised himself as a werewolf and bewitched the heroes of the tribe. Tribal heroes had to seal the pitch black book preserved within the giant graffiti. As to why the ocean suffers has become this. It presages the moment when the evil shall shatter the seal and escape its grasp. Okay, well done. Yeah, looks like it shows more stuff here now. Oh well.
Pochvin became its own thing when the star systems in HiSec went to Pochvin when Pochvin was established. The dread sites he's talking about, which would become / whatever, are the observatory flashpoints today, and other similar sites, whatever. These sites were broken. They would not function correctly. The NPCs were weird. You would get negative rep. This is a big deal. You might say negative rep, who cares? Because you see that this is all these star systems. Imagine all of these are little dots that make up this triangle-shaped star system. The gates, you couldn't activate the star gates unless you had a certain reputation. So the sites in the area would stop you from navigating around the area. This was not intended. This was not like a part of the game. That's too that would be too tedious, and that was not part of the game. Okay, so everything he's saying is correct so far. The first thing I want to talk about is something he ended with just now.
Negative reputation and negative money. That's what happened. And every week we would talk to the devs, and every week they would try to get us to test it on live servers again with our live characters for 2.5 to 3 months. We lost 70% of our online players.
I'm going to get to the 70% number in just a sec. So the devs did work with players to try to help see what the problem was. I want you to, this is my first issue with this video. I want you to see how he's describing this. There's a lot of bitterness. There's a lot of, I'm going to call it entitlement for some from some of the stuff he says later in the video. This is my first problem with this. I understand it's frustrating. This is frustrating. We're going to say this a bunch of times in this video. You work really hard to establish an area of space, the areas in the space that have these sites to play, these things to do, and they're broken. That is frustrating. We all agree, we all understand. The devs are asking for your help. What game happens like that? The devs are QAing on their side. They're also working with the players to see, literally show me what's wrong. This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. But how he says it is like, and the devs got us to test it on live. It doesn't have a good spirit to it. It doesn't have a cooperative spirit to it. I understand he's frustrated. A lot of people back in the day were very frustrated with Pochfin. But to say this like, you know, the devs made us test it live, that's a good thing that the devs actually gave a crap to sit down and work with you in some extent, instead of like just giving you a stiff arm and not talking to you at all. So it's better than having no communication. That's my first point here. So let's keep, this is not why I wanted to make this video. Let's keep talking. Okay.
For 2.5 to 3 months. We lost 70% of our online players. About half of these people never came back. It was a goddamn mess. And we got pissed. And eventually they finally fixed it, but then they put a target on our back.
Yeah, and before we get to the target, and before we get to, you know, this happened too. 70% of the players quit. Of course they did.
No,
look, chat,
no problem.
if you work for months to establish an area of space, you know Eve is about the stories. Okay, Eve is about the player-driven stories. It's not the devs necessarily giving the overarching narrative. It's one of the things that makes EVE Online unique and special. Devs put in place this system where, hey, you can help corrupt these systems and put them into this different area of space, and you helped make it. And then that happens. They work really hard, gets to that point, and then the main ISK faucet, the main like money generator in the area is broken. 70% of the players left. Now, I don't know if this number is accurate, but I can tell you that I believe this number. I believe this number because this is frickin' ridiculous. It is. Here's my first big point. 70% of the players quit. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're playing a video game, and this is a video game, EVE Online, and this, even if you work for a couple months to like establish something, if the sites are broken, submit a bug report and go to a different area of space. Okay? I just said something that's very unpopular with a lot of EVE players. There's this, I fought for this. I worked for this. I'm gonna make this work even if it's broken. Ladies and gentlemen, we are discussing a video game. Okay? I care about all of you watching, both live and on the VOD. I want you to understand that games are supposed to be something we enjoy. It's supposed to be something we do to entertain ourselves, to hang out with our buddies. And if you're punishing yourself by being in an area of space where stuff's broken and everybody's leaving, isn't everybody leaving sign that maybe you, as the head of an alliance, should take your people and leave? I think so. Now, I'm not an alliance head, but I have been a GM in World of Warcraft and other fields in the past and other games in the past. If I'm watching my player base leave, I'm not going to make an executive decision to stay and suffer through all of this. I'm going to say, hey guys, we need to go to a different area of space because this is not working. Because it's, my goal is the joy of the people that are under me, not banging my head against the wall just for the sake of it, and then the spirit of this, of what he's saying, blaming CCP Games for people leaving. To be clear, it's their bug. They gotta fix it. It's their game, they gotta fix it. But if there's a bug, submit a bug report. If it's that bad, go to another area of space. EVE Online is the biggest MMO, I think. Probably is. In terms of amount of content, you could do a new activity in EVE every day for the next year, and there's still be plenty of content to do. Jump clones are a thing. You're correct, Cyber. So now, to be the devil's advocate, you work this hard to establish something in space, to do all this work, to finally, like, you're the founding, one of the founding Pochfin alliances, Pochfin corporations. Then the sites don't work. That is frustrating. I'll give him that. But
no recipe, no problem.
Well, let's keep listening.
And eventually they finally fixed it, but then they put a target on our back because they have this thing inside of EVE Online called the Economic Report. The Economic Report actually tells you how much money each area of space actually makes, and they finally released the Economic Report 1 month after they fixed our area of space. So imagine 3 months of the game just being shit and us being broke and nothing working, and then 1 month later they release an Economic Report after they fix everything, and now everyone thinks we've been making a shitload of money in a pocket of space that no one can touch us in. Yeah, and no other player will believe you because it's EVE Online. So yeah, that sucked. So that,
okay. Okay. The monthly economic report, the MER, is something that happens. CCP Games did not include, it sounds like based on his story, CCP Games did not, the devs did not include Pochfin in the MER prior to them fixing it, or when they included it in there, I don't remember, I haven't found it, it's been years. The income in the area was so low, no one was looking at it. This MER is looked at by a lot, if not all, of the top corps, top alliances, because it shows where the ISK is in the game. We literally just covered last month's MER, thanks to Oz, thanks very much Oz, over on our Patreon, okay? Because it's a long video, it's kind of droll, it's not the best for YouTube, so I made sure to give you the best value over on our Patreon. That's what we do. This, listen to what he says. They fix Pochfin. They include it in the MER, in the ER, in the economic report. I'm going to call it the MER. People then see there's a lot of money to be made, so this put a target on our back. Do you hear the entitlement here? I understand you worked hard to make this happen, but just because you worked hard to make something happen, you, ladies and gentlemen, here's my first big point here. You are entitled to nothing in EVE Online. Nothing. I don't care how much you've done. I don't care how hard you've worked. I don't care how long you've played the game. I've been playing since 2008, on and off. You are entitled to nothing. You have to keep fighting tooth and claw to get your stuff. That is the nature of the beast. It is one of the main things that makes the game special, that you can't do it alone. So you are forced then to group up with people and get allegiances, get alliances, get friends. As the CEO of CCP Games says, the best ship is the friend ship. And through adversity, you get these groups together, you get these people. If the entire game sees that Pochfin is now fixed and there's a bunch of ISK to be made, that does not mean that the devs are painting a target on your back. See what I'm saying? See the spirit of this. This is not what happened. If the MER comes out and a bunch of ISK is to be made, that doesn't mean that they're saying, hey, this guy and his alliance, go get him. CCP Games are very correctly saying, hey, we fixed the thing that was broken. It's an endgame area that's built around smaller gangs. We've talked about that in past videos. Nullsec, very quickly, if there are non-E players coming in, the edges of the map are null security. You can fly the biggest ships in that area, capital ships. These are the size of small moons, and they take literal raid groups to take out. You literally become a raid boss if you're a WoW player, okay? If you fly capital ships. In Pochfin, in the Triangle, you cannot make capital ships anymore. I have a couple. We're gonna have that content, okay? But you can't make them anymore inside of Pochfin. Basically, if you have a capital ship, and I do in Pochfin, they're the last of their kind. Look for that content, Chad. It's gonna be a good time. Point is, CCP Games saying, hey, the endgame area that was broken is now fixed. Has nothing to do with this guy. Okay? Does it affect them? Yeah. Welcome to EVE Online. If you're in a lucrative area, you have to defend it. See what I'm saying? You see the difference in thinking, okay? Instead of this video being, hey, wait, let me do what he does, okay?
So, they released an economic report, and, there's a bunch of ISK to be made. And now, We have a bunch more PvP fights. We have to defend the area, and it's a lot of fun. And now we get to do...
We're going to talk about why there were some problems, but if the spirit of the video was like, look, now we get to have a bunch of PvP fights, now there's more fun, I would not be making this video. But because the spirit of this is, look how the devs are hurting us. That's, you're exactly right, just gave it. So funny, that's good. That's why we're talking about this. And we're going to talk, the lie still hasn't been said. We're going to talk about it. Let's rewind slightly.
After they fix everything, and now everyone thinks we've been making a shitload of money in a pocket of space that no one can touch us in. Yeah, and no other player will believe you because it's EVE Online. So, yeah, that sucked. So that was cool to see. And the devs never actually put out a statement about this. They never told anyone that it was broken, so everyone thought we were lying about it, but we weren't, which was cool. So after that economic report came out, we're like...
Should the devs...
Treasure buried in time.
...have put out a statement about that? Sure. And again, we're believing his word that they said nothing about it. I don't know if that's the case. I'd have to go through every single news put out by the devs for that many year period. I don't care enough, quite frankly. Here's the reality. The devs don't have to do anything. Okay? They don't have to put out a statement that it's broken. They don't have to do anything. If this area is broken, the players are going to find that out. The players are going to talk about it. And then the players don't have to be in that area because there's a near infinite amount of expanse you can go and do content in EVE Online. Okay? This is just... Is it frustrating? Yes. We're going to keep saying it this video. It's very frustrating to fight for an area of space then have it be broken. But the entitlement here, like, you don't work at the company, this guy. You know, it's about the spirit of how this video was made, and he's basically taking the devs and just like grinding them and saying, look how terrible they are. Can you believe it? Can you believe how terrible they are? And this is the problem I have with this, is that the devs don't have to say anything. The devs are not your boss at work. They're not your parent. They're not your buddy. This is a service you're buying. Now, we are more than welcome to give criticism to the game and to say with our voices, hey, this thing is broken. We shouldn't go into the area of space. So, hey, this thing is broken. I guarantee you this was all over Reddit. It's not like nobody knew. There's no way that nobody knew that Pochfin was broken. It was a brand new area of space. So the idea that all of a sudden people found out that Pochfin was a thing, I just don't buy that, okay? Because of how the information is flowing right now in EVE. This was only 3 or 4 years ago. It's not like it was 20 years ago when it just came out. So I don't buy that people just found out that Pochfin was broken and Pochfin is fixed. So, you know, let's keep on listening.
Jesus Christ, we started having to fight battles and it was super annoying, but we got good at it. We managed to close all the... We gotta rewind that.
about it, but we weren't, which was cool. So after that economic report came out, we're like, Jesus Christ, we started having to fight battles and it was super annoying, but we got good at it. We managed.
After the economic report, we had to start fighting battles, and that was annoying. We're going to talk more about that in just a sec. Just put a pin note in that. We're gonna talk about
close all the wormholes in our area of space, because wormholes would open up at random. We could stop people from coming in, and the only other way you could get in was through a filament. Well, every one of these systems that was on our side of space and all around Pochfin would require a certain amount of reputation to get through the gate. If you didn't have the reputation, you couldn't get in, right? So you had to use a filament that would teleport you into one of these locations randomly. So you could show up on our store, like on our doorstep, or you could show up in an area where you couldn't get to us. And that was it. And if we controlled our wormholes, you couldn't get to us anyway, so we had a good counterplay. But we had to constantly maintain this sort of behavior. Every day, we had groups. On the minute that wormhole would spawn, we would roll the wormhole. And this meant absolute regimented behavior. At all times, we had to be on staff. At all times, we had to have a scanner there and a group ready to destroy that wormhole when it spawned. And if we didn't do it, people would get in and kill us. So we got...
Did what you just... EVE players in chat, did what you just heard, does that describe endgame EVE Online life? For nullsec, for some lowsec, and especially wormhole space? Did what he just described, having to defend your borders from people that are coming in to take the ISK areas? Rifter, am I right, dude? Okay. First of all, he's correct. Once Pochfin was made, the only ways to get into Pochfin was two ways. Was the wormholes that would randomly blip in and out of existence. Think of these as opening and closing doors if you're a non-EVE player. Imagine a house, imagine a triangle-shaped house, and every day certain doors would be open and certain doors would be closed. And if you would put enough people through that door, the door would close. That's called rolling the wormhole. If enough mass goes through the wormhole closes. So what he's saying is that once the MER came out, people started paying attention because there's a bunch of IS to be made in another endgame area, and we had to PvP fight, and we had to defend our borders. Ladies and gentlemen, the spirit he's painting Eve in is a very negative one, and this is my first main problem with this. In EVE Online, you don't deserve and are entitled to nothing, and if you want an area of space, you're gonna have to defend it from people that want to take it. That's the game. Look, if you want to play an RTS with your buddies where you control your borders and you mess with stuff, you can go play Frostpunk. Fantastic game, not besmirching it, not putting it down. I don't know if besmirch is the right word. I didn't finish college, okay? You can go play a single player RTS with your buddies if all you want to do is manage resources and mess with stuff. But if you're playing EVE, that's a good question, Jack. That's a good question, Jack. If you're playing EVE Online, this is a game of dominance, of corporations, of friendships. And if you're going to say, I live in this space, you're going to have to defend it. And his chat is saying, like, terrible. Wow, can't believe that. What WTF? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to EVE Online. You have to defend your borders. That's the way of it. You defend it by PvP fights, and them making it so that now people know how valuable it is since they've fixed it is not a bad thing. One more thing. So the EVE devs fixed it, and then they put it out in the monthly economic report. He was saying before, so the area of space was broken, and now that it's fixed, everybody knows about it, and people are showing up. Before, there wasn't a lot of ISK, but now there is, because they fixed it, more or less. So now there's people coming in, you gotta defend your...
All things come to an end, even time itself.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and you know what? I woke up early at the crack of dawn this morning and I realized, why am I playing video games? Why am I building like a good computer when I'm getting excited to play a video game that released 25 years ago, boys? You know, I was walking around in kindergarten when System Shock 2 dropped, and I'm playing a remaster of it. You know, I'm enjoying it, I'm having a good time, and you know, I look at this game and I'm like, man, it's got a lot of good gameplay. You know, it really holds up. And you know why I think it holds up really well? It's because this is from an era where, like, I think video game developers really gave a shit about making cool, new, innovative experiences. And nowadays, I really feel like a lot of the gaming industry plays it really, really safe. But see, I don't have an issue with video games being too safe. You know, I don't really care if a video game is made for the masses. That's not my problem. What I do care about is if it runs well. Now, this is a 25-year-old game. You know, it runs exceptionally good on my computer, as it should. This game should be able to run on buttons.
Alright. I think that's enough for me for today. At least if I checked everything correctly. Right, 6 hours. And I have 1,200. 1,200. Today 6 hours. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. So yeah, this is fine. I think this is also fine. I'm gonna check it a bit. I'm gonna check it after the stream. Alright, that's going to be it for the stream. Good luck, fun, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.